all day for you. You know, he would comfortably bowl, and has done 10, 12 over spells. He will just keep going and give little away. They're on you all the time, and if there is a bit of movement, certainly early on when the ball's pretty hard, then there's every chance these two will find it, and we have seen that. We've seen quite a bit of early morning movement off the pitch and through the air for both Bailey and Williams. Good start, but Orr is still there. He's faced quite a lot of deliveries, 38 balls he's faced, and the highly skillful Nick Gubbins, new batter who's alongside him. Here comes Bailey in and balls down the leg side, taken by Matty Hurst, leaping away to his right.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a workout for the first run out of the season.
Yeah,
he's had that bouncer to take. He's had one that's bounced 3 times to him, and now that one down the leg side.
Well, it was the chance to have the gloves, and he kept wicket last week. George Bell would be another option for Lancashire with the gloves as well, but Hurst early on being given the chance to keep wicket for Lancashire. Bailey bowls, forward goes Gubbins, solid front foot defensive push, just leaning into it, and the ball deflects off the face of the bat up towards Josh Bohannon, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. 23 for 1. Bailey into his 6th over. It's quite a decent crowd actually inside the ground, which is nice. First home match of the season, and forecast is pretty solid for the 4 days.
Just looking at Keaton Jennings' hat, it's almost brown, isn't it, with sun fade.
Yeah. Jennings at first slip. Bailey in, balls. Tapped by Gubbins away for no run.
I guess it's a sort of nostalgic superstition. It would be his original cap that he's worn for since he got it, and it's definitely got a brown hue. It looks a little bit Surrey-like compared to his Lancashire teammates in the navy blue caps in the slips.
Well, he's got 3 lads on either side of him that are a bit more newer to the team. Obviously, Tom Bruce only playing his 2nd match, George Bell who's at 2nd slip, and Matty Hurst who's the keeper. So they're all pretty new members of the first team. Slightly newer looking hat flicked away by Gubbins. Takes a single, just clipped in front of square leg out towards Luke Wells, who comes up from the boundary, and a single for Gubbins, so he's off the mark. I'm sure 24 for 1 in the 11th over. Yeah, senior man there, Keaton Jennings, Lancashire's captain, 2nd full season as skipper, having replaced Dane Villas, who was captain for Lancashire, I think, for 7 years. Bailey bowls, and it's defended by Ali Orr. Snaps it back down the pitch, and Bailey fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Tom Bruce to his left at first slip. He's the New Zealander in this Lancashire side, overseas signing for the season. Will Williams is actually a local player. He's as mentioned before, he's from New Zealand, but he's one of the local players, having kind of given up the right to play in New Zealand, committed his future to county cricket, and defended by Orr, and there's no run. He has a British passport through his mother, Will Williams, so he's not one of the overseas players.
So is he with you for all formats?
He is, yeah, be with for all formats.
Okay, I'm going to make way now for Kevin James.
Okay, I think we've got a double change, haven't we? Yeah, we've got a double change coming up. Thanks, Gemma. 24 for 1. 11 overs gone. Orr on 10. Gubbins on 1. So Bailey 6 overs for 16 runs. Will Williams 5 overs, 2 maidens for 3. Kevin James is back alongside me. I think am I leaving as well? I'm leaving as well.
You are.
Catch you later.
Yes, we've got a real treat coming up. I mean, obviously you're always a treat, Scott, when you're here. But we have the analyst, Simon Hughes, with us. Simon,
good morning.
How are you?
Well, warmer than yesterday, actually. It was freezing up here yesterday, and raining as well. So it's lovely to see good weather here at the renamed Utilita Bowl, and great to be with you, Jamesy. Yeah, brilliant.
There are some people around the ground in shorts,
well, yeah,
which a few days ago would have been unthinkable. Even yesterday, maybe unthinkable. But today, well, I don't know.
They're a hardy group, aren't they?
Well, they are,
Cricket,
as they are
cricket
anywhere.
fans.
They are anywhere, but yeah, I think it's Shorts, well, that's okay. George Balderson, right arm seamer, taking over from Will Williams, right arm seamer. He's round the wicket to Ali Orr, who's forward, bit of bounce, hits the top of the bat, goes out square on the offside, and there's no run. Now, I know you've been running around like a madman the last few days, but especially this morning, trying to make sure everything works properly. What have you seen so far, and what are your observations?
Well, the pitch is playing well. I think that all the county bowlers are going to be challenged by the Kookaburra ball, which doesn't seem to do a lot. It's been even so far, hasn't it?
Goes out towards extra cover off the front foot for more. Yeah.
I mean, that run out was obviously a shame for Hampshire, and it was, I think, the product of some good bowling, putting the batsmen under pressure, no loose balls, but also two batsmen who hadn't batted together before in a first-class match. Perhaps Ali Orr just didn't quite respond to Fletcher Middleton's call.
24 for 1 as Balderson's in. Nice bounce. Has it caught the edge through to the keeper? Lancashire thinks so. The umpire doesn't. Wicked delivery. Bounced and it left Gubbins. Went through to the keeper Hurst. Difficult to tell from where we are, but Lancashire were convinced.
Yes, I mean, it was a good delivery, wasn't it? It certainly bounced. I noticed Gubbins just sort of felt his... Was it Ali Orr? No, it was Gubbins.
It was Gubbins,
I noticed he just felt his hip there, as if to say, that came off my hip. It was a good catch, actually, wasn't it? High to his left. Funny. A fantastic bit of acrobatics from the keeper.
Alderson again round the wicket. Keeps a little lower. This time Gubbins is forward and leaves alone. Well, it hasn't done a lot this morning, as you've been saying.
Until then.
Until then. That definitely has been the ball of the morning so far.
Definitely. I mean, I talked to a couple of the Hampshire bowlers yesterday, having experienced the Kookaburra ball, tried it out in practice and so on, and they reckon that it doesn't seem much. They try to swing it early on, but they reckon, seam movement is hard to extract from the Kookaburra.
Turned away on the leg side by Gubbins. A little straighter that delivery. Goes to wide mid-wicket. Looks for 2. They'll take 2. We're looking at the running now after that run out of Fletcher Middleton a little earlier. But a comfortable 2 there for Gubbins.
You just don't want to get out like that, do you?
Don't, do you?
First game of the season. Imagine how you'd feel. You're looking forward to, you're building up to the season for weeks and weeks, and Hampshire out in Desert Springs getting ready for the season. They missed that first game, no play, so you're absolutely champing at the bit to get out there and bat, and then you get run out. Oh dear.
Especially after working hard in that first 36 minutes. Wrapped on the pad, nips back. I think that's done a little too much. May also caught the inside edge. Not out, says the umpire. 26 for 1 then, Hampshire. Ali Orr is 10. Nick Gubbins is 3. Fletcher Middleton run out for 6. The score then was 23 for 1. I'm just wondering, in your days at Middlesex, certainly, I know you were Durham later on, but if you were involved in a run out like that, what would Mike Brearley have said to you? Actually, Mike Brearley loved you. He would have said, don't worry, Yozza, it's one of those things.
Yeah, he probably would have. I don't know, because the thing about Mike Brearley, and I'm sure you found this as well, was that he could be quite severe if the situation demanded it. I remember him actually issuing, after 2 run-outs, one of which was him, and then Roland Butcher ran out Clive Radley as well about 3 balls later. This is going back a few years, obviously. Brearley was still in his pads, having been run out just 2 balls earlier, stormed onto the balcony and swore an expletive right across the ground at Roland Butcher, who was the culprit. And all the MCC members have looked up rather startled at this England captain swearing. So this is Tom Bailey now, bowling from the pavilion end, the members' end, to Ali Orr, who just tucks it into the legs. Apoplectic with annoyance, and I don't know that many of the MCC members sitting below had ever heard the word that really had uttered. Certainly not on not at Lord's anyway. So it's Tom Bailey round the wicket to the left-handed Ali Orr, and that's a good delivery. Cuts him in half. In fact, he's appealed, and Orr is walking. So I don't think the umpire was required there. That looked as if it cut him in half, got the inside edge. He tried to fence it at it outside off stump. It must have nipped back, went through to the keeper, and there was almost a regulation appeal in the end, because it must have been a pretty obvious edge. So Ali Orr, his first innings for Hampshire, finishes on 10. Courthurst bowled Bailey. And that's the second wicket to fall for Hampshire this morning, who won the toss, decided to bat. I was slightly surprised, actually. I thought with the covers having been on for the last few days, and obviously probably the last few weeks, really, that they would decide to field first. I thought with a bit of sweat underneath the covers and so on. And actually the big hover cover hadn't been on this pitch until yesterday. The big blankets, the sort of sheets, were on this particular pitch earlier in the week, which I would imagine might have just sort of drawn the moisture up a bit more. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. I have been out there, and you know the square actually is quite dry, but I'm sure there's moisture underneath.
Oh, you would think so. You would think so. It certainly looks a drier ground than it looked a few days ago. Well, I remember when we went up to Durham the day before I was here, and it looked like December out there.
Yeah,
it certainly doesn't look like that now. But yeah,
whatever did you do in Durham? By the way?
Not a lot.
I mean, no.
There's only so many times you can walk around Durham Cathedral.
Yeah, you can climb the tower. Of course, that was my old university town.
Yeah,
it's not good exercise climbing the tower of the cathedral.
I'm not great with heights.
No.
To be honest, yours.
Oh dear.
No. In fact, the bridge over the water just outside the hotel was enough for me.
Oh, okay.
Right. As much as I could.
How are you feeling up here? Because we're quite high up here, aren't you? You get a bit of vertigo up in this stand. I
agree. That's what you'll probably notice, that our commentary table is just about a foot away from the actual drop, and that's for me more than anything, really. But yeah, but it was it was a thoroughly boring 4 days. But hey, listen, it happens.
Well, 2 wickets for Lancashire then in the first 50 minutes or so, and it brings to the wicket James Vince. You might have heard some ripples of applause there for Hampshire's current favourite son, James Vince, captain. Of course, he decided to win the toss and bat, or he won the toss rather, and decided to in the over. Are we in 12th over now? Is it
13th?
13th, yeah. So Tom Bailey to bowl to Vince. 4 slips waiting, 2 on the offside, saving a single. Vince gets this one on the leg stump and pushes it into the leg side. Quickly fielded, and Lancashire will be pretty positive at the moment, having taken those 2 Hampshire openers, dismissed them both. So Gubbins out in the middle now, still he's on 3, and Vince, of course, not off the mark yet. 26 for 2, Hampshire in the 13th over. Slightly sort of hazy day here at the Utilita Bowl. As Bailey from the far end, the pavilion end, bowls to Vince, and that's hit him on the pad. He looked to try and turn that on the leg side, but it wasn't a very convincing appeal by the Lancashire slips and wicket keeper. I really hope that Hampshire put together a good championship run, because obviously my first county, like yours, Middlesex, second county Durham, and Durham, great to see them back in the first division. No points obviously from that first game, but I just love Hampshire. I love their attitude, I love the approach, I like the ground. I'd like to see them push for a top of the championship. Here comes Bailey, bowls again. Vince is off the mark that time, with a little glance down to fine leg. 27 for 2.
Well, they've been close. 2 third place finishes the last 2 years, 4th the year before.
Yeah.
And that doesn't suggest they were that close, but they actually were, because that was the year where the final game of the championship season was a Lancashire-Hampshire at Egbert, and Hampshire had 2 balls to get the final wicket, and they actually would have come away having been champions. It didn't happen. Dane Villas swept Mason Crane, I think it was. Lancashire won the game, and for momentarily they went top. Hampshire in the end finishing 4th.
Bailey round the wicket now to Gubbins. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Nick Gubbins. Another player I really like watching, actually. Nick Gubbins, of course, started at Middlesex, and he's a sort of cricketing badger, isn't he? He's a real kind of enthusiast and really thinks about the game. And I mean, a few years ago when he was at Middlesex, I thought, he's got England potential here. I like the way that he set up his game differently for different situations, and really thought, because you see some batsmen, you'd have played with many of them, don't really think, do they? They just go out there and bat. I mean, probably Vince is a bit like that, actually. But Gubbins was someone who really analysed his game and tried to adjust it and adapt. I mean, so obviously you can overdo that.
Yes.
But I thought he had the potential to be England, but it's probably passed him by now.
Yeah, had a good season last year, 969 runs, second to Vince, who was just over 1,000. Yeah, he looked a very good player. In this fixture 2 years ago, he got 100 in each innings, and Dane Villas actually did make the comment that he thought they were both as good as innings as he's seen for quite a while. Very good, very good. Game finished in a draw. There was rain on the last day as Hampshire were trying to seek 10 Lancashire wickets to put them under pressure. In fact, I did look up. Hampshire have only beaten Lancashire once this century. Can you believe
24 years. Wow.
A total of 27 matches between these two, home and away. Hampshire have only won one. Here's Balderson, right arm over the wicket this time to Vince, who's forward. Just straightened a fraction. One of your type deliveries, that yours?
Yeah, it just swung a little, didn't it? Well played by Vince, actually. I mean, he's the sort of famous nick-off candidate, isn't he, Vince, early on?
Yeah.
Can be. They'll be targeting that sort of 5th, 6th stump, 3 slips and a gully waiting.
Yeah, it just needs to be a couple of inches further over and a couple of inches further up. Yeah. Here's Wilson again. That's nicely played. Pushed into the gap in the covers. Timed nicely, but not hit with any venom. Won't go to the rope. They'll pick up 2. They may look for 3. Throw comes in. 3 it is. Throw comes in from Josh Bohannon. Talking of batters, another good player.
He's a good player.
Gets regular runs for Lancashire.
That shot from Vince there was like the sort of shot that he picks up a lot of runs with. A bit like Joe Root, actually. Opens the face, back foot, not very wide of the off stump, but enough for a good player to manoeuvre it into a gap. But it's the sort of ball that if it just moves a bit, he can get the edge, because he opens the face there, doesn't he, and tries to hit it into the square on the offside.
He does.
Without really getting over. And I mean, it's an old-fashioned attitude, isn't it, trying to get over to it and get your head over it. It doesn't seem like players worry too much about footwork anymore, do they? But it can get you into trouble, that shot.
32 for 2. Balderson switches to round the wicket to Gubbins, who's forward. Goes back to the bowler. Just to say that a lot of you have been on the in touch with the emails, suncricket@gmail.com, talking about you're watching the picture feed and there isn't any live commentary. Hampshire are working on it. We've got the live picture feed here, which we didn't have earlier, so it just shows they're slowly working through the system. Hopefully you will have live commentary shortly, but we are on the BBC Sport website with live commentary, so if you want to switch to that for the moment. As Balderson comes in again straight, Gubbins turns that away down to fine leg, moves on to 4, 33 for 2. Yeah, just going back to Dick Gubbins, very correct. I've always thought he's very correct with his technique. I like a player who gets forward, and especially a left-hander. If you can get well forward there, then the angles for the bowler become
you were sort of you looked to get forward, didn't you?
If I could, yeah.
You were I would say you were quite a correct player, left-handed, obviously.
Yeah, that was very kind of you.
How many other players do you know who, like you, who bat and bowl left-handed and throw right-handed? I think Jack Leach is one, is he?
Leach, I think. Samit Patel is one. Because always get combined. It's wrapped on the pad. Slight hesitation with the run here. He's out.
That was out.
Well, that was worse than Fletcher Middleton. He was out by a long way. Gubbins would have been. There's an overthrow as well. So Hampshire again with some bonus runs here, and it's gone for 4 overthrows. So I think they're going to get 5 here. We'll just wait to see what the umpires call. They're signalling 4 now. There should be a show of hand, and there is. So there's the 5, but that could have very easily been a run out. We've seen some early season problems here with the Hampshire bats in here.
It's very interesting, that, isn't it, actually, because I asked Ian Holland, you know, the Hampshire player, what they did at Desert Springs a few weeks ago. They went and practiced there for a couple of days in Spain, and they have a good middle setup there. They have a good pitch, well, theoretically a good pitch, and they were going to go and do some middle practice, but the pitch isn't good enough to play first-class cricket on, so they just had the nets. Well, of course, one thing you don't practice in the nets is running between the wickets.
No. Which is pretty obvious here at the moment, as Gubbins is on the back foot, steers that nicely off the middle of the bat up to straightish mid-on. That's well fielded by Nathan Lyon. That'll be a single, but yeah, little worrying moments here between 1 or 2 of the batters out there, showing some early season problems with communication. Fletcher Middleton
is that something? Yeah, I mean, Fletcher Middleton obviously was run out. I mean, is it something you think teams should do more of, or is that sort of too basic and they should have done it at school?
I think it comes about, because I mean, where batters are trying to always be on top all the time, aren't they? They're trying to, as Balderson bowls full. Vince works that into the gap wide of mid-on, hasn't really timed that, so it's just a single. Vince moves on to 10, 40 for 2. I just think sometimes there is perhaps a little too much positivity at times, and maybe not just in the stroke play, but also in the running between the wickets, trying to be aggressive, trying to always put the fielding team under pressure in whichever way you can. I think sometimes singles, twos, threes that aren't quite there and don't need to be taken can be. But hey, listen, we had run-outs in our day. There's run-outs now.
Of course.
It's nothing new,
Yeah.
and there's probably just as many as now as there is.
I mean, I suppose, is there a, I mean, maybe we need to get a current player on this, but maybe because of mancads, which are more prevalent now than certainly when we played, I'll ask you in a minute if you've ever been mancaded, but therefore batsmen stay in their crease longer, do they? Instead of backing up like we used to? And maybe that catches them short. I don't know. I mean, that's a theory rather than a fact, but I'm just wondering about that. Tell us about whether you ever got mancaded after this ball. It's Tom Bailey. Tom Bailey into his 8th over now, 1 for 17. And he's got a leg slip there for James Vince. One of those slip fielders, the gully fielder, actually has been moved across to leg slip. So he's looking to bowl straight here, try and get him LBW or caught round the corner maybe. And that was a straight delivery, which Vince sort of slightly shuffled across and defended, and there was no run. 40 for 2, Hampshire.
I've not been, have you?
No, yes, I have.
Have you really?
Yes, I have. I was, somebody you might know actually, I was mancaded in a club game, Ealing v Finchley, by somebody called Jim Aldis.
Yes.
Do you remember him?
Yeah, left arm spinner.
Feisty cricketer, very good bowler, slightly, irritable character, and he ran me out at the bowler's end in a club game without any warning. Here comes Bailey, bowls, and Vince defends into the leg side. And you'd argue, wouldn't you, that it wouldn't be necessary to mancad me, really, with a career batting average of 11. I mean, there's other ways of getting me out without having to do that.
Right.
What do you think?
Well, it would suggest that maybe there was some history between you two. I don't know.
Maybe. Not that I'm aware of, but maybe they just didn't like me. I don't know. One of those things. So
surely not.
It caused about 10 years, a decade of unrest between Finchley and Ealing. Oh. So it wasn't worth it, really. Bailey. Tom Bailey from Lancashire bowls to James Vince of Hampshire. He tried to glance that one down the leg side. It was a good take by Hurst, actually, diving away to his left. And no touch from the bat, but it looked there, did it? As if Bailey was trying to induce him into a leg glance with that leg slip position in place.
Quite a legitimate tactic.
Yeah.
He's bowled well, isn't he, Bailey? Bowled steady.
And he's one of those bowlers who just, his career record, I think he takes his wickets at about 23, consistently gets 40 or 50 wickets a season, just always on the spot, gets a bit of extra bounce, quite tall, high action, bowls again now, and that's right on off stump and carefully defended by Vince into the offside.
That's great from you. 23 and a half is
it?
Wickets.
Was it 23?
Yeah, so that's great. You knew that off the top of your head?
I can tell from looking at a bowler, he averages about 23.
Do you really?
No. I think I might have looked it up the other day. No, I actually like watching him bowl. I think, isn't he Kevin Howell's favourite cricketer or something, Tom Bailey? I'm pretty sure.
Five live cricket man.
Here he comes again, bowls into the leg side, tucked away by Vince, down to fine leg. Nice, neat little flick shot. He'll keep the bowling. No, that's there's still one to go. The fielders all move round now for the left-handed Gubbins. Man going out actually onto the fence at deep square leg. It's a bit early for a sweeper, but maybe they think he's going to fancy a pull. It's quite a short boundary that side. The pitch here at the Utilita Bowl is only about 3 from the end of the square, 4 from the end of the square on the what side is that? The east side, is it?
That is the west side. No, Bournemouth going down towards our right.
The west side, yeah.
Portsmouth to our left.
That's right, of course. So the sea is straight ahead of us, isn't
That's
it?
right.
Yeah.
Straight over the Telegraph Wood.
Yeah. Telegraph Wood, is it?
Yeah, that's Telegraph Wood behind the pavilion.
Right.
The Brownsgrove Pavilion.
Another field change. Looks like a man going into a sort of short leg side just in front of square. In fact, 2 men catching now, a sort of short mid-wicket and a short square leg for Gubbins. As Bailey now with only 2 slips, bowls, and Gubbins forces that off the back foot, straight back to the bowler, a good bit of fielding, shies at the stumps, hits Gubbins on the pad, and he leaves the ball alone. There's another controversial moment avoided there, the batsman picking up the ball and throwing. How much have we seen that lately? 41 for 2, Hampshire.
Should never do that.
Well, you would never pick the ball up and hand it to the bowler.
I think I have done, but it's sometimes you think, as I'm doing it, I'm thinking, why am I doing that? I actually have done it.
Just to be nice.
No. Nice for what reason?
I don't know. Just keep the game. It's like it's a respectable game, isn't it? You respect the opposition.
I think it depends on who it is. I mean, if you were bowling at me, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't hand it back. No, thank you very much. That's lovely, isn't it? I would.
Bit like Jim Aldis.
Me.
I think it depends on the situation. I don't know. I would say the situation, the opposition, and what have you, would determine whether I did it or not, I think, and how I was playing. If I was playing really well, I'll be confident I'll be doing it. Balderson continues, right arm over with his medium pacers, bowls to Vince. It's a length ball. Vince is tucked in behind that one as it goes out in the offside. I've got an email here from Tony Skinner, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Kevin and Simon. Just wanted to say it's great to have you and the cricket back after last week's washout. I know everyone's already crowning Surrey. 3 in a row. Oh God. But surely Hampshire have got a chance after a few strong seasons. Never dreamed I'd reach my 40s without seeing Hampshire win the championship. 51 years since that happened. As Balderson bowls, it's straighter and Vince tucks that away behind square on the leg side. Runs the first one quickly, won't get 2. And he moves on to 12, 42 for 2.
I mean, they won, I think, the same number of games as Surrey last year, didn't they? 8?
Yes.
8 games?
Yes.
So it's a matter of, is it bonus points they need to get more of? I mean, they were deducted a few points, were they, for that dodgy pitch? Did they lose a few points?
No,
there?
suspended.
Just suspended, yeah. I think Hampshire got the right. They've got to get runs, haven't they? They've got to get big runs. They've got the bowling attack, you'd think, especially if they can get John Turner into the side, if he gets fit,
Yep.
and obviously Keith Barker. I mean, those two have got a very good bowling attack.
And potentially Ali Orr could be the. Gubbins is forward to Balderson there, back to the bowler. I think Ali Orr potentially is the one piece of the missing jigsaw.
Nathan Lyon is losing up there for Lancashire.
Nathan Lyon. Looking forward to seeing him bowl.
Yeah, I am. And actually, I know the Hampshire guys are looking forward to playing against him as well.
Yeah.
As you would. It always raises your game a little bit, doesn't it, when you know
a
star performers in the opposition?
Exactly right. Balderson round the wicket. Gubbins drives up to mid-off. Can't find the gap. It's fielded there by Josh Bohannon. Yeah, I think, I mentioned it earlier at the top of the time we came on, at the start of the game, that Nathan Lyon was very close to being a Hampshire player about 3 seasons back or so. I'm not quite sure if he was signed. I think he was signed. I think it was happening and then something happened. And it didn't happen like these things do. You announce somebody during the winter and then something crops up. Balderson bowls shorter. Gubbins works that away straight on the onside. Will pick up a single this time. As Lyon slides into that one. He's got a very dirty top of his leg. And he's just looking at that now. He'll be changing that, I'm sure. His trousers at lunch. Well, you'd hope he would. 43 for 2. As the field changes for the left and right-handed combination.
Has he bowled for Lancashire? I don't.
Yeah, he bowled last week.
But they only got 15
did
for
he?
none.
Bowled 2 overs.
Right, because they only got 15 for none, sorry, didn't they?
Yeah,
and it was abandoned.
They played just over 80 overs, didn't they, in that game? He was out first ball, I know that.
Oh, was he?
That was
Right.
pushed up to mid-on. He opened the bowling, yeah. End of the over there.
A lot of spin bowled in that game, wasn't there?
Apparently it was a rock-hard wicket, wasn't it? Even though it was very, very wet, and they couldn't take the covers off because it was too dangerous.
That's right. Dan Lawrence bowled. I think I remember seeing Dan Lawrence bowled the 10th over of the innings and took 4 for. Was it 4? Yeah.
And Cameron Steele 5, so it must have been a big turning wicket if those two got wickets. I'm not saying they're bad bowlers, but they're not exactly front line.
So there we are. The man, very recognisable by the dome on top of his head without his hat on, Nathan Lyon, is about to bowl his 3rd over for Lancashire, having bowled 2 in the previous match. And immediately, I was going to say he's immediately got a long off, but that I think is just Bailey going off for a change of shirt rather than going to a deep position. Gubbins, I suppose part of the reason they brought him on is because there's a left-hander out there, Nick Gubbins. So a short leg and a slip. I wonder if Gubbins would have faced Lyon before in any cricket. I doubt it.
I hadn't thought so.
Yeah,
129 tests.
Wow, amazing, isn't it?
That's a lot.
Nearly 600 wickets as well, isn't it?
530.
530, that's right.
At 30.
Yeah, amazing. fantastic performance.
I suppose you could tell that, though. You could tell by looking at him, he takes them at 30.
So here's his first ball of this game. Round the wicket to Gubbins, a bit too full. Gubbins just prods it back to extra cover. He's got a slip and a short leg. A man back on the boundary at deep square. And then all the other fielders in a ring on either side. Lyon with a sort of that hop, skip and a jump to the crease. A lovely rhythm of his bowling as well. And Gubbins late cuts that neatly wide of the man at backward point for at least a couple. Vince is looking for 3 and will come back. Good running. Nice shot by Gubbins. A little groan of expectation there from Lyon and maybe the keeper, but Gubbins played that well. Little dab shot, so takes the score to 46 for 2.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice shot. No turn in those first 2 deliveries.
I think there is an art even to bowling spin with the kookaburra, isn't there? And Liam Dawson apparently has been finding it quite hard to grip for the spinner because it hasn't got much of a seam on it, has it? We'll get a kookaburra ball up here tomorrow and examine it and compare it to a Duke. I think that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
So Lyon now over the wicket to Vince. False alarm. Has either he lost his grip of the ball or something happened. I'll tell you, I've got a great story about Hampshire and an umpire. I'll try and get it into the over maybe. If we've got time. Lyon bowling to Vince and turned neatly away on the leg side for a single. I think that was off the bat. The umpire signalling leg byes. So didn't get a bat on that. Takes the score to 47 for 2. Field change round for the left-handed Gubbins. Gubbins is on 9. Vince already on to 12 from just 16 deliveries. Lyon round the wicket. Nathan Lyon bowls and forward goes Gubbins, pushes it into the offside. There is no run. Tom Hartley doesn't get a gig today.
No.
Which is what everybody sort of feared after his success in the winter in India. He's only one spinner Lancashire decided to pick for this game. And of course it's Nathan Lyon who bowls now. Nicely flighted delivery that one, but no response from the pitch, and Gubbins defends that easily. I'll suspend that story about.
Do it this afternoon.
I'll do it this afternoon because it will take a little bit of time, but it's about Hampshire and it's about an umpire getting distracted.
Okay.
Dickie Bird, of course. Who else could it be? The silly point, very close in here now as the last ball from Lyon comes down the wicket, but Gubbins, unperturbed, prods it back to that silly point fielder, and that's the end of the over. 47 for 2.
Right, we're going to have a double change. Thank you, Yozza.
Pleasure.
Simon Hughes, he'll be back this afternoon. And the double change will be in a moment. The next voice you'll hear after mine will be Scott Reed, BBC Manchester, BBC Lancashire, with Hampshire at 47 for 2, and he'll be joined by Gemma Green, the former Hampshire women's player. Just while he's getting the mic on, just let me quickly read this email out before I go, if I get time, before this next ball comes in. Alan Groves says, "Hi guys, welcome back. Looking forward to a great season, especially if Dawson repeats his heroics of last year. Hampshire England under-19s are also looking good for the future." Thank you, Alan. Solocricket@gmail.com. Scott.
Cheers, Kevin. Here's Bobbleson from the hotel end with Vince on strike, 2 slips in a gully. Keeper standing up as well, plays it from the crease. James Vince is leaning forward and defending cautiously, carefully away into the offside, and there is no run. 47 for 2, so an hour and 15 minutes of play. So Nathan Lyon for the first time in the match with some Bailey 8 overs, 1 for 18. Will Williams 5 overs, 2 maidens for 3. A couple of overs from George Balderson. In fact, this is his 4th. He's in again and bowling to Vince, and that's defended. And there's no run, and we've seen 1 Nathan Lyon over. The wickets of Ali Orr caught behind by Matty Hurst off Tom Bailey, his first wicket of the season, out for 10, and the first wicket was a run out. Fletcher Middleton, having just probably played the shot of the morning up to that stage, was out the very next delivery, went for a run. Ali Orr wasn't for moving at the non-striker's end, and Middleton turned but couldn't get back in and was run out. Here is Bobbleson, that's onto the pads of Vince. Big appeal, he's almost crouching down, pleading towards the umpire, with the Hampshire skipper standing there and watching, staring back down the pitch, and a little shake of the head from the umpire. Not out is the call. 47 for 2 it remains.
Be interesting to see that on replay, Scott. Looked kept low, didn't it?
Did seem to skid through a little bit, that, didn't it? And of course, Vince, with the keeper standing up, has not got a great deal of room to try and manoeuvre with. He's pinned on the crease, but not out, says the umpire. See if we can catch a replay back of that. Here comes Balderson to Vince. And plays inside the line of that, snaffled by the Lancashire wicketkeeper Matty Hurst. And there is no run. 47 for 2 it remains. And Vince on 12. Like this from Hurst, standing up to Balderson.
Is it not usual?
Well, I've not seen Hurst keep that much. He's not played too much cricket for Lancashire. Another half an appeal as he shapes to work it towards the leg side. The ball balloons away into the offside and there's no run. But it's a great opportunity for Hurst. He's very much at the start of his first-class career. He's now got the extra responsibility of keeping wicket to Nathan Lyon, which should be a brilliant experience for him as well. But impressed during the winter, impressed towards the back end of last season with the bat. Hurst got a couple of championship matches last season. The score ticks along to 48 for 2 and Vince moves on to 13.
We've had quite a few emails coming in from various people saying they can't hear the commentary on either BBC or the stream or YouTube, and then a few more emails, people sort of saying it's coming back in bits and pieces. I think it's just first day glitches, yes. Maybe. I know we've got a new camera system being set up that should enhance the picture feed. Hopefully these are just things to be ironed out on the first day, and it's coming to you soon.
It's Balderson in, run down to third man for 4 by Gubbins. There was a no ball in the previous delivery that brought up the Hampshire 50, and that 4, which has managed to find its way down towards the third man boundary, adding 4 more to the total. It's the end of the over, and that'll be 54 for 2 when that's all updated, with Gubbins on 13 and Vince on 13. We've had 18 overs of play in this morning session. Hampshire winning the toss, electing to have a bat first. Gubbins and Vince, the two of them more experienced batters together, hoping to get the home side to lunch with no further damage done.
So we've got Nathan Lyon from the pavilion end, and like you say for Hurst, it's an opportunity and a pressure at the same time to keep someone of Lyon's class as he comes in over the wicket, and that's driven, but there's an outside edge which trickles down to third man, and I think that's going to go all the way, and it does. So it's a boundary, it's a streaky one, but it's a boundary nonetheless. 4 runs.
There's a thickish edge, that wasn't it, down towards the boundary. Had Nathan Lyon slumped over with his hands on his knees. But they all count for Vince.
So yeah, Vince, last couple of overs looked a little bit scratchy with a couple of LBW appeals and that outside edge, but he's on 17 and he's about to face Nathan Lyon again, as that's worked onto leg side, but short leg there does a great blocking job. Just get the body behind it.
Yeah, George Bell under the helmet there.
Again, Lyon to Vince, and pitched up and just pushed forward to that short leg. I think you just said it was Bell. It's forgotten already. Sorry.
Yeah, George Bell. Yeah.
George Bell. Apologies.
Must be crackers being in there. You've got to enjoy your close catching, haven't you?
Brave or crackers, I'm not sure. Again, that's pitched up and worked away just behind square on the leg side, and they come through for a single.
Well, he is a wicketkeeper, George Bell, so they're all a little bit bonkers, aren't they?
We are.
I'm loving your green trainers to rest my case.
Don't you think these are wasted on radio, though?
They are a little bit.
Yeah.
They're the kind of lime green colour, those, aren't they? Are you happy with the lime green?
Round the wicket, and Gubbins just pushes that forward. I've got these in 3 shades.
Give over. Go on, what are your other shades?
I've got this lime green,
yeah.
I've got a Viper's fluorescent orange.
Love that.
And a sort of day glow blue.
Are you here for the rest of the week?
No.
Oh, I could have liked to see one every different day.
Lying round the wicket, and that's driven well and timed well, but it only goes as far as extra cover for no run. So a tidy over from Lyon, 59, but there's a streaky boundary off it, but it's 59 for 2, Hampshire are.
He got a lovely round of applause, didn't he, Nathan Lyon, when he came on to bowl? Obviously predominantly Hampshire supporting crowd here, but got a nice kind of ripple of applause around the ground. Good to see. Again, the county. Shame that he's not here for the entire summer, and he was quite quick to point out that it wasn't his decision.
Okay.
Cricket Australia's decision to shorten his stay. And I was actually reading some quotes from Michael Clarke, the former Australian captain, who's saying, well, it doesn't make sense for them to have restricted his stay. It's driven down the ground, lovely shot, and that might be 4, arrow straight, thumped by Vince through very straight mid-on, glorious shot, and 4 more to Vince. He moves on to 22.
Yeah, that will settle him a little bit.
Yeah.
After the last couple of overs.
63 for 2 the score now. Yeah, there's some quotes on online from Michael Clarke, the former Australian captain, who's questioned Cricket Australia's decision to cap his county championship stint with Lancashire at just 7 days. Clarke saying it just doesn't make sense. Balderson is in, thumped away to mid-on. There is Lyon, and there's no run. He says that if he's just going to return home to do pre-season, given that Australia do not play their next test match until the 22nd of November, Michael Clarke says it doesn't make sense for them to recall or to shorten Lyon's stint with Lancashire.
Yeah, I do have to agree with him, I think, there.
I was due to be here for the entire summer, and now just 7 matches. Balderson to Vince, lovely shot, punched away towards Bohannon, who's at mid-off. Just starting to open up a little bit, isn't he, Vince? Now he moves on to 22, 63 for 2.
It's a huge gap of Test cricket then for Australia.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, Clarke's saying we've seen it during the course of Nathan Lyon's career. He's a much better bowler the more he bowls. I'd rather see him play cricket. Balderson to Vince, just an offer a shot taken by Hurst, standing up the keeper. There's no run.
As well as physically going through, your bowling actions or your batting shots or whatever, you can't weigh that up with being out in the middle and playing competitively, can you? Compared to bowling in a net or whatever. So yeah, I'm inclined to agree with Michael Clarke there. Let him play competitive cricket, doing what he does.
Here comes Balderson for Lancashire from the hotel end, over the wicket to Vince. It's deflected off the pad away to backward square leg by. There's the signal from the umpire. So Vince remains on 22. Hampshire tick along by an extra run to 64 for 2. Brings Gubbins on strike. Final ball of Balderson's 5th over. Gubbins now with the keeper standing back. 2 slips and a gully. Deepish point, mid-off and a mid-on. Short mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg and fine leg. George Balderson right arm round the wicket to Gubbins. Short ball, which Gubbins doesn't play at. And that's through to the keeper. And that does complete the over. 64 for 2. 20 overs gone. Yeah, but it's not a great deal. Obviously, Lancashire can do. He's Australia's player, and they've made that decision. But it's obviously got a bit of reaction from Australia, from Michael Clarke, who's obviously a really high-profile figure in cricket and in particular in Australia.
A few other scores from around the country in Division 1. Warwickshire have had the best start with the bat. They're 112 for naught off 19.4 overs, with Alex Davies on 68 and Rob Yates on 41. They're the only side to have not lost a wicket, batting first today in this second round of championship games. Essex are 95 for 2. Somerset are 89 for 1 versus Surrey, and Nottinghamshire are 63 for 2 versus Worcestershire. So yeah, Warwickshire very much leading the way with the bat this morning. Nathan Lyon's going to continue. There's a little bit of chat going on between bowler and captain, and I think a helmet's coming on. So we've already got George Bell in that short leg position, and the 12th man is running on a helmet now. See who he's going to give that to.
It's Tom Bruce.
Tom Bruce. Is he going to come in on the offside, or we're going to have 2 short legs? Okay, so it looks like we're going to have a short leg and a leg slip for James Vince, as Nathan Lyon's going to begin his 3rd over of the morning, bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. And Vince turns that and slices that in between the 2 short fielders, and turns that away down to fine leg for 2 runs. Off spin around the wicket to a right-hander. Don't see that too often. There's obviously a plan in action. As I say, we've got that leg slip and a short leg. Vince back on strike as Lyon's in, and again he bowls down the leg side, and Vince tries to turn that away again, but play and miss for a dot ball. It's obviously a leg side plan here. And again from that pavilion end, and bowls a fuller ball, and Vince drives that, but there's an inside edge, and it squirts onto the leg side, fielded by short mid wicket.
It must be fascinating to be out in the middle to hear the conversations between Nathan Lyon and Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire captain, as to what the plans are here that Lyon's got in place.
As he comes in again, and again that's on Vince's legs, and he turns that between those 2 fielders again, and 3rd man comes around and picks it up, and they run well. They turn around well, and another 2 for James Vince, as Tom Bailey's doing the fielding down there at 3rd man.
You've got a guy with 500 test match wickets, one of the best spinners in the game, into the attack inside the first 16 overs on the first day of a match in April in England, and he's conjuring up all these different plans. It'd be fascinating just to get a little insight, wouldn't you, to hear what's been said out there, what Lyon is thinking, how he's trying to set a trap here. As you say, Gemma, it's a really heavy leg side field. There's this leg forward short leg slip, backward square leg, short mid wicket, deep square leg, and a long on.
Absolutely. Yeah, square leg's only 1 metre away from having three behind square on the leg side. So it's not a plan I've seen to Vince particularly. I'm not, like I say, I'm not sure what the thinking is there. And again, that's down leg side. Vince tries to replay that shot, just tickling it down leg side, but it's a play and miss. But like I said, there's a guy with 500 test wickets. There's got to be some thought and some reason for what we're seeing. As he comes in for the final ball of the over, and again that's turned onto the leg side, so we've had a carbon copy, just a single this time. Square leg picks the ball up, and that is the end of the over. Hampshire are 69 for 2.
If you had the player mic, it would be great, wouldn't it, just to get a little insight as to what the thought process is for Nathan Lyon. He's having a chat now with Tom Bruce and with Keaton Jennings.
Nathan Lyon's one of those spinners, isn't there? There's an elite group where outside of Asia, forget Asian pitches for a minute, you sort of teams decide whether to play a spinner or not. That's especially in England and Australia, but there's a certain group of spinners over that's irrelevant. They're in the side, Like Shane Warne always said, if it seems it spins, and you don't tend to leave Lyon out.
No, they've got him for 7 matches. I think last week's match against Surrey doesn't count as one of his 7, since he only bowled 2 overs and faced 1 delivery with the bat. So I think at least they were quite optimistic that wouldn't count as one of his 7. So he's got 7 from 8 to play.
Looks like we're having a bowling change. Is that Blatherwick?
It is, yeah.
Sounds a very northern name to me. Don't know why.
Just like a proper northern name, isn't it? Blatherwick, yeah. Well, he's a Nottinghamshire lad. Signed by Lancashire maybe 3 years ago now. He's had his injury problems. Really enjoy watching Jack bowl. He's a really wholehearted cricketer, and he can certainly ramp it up. He's probably the quickest bowler that Lancashire will have this week. A strong lad who runs in with a lot of heart, a lot of commitment. Didn't feature last week. I think he was kind of on his road back to full fitness. A little niggle in pre-season, but gets his chance here in this fixture today, and he's replacing George Balderson. Got James Vince on strike. It's Blatherwick right arm over the wicket to Vince. Takes a single, drops it in towards the leg side and bounces through for 1. Vince moves on to 28. The score moves on to 70 for 2.
Just from that one delivery I've seen of Blatherwick, he just had a little stutter, a little stop before he delivered the ball. So is he all sort of shoulders, and right, that's that where he gets his pace from?
I think so. Yeah. He's say quite a strong lad, and with his right arm, he's quite strong across his shoulders. Say he'll push it through as quick as anybody for Lancashire. I think with Saqib Mahmood, the two fastest bowlers on the staff that Lancashire have got, with Luke Wood, who is away with the IPL at the moment, and Saqib is continuing his kind of comeback from a horrible couple of years out with stress fractures of his back. Should see him in the next couple of months or so for Lancashire, hoping to be fully fit in time for the Blast starting as well. Gubbins on strike, Blatherwick around the wicket, balls off the back foot and punch to mid-on where Bailey fields, and there's no run. You want that bit of extra, you want that bit of X factor, don't you? That kind of something that's just a little bit different, especially on good pitches, to try and bowl teams out twice. You don't want your kind of top front line spinner, a leg spinner that can always create something, or a top finger spinner. And if you can get some pace into your attack, a little extra bit of pace, that point of difference maybe. Blatherwick to Gubbins, who's solidly forward in defence on the front foot, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'm quite mesmerised by that action, because it's not the most flowing action. There is a stutter just as he's about to release the ball. Not a stutter, a sort of pause almost. And then, say, that right arm just comes through.
Loops round at the top of his mark, little pad of sawdust away to his left-hand side. A couple of slips in place, fine leg and a deep square leg. Short mid-wicket as well. It's left by Gubbins as it's sliding past the off stump into the gloves of Matty Hurst.
I'm just looking at this end. I'm looking at all the graffiti on the ground where the bowlers mark their run-ups. There's all sort of lines and initials where they've come out with the tape measure and preset their run-ups. So far, the bowlers from this end have all basically gone from the sawdust, which is about 6 foot back from any of the scribblings. So I'm not sure who they're for or what they're for, but they're all starting well back from all the scribbles on the floor.
Yeah, he's looping around past that pile of sawdust, isn't he? A little shuffle and gets into his rhythm. In past the umpire balls again. Clipped out to mid-wicket by Gubbins, fielded by George Bell. And there is no run. There's plenty of graffiti on the ground, isn't there?
There is. I mean, there's some of those that are in what I'd call a no man's land. They're not spinners run-ups, and they're too short for any of your seamers, so I'm not sure what they are. It could be the keeper, where to stand back. I don't know. We'll see. But certainly none of the bowlers have started from any of the marks on the floor yet.
70 for 2. Final ball of Blatherwick's first over into Gubbins. It's full but a little wide of off stump, and Gubbins is content to leave it. And just a single off the over. Vince on 28, Gubbins on 13. And we've got half an hour, less than that now, 20 minutes left of the morning session on the first day for Hampshire's first home match of the season. Effectively their first game of the season, first chance to get out and play some cricket, having not had a single ball bowled in their match at Chesley Street last weekend.
So with the rule change, or the changing back to the 8 points for a draw from 5, was it last year?
Yep.
5, we've most of us are not as far behind Essex as we would have been on last year's points system.
Yeah, Essex with that win at Nottinghamshire. 20 points on the board already. Top of the table. One game in.
So a line to Vince again, bowling round the wicket. This time it's pushed up to mid-off for no run. They've still got those two men with the helmet, short leg and leg slip, which is Tom Bruce and George Bell. And Lyon in and bowls on leg stump again. Vince just works that onto the leg side into the hands of Bell for no run. So persisting with this theory.
There's a plan in place.
Yeah, we've also got a regulation first slip now as well. As Lyon's in, Vince face up and once again worked onto the leg side. Beats the short fielder, but it goes to Jennings at backward square leg for no run. The faded brown cap of Jennings. And then in he comes, and that's pitched up a little bit, but still on leg stump. Worked around backward of square for no run. Russell Warren at the pavilion end with that eye-hawk camera we talked about earlier on his strapped to his chest, and Lyon's in and on leg stump again, and Vince works it round behind square to Jennings for no run. So this is a battle of patience, I think, here. They're waiting for Vince to do something a little bit different, try something to get something other than a dot ball here. And for the final ball of the over, Lyon in on leg stump, works that round behind square on the leg side to Jennings for a dot ball. It's a maiden over from Nathan Lyon. Score remains on 70 for 2.
He's been for a lengthy stint today, Nathan Lyon. Picked both Lyon and Tom Hartley last week, Lancashire, but Hartley one of the two changes made by Lancashire for this game, bringing in an extra batter in George Bell. They've replaced Tom Aspinwall with Jack Blatherwick. Just strengthened their batting. It looks a little bit of a better balanced side. It'll be interesting how they kind of use Lyon and Hartley over the course of the next couple of months. In Championship cricket, Blatherwick starts over number 2 for him. It's back of a length, that's pulled behind square on the leg side. Shuffle back for a couple. Pick up and throw comes in from in the deep. Gubbins does add 2 to his total. He moves on to 15, and Hampshire is 72 for 2 with 20 minutes remaining of the morning session. After a couple of quick wickets, the run out and then the dismissal of Ali Orr. 2 experienced guys here for Hampshire. Vince and Gubbins have settled things down. Nice partnership just developing between these two. Sun just coming through as Blatherwick sets off again to Gubbins. Forward and defends back down the pitch, and gathered by Blatherwick off his own bowling, and there's no run. George Bell picks it up at short mid-wicket. The pads on, he's fielding close in, one of the close catches when Lyon's bowling. He's just retreated to safer ground when the seamer's on. Blatherwick loops around again. Got quite muddy trousers already, Jack Blatherwick. His shadow following him as he comes in and bowls. Again forward goes Gubbins. Drives the ball down the ground, picked up by Bailey, who comes round from mid-on. And there is no run.
So do you have willing volunteers to go in short leg at this stage of the season, or is it just whoever the captain tells the nippers to get the lid on and get on with it?
Appears to be George Bell's job when he's not keeping wicket. He tends to be in that position. Luke Wells, he's not shy of being in and around the batters, close in as well. He quite enjoys it, I think. He must be crackers as well. There's Blatherwick to Gubbins, it's left. And taken by Hurst, and there's no run. But then again, if you've got Nathan Lyon bowling on one end, you'd want to be... You'd quite fancy being in there, wouldn't you? You want to be in the action, don't you? Yeah. See what's going on. Watch the master at work.
Because there's always that when you're in short leg and someone, winds up for a slog sweep or whatever, and you duck, but you put your hands over your helmet, don't you? It's natural reaction. So, that always sends a bit of a shiver, because your helmet will protect you. You don't need your hands in front of it.
Instincts take over.
It's a natural instinct. Yeah.
Blatherwick for Lancashire balls. Gubbins drives away for 4. It's overpitched a little there. Blatherwick. Gubbins onto it in a flash. Creams it away through extra cover. 50 partnership as well, that. Gubbins moves on to 16. Vince on 28. Good responses by the two kind of senior guys in the Hampshire batting lineup. And the score now 76 for 2.
Yeah, that was a great shot. This the pitch isn't quite in the middle here. That's the shorter side of the ground, and I wouldn't say he timed it 100%, but like you say, onto it quick enough and timed it well enough.
19 to Gubbins, 28 to Vince. 50 partnership. Change of line here by Jack Blatherwick. He bowled around the wicket to Gubbins, back over the wicket now. Thuds away off the padding towards the onside. And picked up by George Bell. End of Blatherwick's second over. 76 for 2. Vince on 28, Gubbins on 19. Blatherwick 2 overs for 7. As we have 15 minutes remaining of the morning session. And good responses. Gemma by Gubbins and Vince. They've settled things down for Hampshire. I think Kevin's going to come back in.
Yeah, two senior players. Hampshire had a little trouble with the opening partnership last year, and this year we've got a brand new one with Orr and Middleton today, but Middleton will feel a little bit unlucky to have been run out in the way he did. But Gubbins and Vince now, so 50 partnership, two senior players, pulling this back into a little bit more Hampshire's favour than they were at the fall of the second wicket.
I think we're a little bit of a change around. Your headphones are going to Kevin, and you're going to come and replace me, Gemma. He's lying in around the wicket, and that's worked away by Vince for runs through extra cover out towards the boundary. He might get 4 of them. He does. Blimey, he's timed that well, hasn't he? Goodness, what a lovely shot by Vince for 4, and the score moves on to 80 for 2, and Kevin's back.
Well, good partnership between these two. Fletcher Middleton run out for 6. Ali Orr caught behind for 10. The 2 wickets that have fallen this morning. But Vincent Gubbins, the 2 top scorers in the championship last year for Hampshire, starting to get some momentum into this innings. Nathan Lyon, wicketless so far, starting his 5th over, none for 17. Bowls to Vince, men around the bat. That's turned to short leg on the bounce. It's been steady stuff this morning, Gemma.
Yeah, as it's been a classic session of first-class cricket. Lovely to see after a long winter.
Good weather as well as Lyon comes in. Vince plays forward, gets the thick outside edge, goes along the ground. I don't think it carried. It's going down to 3rd. It's gone through that slip area. And it's signalled runs, I think it is.
I think it was, yeah. I think
36.
He played that with really soft hands. I watched a lot of Kane Williamson in the winter in his test matches, and that's exactly what he does. He very rarely gets... His edges are very rarely worrying for him because he plays them with such soft hands, and I think that's what Vince did there, even though there's a first slip there.
There's a slip, there is a leg slip and a short leg for the Hampshire captain. And there's been 1 or 2 technical problems this morning, but I think most of it is sorted. There's even ground commentary now, so you can listen in real time here at the Utilita Bowl as Vince pushes forward out quietly on the offside. I don't know if you got through some emails recently, Gemma.
There were a lot about the technical problems which I mentioned, and a couple of emailed in about Nathan Lyon and almost playing for us in the COVID season.
For Hampshire, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
the season that never was.
I think it was done and dusted for a while, and then didn't happen. Vince is on the back foot, steers that behind square on the leg side. We've also got a few tweets as well. solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. So that's the email. Solent Sports is on the tweets. Come to 1 or 2 of those as Lyon comes in from that pavilion end, round the wicket to Vince, Vince gets one that's a little fuller, drives on the offside. There is a man out deep, that deep square leg, and Vince moves on to 37. He'll keep the strike, and it's 85 for 2. John Ryan at Solent Sports says, great to have cricket back. What a great day to multi-device. County cricket and the Masters. That's what days off are all for. Credit to Kevin James Acker, the Lambeth bee murderer. Well, there was a huge bee earlier, if you've only just joined us. This whacking great bee, didn't it? Flew in. Did you see it, Gemma?
I did. It was a huge bee, but you're bigger.
Well, only just.
They say pick on someone your own size.
Well, yeah. But it was a bit menacing.
Yeah.
And,
it was a big bee, to be fair.
Actually, it's disappeared. I don't know where it's gone. Oh, no, it's there.
And was being the word there.
Yeah, it was not the sort of thing you want to see first day of the season.
No.
But it's not the sort of thing you want to see any time.
And it's early in the season to be branded the Bumblebee Bully.
Yeah. We'll move on from that.
Right, Blatherwick is going to continue. I do love that name.
Do you?
It sounds very northern. Jack Blatherwick. He's bowling to Vince now. He's had a bowling to Gubbins most of last over. He's got Vince on strike at the minute as he comes in past the umpire over the wicket. And that's pitched up, and that's beautifully driven by James Vince. That's going to go through extra cover for 4 runs. Just all timing, just lent on that, just over pitch slightly. And someone like James Vince won't miss out on that.
He was actually born in Nottingham.
Well, that's north.
That's right. Well, from here it is. Quite a way. Into the side after he picked up a hamstring injury pre-season. Missed the first game.
So they've got 2 slips in place for James Vince. They've got a backward point, short extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. And he was just able to pierce that inner field with that over-pitch delivery. But Blatherwick's at the top of his mark again, next to that sawdust. As he comes in past Michael Burns. And again, that's over-pitch, but this time Vince drives, but it's an outside edge, and it's same result. It's gone for 4, but down to third man, not quite where he intended. So 8 runs off 2 balls. I'd say first one was a win for Vince, second one was a win for Blatherwick.
Yeah, there is just a little nibble there from time to time with this ball. It's been a good wicket, hasn't it? I think it's been a good toss to win on the whole. I think Vince had no choice but to bat first. Disappointed to lose Fletcher Middleton to that mix-up for that run out. Ali Orr caught behind. Good delivery there from Bailey, but on the whole, it doesn't look too bad out there for batting.
Blatherwick again, this time it's short, and Vince rocks back onto the back foot, pulls that to backward square for a single. There's a man down there on the boundary. So 9 runs off the first 3 deliveries. Gubbins on strike now. Vince moves on to 46. Hampshire 94 for 2.
I'm sure Lancashire would have batted first had they won the toss. It has been a good morning for batting, hasn't it? I mean, you expect a little bit of movement, and there has been. Tom Bailey, I thought, bowled especially well. There was a bit of nibble for Williams as well. But on the whole, you'd accept that.
Absolutely, as Blatherwick's in again. Slightly shorter run up this time to Gubbins. Full on leg stump and just worked onto the leg side for no run.
Paul Williams is listening. I know he tweeted this a little while ago. Good morning, and all the commentators from a very sunny and warm central Portugal. It's great to have cricket again and feel pretty optimistic about Hampshire's chances this season. Lancashire will be a tough test to start with. We were saying that about Durham last week, but of course never got on the field. But this is a tough little block of fixtures for Hampshire. Playing Surrey a couple of times in this. Durham twice.
Blatherwick in, and again back of a length, worked onto the leg side by Gubbins. He'll pick up a single. It's 10 off this over with 1 ball to go. Do you want to play the best teams first? You don't want to have those sort of pressures at the end of the season, do you?
No, I mean Hampshire got away with not playing Surrey. Actually, they played them twice last year, didn't they? The year before they didn't.
And obviously Surrey won it here, didn't they, last year?
Yeah. Lancashire was only once last year. Yeah, Hampshire beat them here, even though Surrey won the title.
Yep,
in the last game of the season.
They've done enough by then, and that's left alone outside off stump by James Vince. So the score is 95 for 2 off 26 overs.
What are we, 8 minutes to lunch? It's only getting 2 more, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think Hampshire are going to be pleased with this if they don't lose another one before lunch. Having won the toss, and say after those 2 wickets, these two have rebuilt really well. And if they go in around 100 for 2 at lunch, I think Hampshire will be happy with that.
So here we got Lyons going to continue. 5 overs done for 22 for the Australian. He hasn't really got any turns yet. I think he might have got 1 or 2 to straighten at best. But just looking at his field on the onside, Nathan Lyon, he just wants his mid on about 2 paces to his right. That's all. Here he is round the wicket to Gubbins. Still got 2 men close in. It's 4. Gubbins is forward. There is the silly mid off who's just doing that little bit of fielding there. There is a slip. Gubbins currently 20 not out. James Vince 46 not outs. Hampshire winning the toss, leaving out Brad Wheel out of their 12 for this game. There's Lyon again flighted, and Gubbins quietly forward plays it into the ground. So we're into the 27th over of the morning. I think we're about normal, aren't we, in terms of over rates? Nothing special. This man bowling now, of course, helps. Gubbins forward, plays it past the silly mid off this time. Very accurate Nathan Lyon, as you'd expect from a man that has taken over 500 test wickets. Was originally playing the whole season for Lancashire, and now it's just the first 7 championship matches, and that is it. So it's pushed into the ground, played behind square on the offside. I don't know if you saw some comments by Michael Clarke recently, the former Australian captain Gemma and former player here for Hampshire, who said he couldn't quite understand Australia's thinking.
I did, and Scott read it out, and I agreed with Michael Clarke personally.
Yeah. Just going back to do a pre-season Australia when he could be doing the real thing here. That's.
I just don't think there can be any substitution for playing competitive cricket.
Yeah, that's right.
But see Cricket Australia feel differently and want him back with the squad. But their next test isn't until November, I'm told.
Here's Lyon, bowls to Gubbins. That's played into the ground, out on the offside. That's the end of the over. 95 for 2.
Got about 5 or 6 minutes left until the lunch interval, so we might get another couple of overs in here. Lancashire fielders are moving around pretty quickly, and it looks like we're going to have a bowling change. No, Lyon's just striding down there. Umpire Michael Burns is in position, and I think it's going to be Blatherwick to continue. There's a few cap changes that confused me for a moment, but I think we're going to have Blatherwick from this Hilton Hotel end. Probably the last over from this end before the lunch break. We've got James Vince on strike. Hampshire 95 for 2. And he comes in over the wicket, and a good length ball just defended on the front foot by James Vince back to the bowler for no run. So we should get this over and probably 1 more for Lyon, and then that would be the lunch interval. Earlier on, Fletcher Middleton was run out by a direct hit from Balderson for 6. Ali Orr scored 10 off 42 balls before being caught behind off Bailey. And we've now got Gubbins and Vince at the crease, who have brought things back into Hampshire's favour. As Vince on strike turns that onto the leg side, and they come through for a single. 96 for 2. Vince moves on to 47. Gubbins on 20.
Apologies if you're hearing a bit of interference at the moment. I think they're still trying to work on 1 or 2 technical problems. I think we've been saying that a few times this morning already, haven't we?
There's a lot of wires going on, a lot of men walking around with reels of wires and plugging things in and twiddling things. Just all first day glitches. as that's pitched on leg stump and turned onto the leg side. Gubbins comes through for a single. Bit of a change in the field. Once again we've got the left-hand right-hand combination that we had with the opening partnership of Middleton and Orr. So each single, just a little bit of adjustment before the bowler can come in again, as Blatherick makes his way to the pile of sawdust, which has been used as a bowling marker for this innings so far. And he's in. Vince on strike, and that's back of a length outside off stump. Vince rocks back and pulls that to backward square. There is a man down there, so it's just a single. So once again the field will need to change. Hampshire 98 for 2.
Two minutes to lunch, Gemma.
I thought they might get another one in after this, but
What are we looking at? Yeah.
2 balls.
Will Lancashire just drag it out? They're having a chat.
Yeah, it's definitely dragging it out tactics now.
Yeah, I reckon Blatherick and Tom Bailey having a
There's
bit of a chat.
There's nothing to chat about now other than lunch. So that's just dragging it out.
Now Nick Gubbins is retaking his guard. 12:59 scoreboard is showing. I think this might work.
And Blatherick into Gubbins. Full ball, full and straight, and just punch back to the bowler for no run. So this could be the last over. It's up to the umpires, but possibly the last over, last ball before lunch.
Both batters are now prodding the pitch.
Just looking up at the clock, it says 12:59 on the official scoreboard. So I think the job is done. I think this will be the final ball.
Bailey's having another chat with Blatherick. Take a bit of time walking back to his mark. Oh, I mean, it's not obvious, is it? Now the field changes. We've got Gully coming out, going into mid-wicket. That will waste a few more seconds.
And Blatherick is coming in as the clock is about to tick over to 1. He comes in past the stumps, bowls on leg stump, just worked onto leg side for no run. The clock's ticked over to 1 o'clock. Hampshire are 98 for 2 off 28 overs, and the umpires are going in for lunch. Bails have come off, and that is lunch.
So 28 overs bowled by Lancashire, having lost the toss. Hampshire deciding to have a bat. James Vince finishes on 48 not out. Nick Gubbins 21 not out. These two came together when the score was on 26. That was after 50 minutes of play. Ali Orr, the second wicket to fall this morning. Got a good one from Tom Bailey, edged through to Matthew Hurst for 10. 42 balls the debutant lasted, but Fletcher Middleton was out before that after just 35 minutes of play. Both him and Orr played quite sensibly, reached 23. Didn't seem too many alarms. The ball did nip around a little bit, but nothing too extravagant. But Fletcher Middleton then was run out, a mix-up with Ollie Orr, and George Balderson throwing the stumps down. He went for 6. So there were 2 wicket takers, or just the 1 wicket taker. Tom Bailey bowled well this morning. We will leave you for the lunch interval, and we will be back with you at 20 to 2. Utilita Bowl, where we are just a minute or two away from getting underway the afternoon session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Lancashire. The state of play after the 2-hour play this morning is that Hampshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first, are 98 for 2. A partnership developing here for the third wicket between Captain James Vince, who's 48 not out, and Nick Gubbins, who's 21 not out. The two batters out this morning after 35 minutes of play. Fletcher Middleton and Ali Orr playing along quite nicely. 1 or 2 balls nipped around, as you'd expect with a new ball, but it didn't look too gross out there. But then there was a mix-up between the two youngsters. Fletcher Middleton pushing it out into the covers, running, asking for a single, and it appeared that Ali Orr wasn't as convinced and stood his ground, and Fletcher Middleton went quite a long way down the pitch, turned, but was unable to beat the direct throw of George Balderson. He went for 6, that was 23 for 1, and then after just 50 minutes of play this morning, Ali Orr, who played quite neatly for his 10, edged a very good delivery from seamer Tom Bailey behind to Matthew Hurst. 10 of 42 balls for the debutant, that was 26 for 2, and it's the two old stagers out there that have got Hampshire back into their first innings. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later from BBC Lancs and BBC Manchester, it will be Scott Reed. We've also got the analyst Simon Hughes with us as well, so we'll have a little more stint from him. But to take you through this first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and former Hampshire women's player Gemma Green, who's going to do the first over. Gemma, if you'd like to.
Can do, Kev. I had quite a busy lunchtime. I had shepherd's pie, and then I did a bit of third umpiring down in the concourse.
Third umpiring?
I did, yeah. I was. It's school holidays still, obviously, so we've got a few kids in and around, and there's loads of cricket going on. And I just happened to be walking by as there was a big shout for LB. Mum was standing umpire, gave it out. Kid referred it, and I'll come back to that in a minute. I was coming Vince on strike, and that's clipped off the legs for a single to backward square leg.
So we've got Tom Bailey back into the attack, taking over from Nathan Lyon, who bowled 6 overs before lunch for 22. Tom Bailey bowled impressively this morning, as he always does. 8 overs, 1 for 18.
Yes, it was a big shout, biggest shout of the morning at this ground. Mum gave it out, and he sort of did the T sign and looked at me as I was walking by, and I said there was no reason to overrule Mum, there was nothing concrete enough, so I had to uphold the decision, but I let him keep his referral. So yeah, busy lunchtime. In around the wicket, 2 Gubbins, and worked onto the leg side for a dot ball.
So you haven't been off duty?
No. That was pressure. That was a high pressure situation to put me in, just as I was walking back. But it's great to see the kids down there. There was loads of mini games going on.
There's a few here because we're still in the Easter holidays, aren't we?
We are, and downstairs in the hotel here, the room at the bottom, there's a room called the ballroom, which is aptly named today because there's some kind of like Strictly Come Dancing for children going on.
Oh.
I've seen all the sort of cummerbunds and the sequin dresses and things. So.
Okay.
Yeah, there's all sorts going on down here. Again, round the wicket, left outside the off stump by Nick Gubbins.
It's a hive of activity around. It's not a bad crowd. Day one for the championship. It's probably about what you expect here. Just dotted around. There's a few more around the Hampshire dressing room. You can see what's ahead of us, about 1 o'clock, but dotted around the ground. I don't know what they get here on a single day. I should know by now. 1,500 or so, maybe, just under.
Yeah, there's definitely a good coverage. Actually, to our right, as he comes in again, bowled by Tom Bailey and left alone outside the off stump by Nick Gubbins. It's that first home game of the season, and people have been inside all winter waiting for this. They've had their membership cards ready to go since the winter, and it's the first time to get out, and it's a really pleasant day given the weather we've had.
It's nice.
I'm here in a t-shirt now, which I didn't think would
Yeah,
happen.
well, yeah, very impressed.
Can't complain. Was it cold up in Durham as well as obviously wet?
It wasn't actually.
And Bailey in, and this time it's pushed off the back foot onto the offside, but still for no run.
Surprisingly, no. In fact, if anything, it was probably a similar temperature to this, maybe a fraction colder, but the temperature wasn't the issue. In fact, rain wasn't the issue during the day. It was just rain in the evening. So when you turned up at the ground the next day, it was just as wet as it was before, and it doesn't dry very well because the river, is it the River Wharf? Yeah, it runs along the bottom of the ground. Table high, water table high. I experienced that in '97 when we didn't play a 4-day game at all, so it's not unusual.
And he comes in this time once again, left alone outside the off stump. There's an ooh and an ah from Slips as that nipped away a little bit, but unscathed. And at the end of the over, Hampshire 99 for 2, just a single off that.
9 overs, 1 for 19 for Tom Bailey. But yeah, I think we all came into this game expecting to play all, if not most, of the 4 days. It certainly feels, just driving in this morning, it felt like a cricket day, didn't it?
It did. Well, when you were up in Durham last week, I was in Spain. So every day I looked on the app, saw that, match was abandoned for the day or whatever, and put my phone away and carried on with the sun. So,
yes, you were out there with a local cricket club, weren't you?
I was, yeah. We were out there to defend our title, pre-season tournament, to get ready for the season ahead.
Hursley Ladies, near Winchester.
Yeah.
Play in the National League South, is it?
Yes, southwest. Yeah.
No, Southwest.
No, southeast. Sorry, I'm not very good at geography.
Well, we're right on that border, aren't we? Really. I mean, some leagues for some sports teams is southeast, some is southwest, and it's just say south.
Yeah, we are in the middle. No, we play towards the east, so a lot of Kent and London-based teams.
Will Williams is back into the attack, bungling from the same end he bowled this morning with his right arm paces, but with the keeper standing up as Vince turns that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Bowled tidily this morning, Will Williams, 5 overs, 2 maidens, done for 3. He got the ball just to nip a little bit. He was bowling round the wicket to the left-hander Ali Orr, and just getting the ball to straighten a little bit off the pitch, which did cause Orr 1 or 2 concerns.
And he just kept hitting that great length, didn't he? From ball 1 really, but for that whole session he bowled, he just gave away nothing. I think he went for 3. Yeah, 3 off his 5 overs.
Yeah, very accurate stuff. Comes in again, runs away from us, driven by Vince into the ground, fielded by the bowler on his follow through. Score remains on 99 for 2. Just a reminder, Hampshire win the toss this morning, electing to bat first. Hampshire leaving out Brad Wheel, seamer Brad Wheel, from the 12 that was announced before the game. Same 12 that was announced before the game at Durham, but of course we never got to the final 11. And Lancashire, from their last game against Surrey, have omitted Tom Hartley and Tom Aspinwall and brought in Jack Blatherwick and George Bell. Here's Williams bowls, length ball, Vince well forward, bat and pad nicely close together, that's good to see.
Wicket-keeper Matthew Hurst coming up to the stumps again. We saw it earlier to George Balderson, but he's come up for Williams now. Just making sure that Vince can go nowhere.
He's not really a player that walks into his shots anyway, really.
No.
I know 1 or 2 do, but he doesn't. But you're right, it just, as a batter, you just feel somebody a little bit closer than you'd like, don't you, when the keeper's standing up. Williams again then. Right arm over and bowls down the leg side, fractionally down the leg side, and there's a half century for James Vince to start the season. That bodes well. 50 off 62 deliveries with 6 fours, and he's played nicely, and there's been 1 or 2 of those trademark extra cover drives mixed in that innings as well. Good start for the man that finished top of the run charts for Hampshire last year in this competition, 2007. The man who's alongside him finished 2nd for Hampshire, 969. Just going on that, it's fair to say they are the 2 main batters in the side, although Liam Dawson, in a final performance last season, finished with 840. Here's Williams round the wicket. Shaw pulled away off the front foot by Nick Gubbins, keeps it down well. Good controlled shot there from the 30-year-old. Moves on to 22.
Yeah, this is a great battle at the minute actually, because 2 bowlers, Bailey and Williams, are Lancashire's top wicket takers last year, against Gubbins and Vince, Hampshire's top run scorers.
Yes.
So the 2 best versus the 2 best.
Well, I've got 1 or 2 things just to mention here. Well, Rob, who's part of the Hampshire media team here, he's here. I'll just read this out because he'll probably be be interested to know. Vince is on the back foot, steers that into the ground, fielded at gully. Neil Prowse has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, did you guys know the radio has become crackly since you did the commentary change over just before lunch? Yes, we did, and Rob's working on it very hard at the moment. So there is in-ground commentary available for this season. Rob has been up there since before lunch and is still here working on things. So just bear with everybody. Because whilst there's been tests going on, it's amazing when you actually do things for real, how it doesn't perform anything like it does when I came up here to test 1 or 2 things a week ago, and for some reason 1 or 2 things haven't been quite the same. It's bizarre. Fortunately, we're not engineers, and we leave that to the experts.
Okay, Tom Bailey into Gubbins. That's pushed him to the offside for no run. Bowling round the wicket, keeper stood back.
So thank you for that email, soniccricket@gmail.com. Several of you emailed this morning. Thank you for that. Obviously, mainly about 1 or 2 of the problems, but hopefully they're being ironed out slowly but surely, and we'll be okay. But of course, you can still pick up the commentary via the BBC Sport website and app. That's slightly changed. It foxed myself and Scott Reed this morning because there's a slightly different way of finding it.
Bailey, a good length ball just pushed back to him. Another dot ball. As Bailey kicks that onto the stumps near the umpire.
So basically, if you go on to the live text feed, I'm just doing it as I speak. So if you want to go on the BBC Sport website to listen to commentary, you go on the live text feed, the live games, and then just under the 5 Sports Extra icon, it says live reporting or watch and listen. You click on watch and listen, and there all the games come up and you can choose.
Bailey in past umpire Russell Warren, and that's a full pitch delivery that Gubbins just works onto the leg side for no run.
We're also, of course, on the Hampshire Cricket website, which the commentary and the pictures are going on the YouTube site, so you can pick things up from there. Hopefully Rob is working. You can tell, isn't he, Rob's? The voice in the background, you can hear is Rob talking to 1 or 2 people, trying to get the in-ground commentary to work crystal clear.
So Bailey in again, and once again he's on the money, giving absolutely nothing away. Gubbins can just push that back down the wicket for no run.
So soniccricket@gmail.com or @SonatSport on the tweets or X. And we will get through as many as we can. We did miss a few out here early on. This is from Gene P. Oh no, sorry, that's from somewhere else. Sorry, no, that's a different tweet altogether. Forget that one.
Bailey's in again. It's full and driven by Gubbins. They will pick up a single here, as that's driven to extra cover. Move on to 102. I won't ask what tweet that was. Just
no, it was to another part of an output, which I almost claimed for us, but nothing to do with us. This is a good stand, isn't it now? What's it? It was worth 72 at lunch. It's now worth 76 for the 3rd wicket.
So umpire bowler Bailey is going back over the wicket to the right hand of James Vince. The 2 slips move across. And he's in and bowls, and once again just hits that spot where Vince can do nothing but push that back. They've got 1 out either side for Vince, whereas they had 2 on the leg side out for Gubbins, just protecting that trademark shot of the extra cover drive that Vince plays. But that's the end of the over. Hampshire 102 for 2. I'm just going to clear my throat.
Yes, I was going to say. Yeah, came slightly wide of the crease there. Tom Bailey for that final delivery, trying to angle it in, trying to find some sort of angle between inside edge and pad of Vince. But one thing he has done very well this morning, actually, James Vince, when he's come forward, that bat and pad have been very close together. I think there's been 1 streaky drive of his this morning, wasn't there, really? That
Off line, wasn't it?
Yeah, went sort of through that sort of gully 3rd slip area, but other than that he's been very tight. Here's another man that's been very tight with his technique this morning and this afternoon is Nick Gubbins, who's going to face the next over from Will Williams. He comes in bowl short. Gubbins pulls away, it's in the air, but it's safe. He got right underneath that one. It was a top edge. There is a man out there for the hook behind square on the leg side, but it is a big outfield away to our left. And fortunately for Gubbins, because he didn't try and hit it too hard, the ball didn't travel too far, but that was a mistake.
So this frog in my throat's not going to help listeners with the crackle. We'll just get the technology sorted and they'll think there's still a problem.
Now the commentators are starting.
We're crackling.
Yeah. Hampshire move on to 103 for 2 here at the Utilita Bowl as Williams comes over the wicket. Vincent's off the back foot, steers that through point. That'll be 4. Too much width there from Williams. And the ball just stood up there waiting to be hit. Still had to be put away, but Vince seemed to have all the time in the world to do so.
Yeah, that's a rare bit of width we've seen for Williams today, who's been on the money. But Vince isn't going to miss out on something like that.
You're right, actually. It's probably the first really bad ball he's bowled. His figures suggest that as well. He's conceded 10. That includes that 4. And he's into his 7th over. He's been very, very accurate indeed. As Gemma says earlier, one of the other main wicket takers in this Lancashire side picked up 39 last year, behind Bailey's 50. Forward is Vince, that's better. That's the line and the length that Williams wants to bowl and has been bowling by and large. I can't help thinking, just looking at those stats, where that may be where Lancashire would be looking to improve this year, because, and I know Hampshire have sort of talked about this for the last 3 or 4 years really, where you've got one bowler taking 50 wickets, you really do need another one to be backing that up. Is 39 behind 50 really, you know, where you want to be? I would say Lancashire would say not, as that's pushed out square on the offside and there's no run, and Hampshire found that really, because there was Fidel Edwards and Kyle Abbott, but you know, Kyle Abbott was sort of, you know, the main sort of strike bowler, and they were struggling to find somebody to back that up. And of course then Mohammed Abbas came along, and then so we still got the 2 with Fidel as well, but if you're going to seriously challenge for the title, you need 3, and Hampshire found that with Barker.
Yeah.
So you had 3 bowlers around that 50 wicket mark, although Barker fell away last year, was injured as well. Let's nip back, good leave, there's a good delivery as well. I don't think Vince would have known that would have nipped back once it hit the seam, but Williams was walking back with his hands on his head. So yeah, so Hampshire have 3, although with Barker sort of falling away with 20 last year, you then had Dawson with 49 who made 3, but Lancashire lack that. They need another backup, don't they?
Yeah, we were spoiled a bit last year with Dawson, just because he seemed to offer something with the bat or ball, whatever was required. I mean, he had a phenomenal season all round, but yeah, when we needed runs he got those, when we needed wickets he got those, and there's not many sides that have that.
Inside edge onto the pad there as Vince tried to turn that away on the leg side. Looks a little bit disappointed that not more of the ball hit the bat. And that is the end of the over. 107 for 2 then, Hampshire, having been 98 for 2 at lunch. So no wickets since the break, and Vince has moved from 48 to 54 and Gubbins from 21 to 24. Yeah, it makes a huge difference, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons why Nathan Lyon was signed, to try and get somebody up around that, although of course his stint has been cut short, which, well, if he got 50 wickets in 7 games he'll have done well. Didn't get any in the first one, although they hardly played.
So Tom Bailey to Nick Gubbins, and that's wide outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Gubbins. I can sort of empathise with the guy that emailed in earlier saying he didn't think he'd be in his 40s and still not see Hampshire win a championship title, and I'm in exactly the same position as him, without giving away the exact age. But it's just a bit of worry, because our main players are not the youngest, and if we don't pick up that title this year or next, it's going to be another development sort of period for Hampshire, you feel. As Tom Bailey comes in again outside off stump, Gubbins leaves that alone.
I would say certainly this year. Yeah, definitely this year. We've had 3 years of Barker, Abbott and Abbas. I think many felt that one of those years it would happen. It's come close,
Yep.
Hasn't yet. Could this really be the final year? You're right. Of Hampshire having a realistic chance.
Yeah, we've got ourselves into a position with about 3 games to go the last couple of seasons as Bailey comes in, and that's wide outside the off stump again, this time driven by Gubbins into the covers for a single. Yeah, we've got ourselves into a decent position with about 3 games to go and just left a little bit too much to do, or relied on other results and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good running in the end, but you're right, it was the mid-season block that didn't quite work out.
Which is the period when many players are playing different formats, or if they're not playing different formats, they're having big periods of rest. So it's a sort of unsettled part of the championship calendar. Vince on strike, Bailey over the wicket. Comes in that short and attempted pull by Vince. I think he gave up on it in the end, pulled out of it, but it's just gone through to the keeper for a dot ball.
Yeah, and conversely, Lancashire, I mean, 5th they're a better side than 5th. I know they drew quite a few games last year, and I know weather sometimes doesn't help and what have you, and they did beat Hampshire up at Southport last year. But probably one of the reasons why Glenn Chappell has gone. Yeah, head coach. Dale Benkenstein, formerly a head coach here.
Yep.
And at Gloucestershire, a new head coach.
And again, banged in just back of a length, and Vince works that onto the leg side. There's no run there.
And it was nice. I was actually here yesterday lunchtime when the Lancashire team arrived. And off the coach stepped Dale Benkenstein and Craig White, another former Hampshire head coach. So it was nice to have a quick chat with him, and they arrived yesterday lunchtime.
Dale Benkenstein's son plays, doesn't he?
Plays for Essex.
Essex, yeah.
I think he was with England under-19s in the winter.
Yes, he was in the World Cup, yeah. Comes in and it's just tucked onto Vince's leg side. They come through for a single, and that should finish the over. And Hampshire are 109 for 2.
Got an email here from Peter Chapman. Afternoon to you, Peter. solentcricket@gmail.com. I say it's slow because about 3 years ago up in Liverpool, I was told that I said the email address too fast for our northern friends. They didn't understand me, so I'm saying it slower. solentcricket@gmail.com, which is fair enough. Peter Chapman says, it's great to see some live cricket, you're right, and to see Vince going well. Fingers crossed that I don't, he says blog him, that's obviously a saying for jinx, I suppose. Peter's in Penzance, a regular emailer.
If you said it too fast for them to understand, how did they message you to tell you said it
Well,
too
there
fast
you
for them to understand?
Gemma, there you go. Now that's a debate. Williams bowls off the back foot. Vince steers that into the gap square on the offside. Vince moves on to 56, 110 for 2 now. Hampshire, we're into the 34th over of their first innings here on day 1 at the Utilita Bowl, newly named. You have to forget the old name and the new one in situ. We'll get used to that. I think I haven't made a faux pas yet with it. You haven't. We're on message. We're all right.
So far, so good.
Yeah. Williams switches to round the wicket to the left-hander, as he has done earlier against Orr. That's on the line of leg stump. Gubbins works that to mid-wicket with Tom Bailey fields. And the sunshine is trying to break through a little stronger. Still a little breeze, as you can probably hear. When's your first? Are you playing this year, Gemma?
Yes.
When's your first game?
Our first game is 28th of April.
For Hursley?
For Hursley against Anstey.
That's in Sussex, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Williams again round the wicket, bowls. Gubbins leaves alone. Late decision. He's just outside off stump.
I may have the opportunity to represent Hampshire again. They're trying to get an over 40s Hampshire women's team together.
Oh, are they?
So pending success and pending selection, etc., I might have broken my 22-year break from county cricket.
Wow.
But yeah, we'll have to see. There's a T20 day, which we never played when I played for Hampshire, wasn't a thing, and going to be a 40 over game.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's good. So, I suppose I'll come back to that in a moment. Williams runs away from us again, right arm over, bowls straight to Gubbins, who pushes that up towards mid-on. So I suppose a county over 40 women's team is probably systematic really of the way the women's game is going, that there are so many playing now that you can actually start to bring in and introduce other teams.
Yeah, I think that's the key, is it's sort of chicken and egg, because you need to get a team together, but then you need another team to play. So yeah, obviously men's have had over 40s, 50s and 60s, 70s, etc. for a while, and so it's great that they're trying to get it started. But yeah, it's very much a testing season this year, and I think they're sort of going to bring a few counties that are bordering each other together for a day and see like who's basically still, playing and
Like it.
have you. So yeah, it should be good fun.
Oh, good luck. Out of retirement. Williams again. Pass to Gubbins. Another length ball there, which Gubbins quietly pushes to Bailey at mid-wicket this time. I think Williams was close to running on the pitch there. It looked like on his follow-through he was having to really be sure that he kept off. In fact, Vince is just prodding one or two of the areas where he thinks that Williams encroached.
If I do get to play, I very much want to be called Kiddo, because I've been the oldest in my team for decades now, and I could potentially be the youngest in the over 40s.
Oh, how nice
and
that
I
would
will
be.
relish that.
Oh, how nice that would be. I'm sure. As Williams comes in and bowls and Gubbins pushes forward out to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. Williams has completed 8, none for 11. Usual miserly self, just that one boundary conceded early on after lunch. A short wide ball to Vince, which he cracked away through the offside for 4 runs. Other than that, hasn't put a foot wrong. Williams just hasn't picked up a wicket. 110 for 2. Well, yes, being the must be
Unless they send me fine leg to fine leg like you do with the nippers, I won't be loving it then.
You can't do that in over 40 level, can
Well, I don't know. It's all new.
I'd like to be called, even if I played for the Hampshire over 60s, I'm not sure I'd be the youngest. That's a bit of a worry. So I won't be doing that. I have said this before, but I remember a few years back when I did some coaching in the indoor cricket centre behind the pavilion there, and the Hampshire over 60s were practising. I thought, really? Wow. I thought, jeez, they looked awesome.
Right, we've got bowling change at the pavilion end. Nathan Lyons coming back into the attack. Vince is on strike, and they're going with the same plan. They had it just before lunch when Lyon was bowling. That's a leg slip and a short leg, with Nathan Lyon bowling round the wicket to Vince. And again, it's on. Oh, and this time it's worked. We're just saying about the plan. He's bowled it on leg stump, and Vince has turned that straight into the hands of the leg slip, who before the break was Tom Bruce. Just trying to get confirmation that it's still the same guy, but we said earlier he must have had a plan, and well, Vince fell straight into that. That was catching practice, if nothing else. So Vince will go for 56. Caught Bruce, bowled Lyon.
Well, that's a blow. That's a big wicket for Lancashire. It's a blow for Hampshire.
That is a huge blow, and Vince was playing that shot time and time again before the break, but either into the ground or splitting those two fielders to get a single down to fine leg. But this time, yeah, he just steered it straight into the hands, so he'll be disappointed with that.
So that was a partnership. They came together at 26, so 80. Gemma,
Yeah.
what's your maths like?
Average.
Hang on, right, I should have worked it out before.
84.
84, yeah. Yeah, 84 run partnership. Thank you.
So
Well,
Tom Prest is going to join Gubbins at the crease.
Tom Packer has emailed, just while we wait for him to walk, because he's not even over the rope yet. soniccricket@gmail.com says Tom is under the heading saying the email name too fast. So Tom says, just thought I'd get in touch to let you know the slower email address reading is much appreciated by me. I knew there'd be one. I spent all last year whenever Lancashire played Hampshire thinking you were saying sonofcricket@gmail.com, which I thought was very odd. There you go. I knew there'd be somebody that would pick me up on that.
Your southern twang.
No.
He says he thought you were saying son of cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird. Anyway, solentcricket@gmail.com. Now, Tom Prest, this is a big season for him.
Okay.
Right. There we go. It's a big season for him. We'll leave it at that.
I was
and
waiting
we'll
for a
watch it.
follow-up question.
Well, I was allowing you to sort of expand, but
Apologies.
no, not at all.
So Lyon into Prest. And again, he's gone for the same plan. It's on leg stump, and Prest turns that away, times it nicely down to backward square for a single.
Okay, let me fill that in. The reason I think that it's a big season for Tom Prest, he's 21. We know he's a good player, but he just seemed to take a little time to sort of settle into Championship cricket. Got a very good 100 at Essex in that unbelievable win, penultimate game of the season at Chelmsford. Hampshire don't win there, and hopefully that has settled him down.
Line round the wicket to Gubbins, and he cuts that just behind square. Another single. I'm just happy to see. I think, I haven't got my binoculars with me, but I think he might have lost the mullet. Have you seen him round
I
about?
think you're right. I think I saw him on pre-season press day, and I didn't look. I mean, I wasn't looking at him particularly hard, but I think you're right. I think it has gone. Yes. Can't tell under the helmet, of course, from here, but
I think that's the best season preparation you can do when you've got a mullet, is lose that. Lyon in and full and straight and pushed back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, he had 9 innings last year, 173 runs at 21, and that included the 100. So yeah, he started off very scratchy when he started to get a chance. Hopefully that innings settled him down.
Line in, and that's worked onto the leg side for no run. It's a big transition because he did really well with was it the under 21s or under 19s? Not sure what the
England under 19.
What the England
he was captain there.
Yeah, was it 19s or 21s? I'm not sure.
Under 19.
And he was doing really well with that, but it's a big change to a full season of Championship cricket, batting at that number 4 or 5 spot. Comes in and drives that to mid-off and no run. That's the end of the over. Hampshire 112 for 3 off 35.
Yeah, we know he can play white ball cricket. Seen him score runs, enough runs to suggest that he can play that. It's just the Championship, and I know Hampshire were very keen to get him in last year and had 1 or 2 opportunities early season which he didn't take, and then towards the end of the season where he got a few more, again it just took a little time, but yeah, that 100 at Essex, super innings. And I remember Vince and Dawson playing very big innings in the second innings against Essex there, setting up the win. Yeah, terrific contest, that one. Paul Williams has tweeted at Sonat Sport. He says, I think Liam Dawson's fitness is key to our season. I think we do not have anyone to fill the gap if he gets injured. He balances the team.
Yeah, don't disagree with that.
Will Williams to continue from our commentary in the hotel end. 8 overs, none for 11. Not giving too much away here as he comes round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins gets one that he cuts away, plays it late, goes to backward a point. Just use the pace of the ball rather than hit it firmly, so it doesn't quite reach the rope, although that's the shorter of the 2 boundaries away to our right. The late Shane Warne stand. It doesn't say the late Shane Warne stand, it just says the Shane Warne stand, but you know what I mean.
Great.
Yeah. 114 for 3, Hampshire having won the toss this morning. Fletcher Middleton for 6, Ali Orr for 10, the 2 wickets that fell before lunch. Middleton run out, mix up with Orr. As Williams bowls short, Gubbins pulls that away, plays that better this time, hits it into the ground as it goes to backward of square leg, and Gubbins moves on to 30, or edged through to keeper Hurst off Bailey for 10. Those are the 2 wickets this morning, and then James Vince in the previous over to Nathan Lyon, just trying to turn him away on the leg side and got picked up at leg slip by Tom Bruce, the Kiwi, who's one of the overseas players for Lancashire.
I wonder which cricketer's got the most stands or ends or whatever named after them in the world. Because it feels like there's quite a few Shane Warne things, whether it's a stand or an end or...
I presume there's one in
Melbourne,
yeah. So he'll have 2. That's nicely turned by Prest towards mid-wicket. Only be a single though. Prest moves on to 2. I saw an article on the BBC Sport website that Essex have renamed their 2 ends.
Okay.
The Alistair Cook end and the Graham Gooch end. They used to be the Hayes Close end and the River end. and I can't remember which way round it is, but one of them is now Sir Alistair Cook, and was Graham Gooch knighted as well? I can't remember.
Sir Graham Gooch. Sounds right.
I'll have to look that up actually. Certainly Alistair Cook was, as Williams comes round the wicket to Gubbins, forward. Pushes that out towards extra cover. So I'm looking for Sir Graham Gooch. I'm not sure actually, as I'm writing it. Oh yeah, OBE. Does that make him a Sir?
No.
It doesn't, does it?
No. You get OBE, MBE, CBE, and a knighthood.
Right.
Maybe not in that order,
No.
but
So
4
he's
different awards.
He's just a Commonweal Garden OBE.
Yeah. We've all got one of them, haven't we?
There's Williams again. Again, it's in that nice channel. As Gubbins plays that out on the offside.
There used to be a player for Solent. He's actually one of the executives at Essex now, Dan Feist. But they used
Yes,
to
I
call,
know. He's works on the. He's like stadium.
Yeah, they used to call him
director.
OBE because he had one big eyebrow. Just joined. So when he was a student, that was his nickname.
We see him this year. I'll tell him that. Does he know that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, right.
Well, I'm saying that with confidence, but
Here's Williams again to Gubbins, who push drives at that one, goes out to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. I think you've got a break here, Gemma. Yeah, it's going to be Scott Reed. See, Scott Reed, he's had so many breaks already. He loves coming here because he knows that he gets a lot of time off, and he's already pushing it. He thinks he should have more. Gemma will be back a bit later. Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, who's looking forward to playing for the Hampshire women over 40s. Who would have thought that a few years ago, that a county would have an over 40s women's team? I wonder if you'll play Lancashire. I wonder if they're a progressive county. They might have be a bit of a trip to play a game or so, but I'm sure that one or two other counties are yet geared up for that. But I'm sure that's only a matter of time as Nathan Lyon comes round the wicket to Prest. He's got 2 on the leg side catching here as Prest moves forward, and there's no run. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
Well, the plan worked, didn't it, for Nathan Lyon? We saw that before lunch, and he's continued after lunch with this kind of leg side trap in place. He's stuck with it, and he's got his reward.
Yeah, comes in again and bowls. Prest just pushes that a little stronger to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, well, you can see why he's taken so many test wickets. I mean, if this pitch was turning now, I mean, he's not bowled a bad ball, is he? And he's into his 8th over. You wouldn't expect a bad ball. He's gone for 24, but he's getting no help out of this pitch at all. He's having to work for everything. So it's pushed to mid-wicket. There's no run. Have you spoken to him yet?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I spoke to him about 2 days before the season started, because he arrived with Lancashire on kind of the Wednesday of the season starting on the Friday.
Round the wicket again to Prest, a little quicker. Prest forward, plays it back to the bowler.
And at that point, we knew that his spell with Lancashire had been reduced from the full season down to 7 of the first 9 games, and he was pretty disappointed with it, as he said in the interview.
I was going to say, was it you that he said those things to as that's pushed back to the bowler?
Well, I don't know who else he spoke to, but I think he probably said it to the Britain media as well.
Okay.
But I asked him about it, and he said, "Look, I'm really disappointed. I was looking forward to being here for the entire summer."
I think there's 1 or 2 counties that weren't too disappointed as Prest pushes that to mid-wicket. I mean, I think if I knew he was coming up and it was a turning wicket, like if you knew you were going to Old Trafford, I mean, it's going to help him a little bit, isn't it? What's the point otherwise? I'd be thinking, where am I going to score my runs off him? It's not easy. It wouldn't be easy, would it? No. That was a maiden over as well. 116 for 3.
He's come across with his wife and his young daughter, so I think the idea was that he was going to be kind of committed to the whole summer, and it would be a really good experience for him, not just him but his family as well. I was saying to Gemma before, there were some really interesting comments online from Michael Clark, who was quite critical of the Cricket Australia's decision to alter it from the full season to 7 games. And Michael Clark was saying, I don't understand the point. It makes no sense. What Australia don't play a Test match until November, so what's he going to do for the 3 or 4 months in between? Michael Clark was saying he's better off playing and bowling.
Yeah.
But one of those things. It's disappointing from a county cricket point of view, but I suppose while he's here, Lancashire will try and squeeze every last bit out of him.
Definitely. He's 36 years of age now, which I suppose for a spinner is, I suppose if you keep yourself fit, that's not too bad, is it, really? Maybe they were a bit worried that, you know, a full season of county cricket, everybody knows that is quite hard work.
Well, he said that. He said his feedback was that they wanted to try and prolong his international career, and they felt like a full season county cricket would hamper that a bit. Williams from around the wicket bowls a short ball to Gubbins, who crouches underneath it, and there's no run. The field's quite interesting here. This might tell us quite a bit about potentially how this pitch and what this ball is doing at the minute, because Lancashire have set a really strong leg side field. They've got fine leg, they've got a backward square leg, a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, and two short mid wickets. So it's not very subtle at the minute, Lancashire's plan, is it? It appears they've got this strategy in place. There's a third man, there's a point and an extra cover as well. Williams past the umpire, ball's short again. Ball barely gets up in truth. Gubbins crouches underneath it and through to Matty Hurst, and there's no run.
It's an interesting line of attack because he's not the quickest. So I think you can, as a batter, you wouldn't worry too much if it was dug in. But with the field that's set, if you are going to pull the delivery, then of course you've got to think about it a little bit more, and sometimes actually that's, as a batter, that's not always something you want to be doing. He's actually thinking about it too much. He's already had one top edge off a short delivery to Williams, which I think if he'd had this field now would have been actually resulting in a dismissal.
I've got a forward short leg in place as well. Williams bowls short again, but wide of off stump and through to Hurst. Not particularly a tactic we see that often off Williams when he's bowling. I can barely recall a situation where Williams has bowled to a field like this. It's not necessarily his strength, it's not what gets him his wickets, but maybe a nature of where we're at. I know it's only day one and we're only 38 overs in, but with this Kookaburra ball, maybe there's just not doing a great deal out there, and he's spotted this strategy. Slip in place now. Williams bowls again to Gubbins short. Again he ducks underneath it, and he bends his knees, leans back. He's not really getting underneath it. He's just kind of swaying back, allowing it to go through to the keeper. And again, there's no run.
Yes, he's sort of ballooning a little bit at Gubbins rather than with any pace. But he's getting it high, which means if Gubbins does go for the shot, then he has to make sure he knows exactly what he's doing. He's played it well since that top edge, played it down into the ground. Of course, he's only got to make one mistake, but then having said that, the field has changed again, which would suggest that Williams may be pitching the ball up a little bit more straight.
Yeah, she has short straight mid-wicket where Bailey is now. He's pitched up a little bit more by Williams, and Gubbins kind of rocks back and tries to work it to the leg side. It flicks out towards extra cover, and there's no run. 116 for 3. Gubbins 29. One ball left of the over for Will Williams. His 10th of the day. He's gone for just 15 runs so far. He's seen Lyon pick up his first wicket for Lancashire. He's bowling from the pavilion end. Williams running away from the hotel end, around the wicket to Gubbins, forward in defence. And there's no run. Solid stuff by Williams. As I say, I'm not sure that's necessarily kind of playing to his strengths in particular, but he's done a pretty admirable job there. It's a maiden over as well from Williams. 10 overs, 3 maidens for 15 runs.
Well, I think what it does show, Scott, is that with a Kookaburra ball in your hands, you have to think a little differently. You have to think outside the box. I don't see Will Williams bowl. Hits the deck, hits the seam, and does all right. But of course, it's a little different with a Kookaburra. You've got to think a little bit, and he's bowling in a way, I should imagine, is a little bit a way that he doesn't normally do.
Definitely, it's not what we've seen from Williams. Interestingly, he has bowled a lot with the Kookaburra ball in New Zealand.
Okay, of course he would do, yeah. Lyon bowls, there's a reverse sweep there from Prest, and he gets that. Not sure it was quite out of the middle of the bat, but he gets it out enough for it to go for 4 runs.
It was in the air, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Try a catch with Bailey just backward of square. He's worked it pretty nicely, hasn't he?
Good improvisation.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
I don't think Lyon will mind too much.
No.
Press moves on to 6, 120 for 3. I've got an email here from Mick Bicknell, which is rather worrying from my point of view, which will become apparent.
I like it already.
I know you like. That's why I said it, because I know you like that. Any email that now that's gone finer, and that's a better shot, and that's gone for 4. Another reverse sweep there from Prest. I think this time Lakeland Line might have to think about a slight change in the field. We'll wait and see. So Mick Bicknell says, any chance of getting Simon Hughes back on commentary this afternoon, please? Yes, he is. He's back in about 25 minutes' time. Also, many thanks for explaining your email address more clearly for the new season. Now, I've always said that it's for people in the north that obviously couldn't understand me. Mick is from Bournemouth, which is rather worrying. So people in Bournemouth can't understand me.
We've no chance, have we?
So thank you for that, Mick. Maybe he's somebody that's moved to Bournemouth.
Could be that. Yeah. Lancastrian relocated to Bournemouth.
Yeah, that's what we put. That's what I'm putting it down to.
Must be that.
Yeah,
it could be no other thing.
No. Here comes line again from that pavilion end. Length ball which Prest plays conventionally to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Score remains on 124 for 3. Prest is into double figures now. Gubbins at the other end is on 29. As Lyon bowls round the wicket again, flighted. Prest works that to mid-wicket once more. And there is no run. Pauline Toop has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. I'll come to the end of the over because there's 2 more balls of this and I'll read it out because there's a few lines in this one. Talking about England under-19s earlier, as Pauline has emailed about that, as Prest works that on the 45. That's a good diving stop. From Keaton Jennings, number 1. I always think that's a brave player to put number 1 on your shirt. Well, he's a good player. Last ball of this over from Lyon, he's 9th. Bowls, slower ball, Prest works that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Pauline says, if you have not realised, there are I'm getting some stick already. There are 2 players from the under-19 team who were runners-up to India in the 2022 World Cup, 1 on each team. Both Tom Prest and George Bell played, and if Tom Aspinwall comes on as the Lancashire 12th, because he's left out of this game, that will make 3. Prest was captain and Bell was the keeper, and considering that James Rue, another keeper, and Rian Ahmed have also made good starts in first-class cricket, that Indian team must have been exceptional to defeat the England lads. I agree. That was in the West Indies, wasn't it? A Lancashire fan, says Pauline. Thank you, Pauline.
Great observation. It's nice to see kind of that crop of players who have obviously played well at international level at that age group. Firstly, get given a chance, which is not always the easiest thing to get, and also taking those opportunities. The players that have been mentioned there have all had a really, really good start to their professional careers.
Especially Rue. Made loads of outstanding.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
He got a double 100 against us in the Championship last year.
He got 2 against Lancashire as well, 200s against Lancashire last season.
Really?
Yeah, he's had a fantastic start to his career, hasn't he? It's nice that, isn't it, when you look around all the county teams. As Bailey replaces Williams, starts with a fullish ball to Gubbins, who's forward in defence and there's no run. You like that kind of balance of younger players, and you want. I mean, Lyon's in the team, and we've obviously I've talked a lot about Lyon. It's understandable, you know, he's one of the greats, isn't he? But he also equally is excited to see that blend of international experience and longevity in the county game with those that want it, that are starting out. To Gubbins, just worked off the pads, just threw square leg for a single. He moves on to 30, 125 for 3 now.
Yeah, definitely. That's the mark of a good side, isn't it? And the mark of a good side moving forward that can replenish, but still play to the same level. They have a nice mixture of older players, experience, almost your journeyman pro as well, and then your youngsters coming in the side, which you hope will be the future stars. Yeah, it's not easy to get that mix right, season after season. Isn't it? There's always 1 or 2 that maybe disappoint or lose form for whatever. 1 or 2 surprise you.
2 slips in place, press on strike, barely over the wicket. It's nudged away off his hip. Out to Bell, and there's no run. I suppose what you don't want is a team full of youngsters trying to make their way in the game. You want to have that little combination, don't you? You want some senior players in there to balance out with the younger guys who are trying to find their way.
So you're really young players on your side. What, be Hurst, wouldn't it, the keeper?
Yep.
You'd be the youngest, I think.
Bailey, and that's nicely played by Prest. Just beats Bell, who's at mid-wicket, and he'll get through for a single. And moves on to 11, 126 for 3.
George Bell, Matthew Hurst would be your two youngest, wouldn't they?
Yep, Bell and Hurst, and then Balderson, who's still, I suspect, early 20s.
23.
So he's probably his 3rd year or 4th year now of county cricket. He's not played a ton of games, but it's nice to get some of the younger players in and around it. Aspinwall played last week, not involved this week. Bailey to Gubbins, again that's left and through to Hurst, and there's no run. And then they've then got players that are kind of one stage above those, so the likes of Josh Barnum, for example, who getting relatively inexperienced in first-class cricket. He's not played an absolute stack of games, but compared to a Hurst or a Bell, he's that stage on. He's that kind of level above, and then you've got your likes of Baileys that are more of your senior players. Forward goes Gubbins and smothering this delivery from Bailey, just rocking onto his front foot with his back just a fraction in front of his pad. Defends, no run, end of the over, 126 for 3.
So Bailey's 32 now. So just wondering at what age sort of Lancashire think, how many more years have we got of him? Because he's a 50 wicket a year man. He's proved that. You know, he'll get you 50 wickets. Only 52, 51 in the last 3 years. So at what age do you Lancashire think, hang on a minute, how many more years is he going to keep taking 50? It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because once you pass 30 and that, I'm sure county's forward planning, you would have to think 2-3 years down the line.
They must have to, yeah. Because Aspinwall's been involved towards the end of last season and started this season. Josh Boyden, left arm young seamer they've got, and he's involved a little bit with the squads now.
His line from the pavilion end to Prest. Prest works that just to mid-wickets right. Good piece of fielding.
Seems a bit callous, doesn't it? But it's just the nature of professional sport, isn't it? I mean, Bailey's obviously will probably feel he's in his prime at the minute, but you've always got to think 3-4 years down the line a little bit.
Oh, you would hope at the very least, and he would hope he's got at least 2-3. Well, he'd probably say a bit more. That's work to Bohannon again at mid-wicket. But I think if you were in, on the county committee or whatever it is you're on at Lancashire, you would say probably guarantee another 2 years. What would happen after that? I hope for him, of course, he keeps going. Of course we do. Let's push to mid-on. Actually, Nathan Lyon does the fielding himself. But it's all the things you have to think about, isn't it?
Yeah. If you're director of cricket, you've got to look at that bigger picture, haven't you? You've got to be a bit more forward-thinking than that.
But also thankful that you've got him in your side for now. Which he probably has been doing for the last few years. Bohannon can't quite pick up that one diving to his right, so that'll be a single for Prest as the sun gets a little stronger.
He's been in that category for a couple of years now, Bailey. He had an England Lions call-up. He's been in that broader conversation maybe 4 years ago of could he be involved with England. So they've actually got a little bit lucky that he's been a very, very good bowler for them, a terrific bowler for them.
Yes. Stays fit as well, doesn't he, most of the time. Pushed into the ground by Gubbins.
It's a great point. He bowls all year for you. He rarely gets injured. He'll get you 50 wickets, and he's not been picked for England. From a selfish county point of view, it's that's what you want.
Perfect.
Yeah,
absolutely perfect. Lyon bowls short and bounces, and Gubbins went to cut and pulled out of the shot at the same time, and Nathan Lyon just finding something there for the final ball of his 10th over. 1 for 33 for the Australian, 127 for 3. Got an email here from Benjamin Good, solentcricket@gmail.com. Earlier with Gemma we were saying, because we were trying to find out if Graham Gooch was a sir, and he's not, he's an OBE, and Gemma said that OBE stands for one big eyebrow or something. Benjamin Good says, as a Hampshire visually impaired cricket player, my teammates say MBE stands for mostly bowls extras. So you can be an MBE not officially, but your teammates would call you MBE.
For mostly bowling extras.
Yeah. It's not very nice, is it? You wouldn't want to go around. If you were a bowler, you wouldn't want to go around with that tag, would you?
It's not the nickname you're striving out for when you start out, is it? That?
You want to be sort of something like great or God or something as a bowler, but MBE.
Not ideal. Well, 127 for 3. Here's Bailey for Lancashire in the balls. Down the leg side to Prest. And taken by Matty Hurst. And there is no run. Prest on 12, Gubbins on 30. Plenty of runs elsewhere. Looking at the game between Warwickshire and Durham, it's the highest ever opening partnership for Warwickshire. They've put on 214 runs for the first wicket. Have Alex Davis and Rob Yates.
Formerly of Lancashire.
Indeed. Forward again goes Prest in defence, gets a single this time, just drops it into the offside, goes through for 1, moves on to 13, 128 for 3 now. I think he's captain of the Bears this year, isn't he? Alex Davis, I think
you're right.
He is. There's plenty of runs there at Edgbaston.
Scott Boland's playing for Durham in this game, isn't he?
He is.
He was there last week, but wasn't going to play. But he bowls, doesn't he, Scott Boland?
Yeah, he's bowled 8 overs for 39. Opened the bowling with Matthew Potts. They've actually got quite a good looking attack, haven't they?
I think they'll be all right, won't they, Durham?
You've got Potts and Boland, and then Rain and Cars, and then a good spinner in Callum Parkinson.
Yeah.
But none of them have managed to find a breakthrough. Warwickshire 224 without loss. Both Yates and Davis with centuries. Here's Bailey around the wicket. Slow ball by Bailey. 2 short extra covers in place. It's off the back foot and forced away into the offside. Blatherwick does catch up with it. And Gubbins comes back for 2. He moves on to 32 now, 130 for 3.
It's obviously a flat wicket. That's at Edgbaston?
That's at Edgbaston, yeah. There's plenty of runs around. Again, as it was last week.
It's a Kookaburra ball.
Kookaburra, yeah. Bailey from the hotel end around the wicket balls, left by Gubbins. He kind of flirted with the idea of playing with it. And then just whips his bat away and through it goes to Matty Hurst. And this field would suggest that there's perhaps not a great deal in it now for the bowlers, because Lancashire have dispensed with all their slip fielders. They've got men in front of the bat. A fine leg and the third man and a deep square. And then they've got plenty of catches in front of the bat. 2 short extra covers, backward point, short mid-wicket, mid-on and a mid-off. As Bailey sets off again. 1 for 27 for Bailey. Balls to Gubbins with a slow ball, which is punched into the offside. And there's no run.
I am quite loving watching the bowlers here, because I've watched Bailey for a while, I've watched Williams every now and then, but they're both employing different tactics than they would otherwise do. Early season, Duke's ball, just land it on the spot, wait for the ball to do it. They're actually having to think here, and it's good to watch. He's mixing his pace up here, isn't he? Which I've not really seen Bailey do in the past.
Bailey to Gubbins again. It's worked into the onside. To Bell, who's at mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over. Pretty tidy stuff, just a couple off it. It's 130 for 3. Prest on 13 and Gubbins on 32.
Got another email here. solentcricket@gmail.com for our friends up north.
Just say it one more time, please.
People in Bournemouth can't understand it. solentcricket@gmail.com. Richard Stacey writes, dear everyone, it finally feels like the year has begun. Love the commentary on the BBC Sport website, but there is always a delay. That's right, you've got to sort of sync it, haven't you, with the pictures. There is a way of doing it. I've never tried. I don't know about you, Scott, but there is. I know people that do, and I think it's fairly simple, but I've never done it. Is the ground commentary free of the delay, and how do you get it? Well, the ground commentary is free of the delay. It is new for this year, as Lyon comes round the wicket to Prest, who's forward, steers that past the 2 close-in fielders to back on a square leg where Keaton Jennings fields. And how do you get it? Well, it is a Hampshire initiative. You can get them, I presume, in the club shop or somewhere around that, but they're not free. And that has nothing to do with the BBC or me. It's Hampshire with that one. That's pushed out on the offside. Quick single there for Presto, moves on to 14. But apparently a few people have it, including Scott Reed, who's got one in his hands.
Got one here, haven't we? Yeah.
Nice pink.
It's lovely.
Ribbon.
Ribbon, yeah, so it goes around your neck and then you hook it over your ear. Utilita Bowl. Lovely.
You're right on message.
Got to be on brand.
You are now.
Got to be on brand.
Well, you're very good up there in all your sponsorship deals and what have you, and all the exciting innovations you have up there. So we're catching you up. Gubbins drives up to mid-off. Wants a single. It's gone a little too quick. So mid-off is about a third of the way back, maybe just a bit more, maybe halfway. Still remains on 131 for 3. But yeah, plenty of people in the ground, I'm told, have bought one of the free, not free earpieces, one of the earpieces. Little dabble sweep there from Gubbins. It's gone very fine. There'll be 4. I'm sure that's come off the bat. Just wait for the umpire to signal 4, which he does. And Gubbins moves on to 36. And the Hampshire total to 135 for 3.
Nice little kind of lap paddle, that wasn't it, by Gubbins?
Yeah, nice shot.
Good batting.
Well controlled shot there from the left-hander. 10, so they've put on 25 currently for the 4th wicket. Gubbins and Vince put on 84 for the 3rd, as that's pushed out to backward a point. Sun sort of trying to come out a little more. There is some hazy cloud above us, so it's not fully out by any stretch of the imagination, but considering what we've had for the last few weeks, it's very, very welcome indeed, as Gubbins gets a length ball and happy just to play that quietly back to Lyon, who tried to flick that up with his boot, made a bit of a mess of that. And Lyon's completed 11 overs, 1 for 38, 135 for 3, Hampshire.
Well, I mean, last weekend we were saying that it's far too early to be playing cricket. You shouldn't be playing cricket in April. Ridiculous. The weather's it's not good enough. And then you fast forward 7 days and everybody's playing. There's not a single delay today. Everyone's got some cricket. So it is a lottery, but you can get in April, but you can get some good weather. You can get some pretty pleasant weather. There's people watching in the stands today in shorts and t-shirts.
Yeah.
So you can get some very nice April conditions, and you can have some very good games of 4-day cricket in April. It can be done, but there is an element of it being a bit of a lottery. And when it's like last weekend, it feels like you shouldn't be playing cricket.
Agreed.
You fast forward 7 days, and you're thinking actually it's fine.
That's right. I mean, if you hadn't started the season yet, you'd be looking on days like this saying, "Why aren't we playing? Why aren't we starting the season earlier?" It's peculiar, isn't it?
Bailey to continue. It's a real mixed bag from Bailey so far of different tricks. There's a press from the crease, defends, just plays it off the back foot into the offside for no run.
But it feels right, doesn't it? Really, the temperature's pleasant. I mean, it can get, as we've often said, you can get very cold up in the Canberra gantry. We are 4 floors up, effectively in the hotel, and yeah, I've worn thermals here in the past. It's certainly nothing like that at the moment. I mean, we're not quite, apart from Gemma, who was shirt sleeves earlier, but it's pleasant.
It is. It's okay. Little breeze blowing into the side of Bailey as he comes in over the wicket. Nice shot, works it away through mid-wicket. Lyon will chase after it, but he'll just play ball boy, because that's all the way for 4. Lovely shot, just leaning into it, press, and works it to the leg side. There's 2 short mid-wickets. It's gone to the left of Bell, who's the straighter of the 2, and out towards the boundary for 4 runs. 139 for 3. Nice looking shot.
I was going to say, that's why this guy can play. You know, there's no effort in that. Absolutely no effort. Waited and waited, as you say, leant into it. And yet there's 2 men in that area looking to stop that shot, and yet there's still enough power to take it to the rope. That's beautiful. For me, that's one of the top 2 or 3 shots we've seen today.
Bailey to Prest, just takes the pace off it, and Prest defends to mid-on, no run. He's done well to find the gap. The 2 short mid-wickets, and Lyon's quite wide at mid-on. There's not a lot of room to try and thread the ball through there, but then with the power that he's got on it as well.
Didn't try and hit it too hard at all. Just used the pace of the ball. It was lovely. I could watch that on replay a few times, I have to say.
139 for 3. Bailey sets off again, bouncing in to Prest, who's nicely in behind. Plays a solid looking defensive shot to Nathan Lyon, who's at mid-on. And again, there is no run. Lyon's bowled 11 overs. I feel like he's a little bit more into his work now, having just the 2 overs he bowled on the first game of the season, which is not being counted as one of his 7 matches in which he's available to play for. Final ball for, well, 2 left for Bailey in this, his 14th over. Into press again. Back of a length delivery with pace taken off it down the leg side, gathered by the keeper. And again, there is no run. 139 for 3. Preston Gubbins have settled things down a little here now for Hampshire, following the dismissal of the captain, James Vince, who fell to a Nathan Lyon plan, a leg side plan, and he was toiling away and eventually managed to find the face of Vince's bat and taken it that leg slip. Bailey in again. Oh, big appeal for LBW. He's gone for that slower ball as Bailey again. A loopy looking slower delivery which he does have up his sleeve. Thought he'd deceived the batter there, Bailey, for a second with that slower delivery. Clever way to end his 14th over. 139 for 3. Gubbins on 36. Prest on 18.
Did he get a little nick on that or what? I don't know. That looked close, didn't it?
He did. Yes, he did.
That looked very close indeed. There's going to be a double change here in the commentary box.
Okay.
Much to the delight of one of the early people that messaged, who was waiting for Simon Hughes to come back. It's going to be Gemma Green and Simon Hughes. So I'll let Simon Hughes come in first, the analyst, and he will take up commentary. Just while I read this tweet out before they mic themselves up. Tom Johnson at Solent Sports says, thoughts on the bookies having us 6th favourites for the title, behind Durham and Notts, only just ahead of Somerset. Personally, I think we have a much better chance than that. First voice you'll be here will be the analyst, Simon Hughes, and then Gemma Green.
And this is Nathan Lyon bowling to Nick Gubbins. And he pushes away on the offside. It's fielded at backward point. Keaton Jennings there, looking very elegant, striding around. He's one of those people who always looks sort of very aristocratic almost, I suppose, in the way he walks. Very good poise, and he's after the ball now, heading down to 3rd man boundary. Nice little cut for Gubbins, and he gets 4 for that. That was a clever shot, waited for the ball from Lyon there, just steered it wide of the slip with a delicate little open of the face, glide it down to 3rd man for a very welcome boundary for Hampshire. 40 now to Gubbins, 143 for 3. I think that is Keaton Jennings, Gemma, isn't it there?
Where down here, yeah, you can tell.
He looks sort of, he's a distinguished looking cricketer, isn't he? He stands upright.
He does. He's also got a very faded cap. It looks a bit brown.
Faded cap, yes. Lyon round the wicket to Gubbins, who's forward, plays nicely defensively on the offside, looking solid. 3 men round the bat to Gubbins, a short fine leg, or a leg slip, and a slip and a silly point, and a man on the drive as well.
You're right, he's exuding that body language of a captain. Jennings.
Yes, he's
hand up, signalling, marshalling the troops.
He looks like he's signalling to the dressing room, actually. Signalling for something. They're changing the field, are they? No, they've got a man now from Silly Point to Gully. So Nathan Lyon has moved the man in front of the bat to just on the catch behind the bat as Gubbins strokes into the offside, fielded at short extra cover.
Yeah, they've got a couple of slips and a leg slip for Gubbins now.
Just 2 on the leg side, out away from the batter, mid-on and a deep square leg. Bowls again, Lyon, and Gubbins defends, just pushing it back up the pitch to Lyon, who's in his 12th over. 12 overs, 1.5 overs, 3 modes, 1 for 42 for Nathan Lyon. Tom Bailey at the other end, he's bowled 14 overs as well. Nice, lovely day, isn't it, here now? Nice and sunny. What a relief after all that rain we've had over the last few weeks. Driven up to mid-off this time by Gubbins, but fielded at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. That's the... What number over is that completed? The...
45th.
fifth, yeah, 143 for 3.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day, and as I say, with the Easter holidays as well, we've got some kids in, and
Yeah.
just some people are
Of
out
course,
there.
it's the Easter holidays still, isn't it?
Yeah, some people are out there in shorts, which I think is a little bit optimistic, but it's it's just great to see, and lovely weather for the second week of April.
43 for 3. So a bit of a conflab, I think, going on now for Lancashire, deciding who's going to bowl.
I think it's going to be George Balderson.
Yeah, he bowled well, didn't he, before lunch? He took the first wicket and looked actually quite dangerous. Got the ball to swing. But this is different now because, of course, this is where teams are going to have to find some ingenuity in a way with the Kookaburra ball, which at 45 overs old is not going to be very hard. The seam will be flat. So you've got to find some other ways of taking wickets, and I think Lancashire are trying that. They've got the two men at catching positions, mid-wicket and mid-on.
Yep, this Lancashire side have definitely come out with some clear plans. We saw the one earlier to James Vince from Nathan Lyon, as Balderson comes in over the wicket and line and length and just push back by press for a dot ball. Yeah, we saw a really clear plan to James Vince with Nathan Lyon bowling round the wicket. He had two catches, leg slip and short leg, and Vince stuck with it for a while and was managing to turn the ball to leg side and get a single here, single there, but eventually was the undoing of him as he steered it into the hands of leg slip. So that was a clear plan, and like you say, now we've got those two catches on the drive on the leg side as Balderson comes in now to Prest, and it's gone straight to one of those. I don't think it was a catch, it was a great stop in the end as he took the pace off the ball and they've come through for a single, but it was right into that area where Jennings has plugged those two fielders.
You could play the replay there.
Brings Gubbins on strike and Balderson's going to go round the wicket.
I think teams are going to have to be quite creative on a decent pitch when the Kookaburra has lost its hardness as it probably has now. So that's why they've got these catches now, short extra and short mid wicket for Gubbins. Balderson maybe will try and swing. He might even try and vary his pace as well, get them a miss-hit drive.
It's pitched up outside off stump and left alone by Gubbins. He's left the ball well today. Very watchful innings. He's 40 off 103 deliveries. Great partnership with James Vince to get things back on even keel for Hampshire until Vince was out to line. But rebuilding it once again now with Tom Prest, who's on 19. Balderson past Mike Burns, and this time Gubbins cuts it backward of point and come through for one. They'll pick up two, might think about a third. Yes, they will. There's a little bit of joint fielding there on the boundary, and they come through for 3.
Slowish outfield, obviously with all the rain, that's not surprising. Actually, it's a big field here as well. In fact, even though they're on the square sort of towards the Shane Warne side, pretty much not in the middle, it's still a decent boundary down there to third man.
I've been told, I mean you might know this, Simon, but I've been told that the area available to play here is the biggest of any of the grounds. Balderson in again over the wicket, backward defence, no run. Obviously they don't use the whole thing, it's roped off one side at the minute, but the playing they've got available is the biggest.
And I think actually that the players have sort of said, I mean, what Hampshire, if you look at the sort of Hampshire philosophy, they know to get more bonus points, they need to get more runs. To get more runs, you need more boundaries. And you notice here they have brought the rope in, even on the slightly shorter side.
Balderson up and bowls, and it's pushed away square on the offside. They'll pick up another couple here, that's 2 to Tom Prest, as that just beat the fielder at point. Hampshire move on to 149 for 3.
I suppose there's also a safety aspect to that positioning of the boundary as well. Nice shot actually that by Tom Prest. Impressive innings so far by him. He's only in his fourth or fifth game for Hampshire, and he's looking polished already. And he's played a few more than that, hasn't he? But I know he's a young player trying to make his way in the game. I've been interested actually watching him facing Lyon, how he's acquitted himself, and he'd be happy to reverse sweep him a couple of times. In fact, such that they've had to put cover on that position as well with to cover that reverse sweep. And he made 100, didn't he, last year against Essex? And they all say he played Simon Harmer, the spinner, very well.
Which is no mean feat at Essex.
No, sure.
But yeah, he did. He got that 100 last year. Just struggled to back it up with any other innings. But hopefully this is the season he can really break through.
So this is Gubbins on strike now to Lyon, and he defends into the offside. So I was watching Prest to see how he handled Lyon when he first came in. Probably wouldn't have faced him before, and he was, he was a little bit jerky and sort of at the ball to start with, but he got into it well and survived that first sort of tricky 3 or 4 overs as Lyon bowls again to Gubbins, who cuts this time. That was a bit short from Lyon. He tried to hold it back as well, and Gubbins has found the boundary. Benefiting there from the ball, or the boundary being slightly in from the boardings, the hoardings, and a lovely shot that brings up the 150 for Hampshire, and a good crowd here, isn't it, Gemma?
It is, and what's been impressive about Gubbins and Vince earlier is Lancashire's bowling's pretty much been given nothing away, but as soon as that wasn't that short, that wasn't that wide, it was just a little bit short and wide, and they capitalise on that, and that's what Gubbins and, say, Vince earlier have done really, really well.
Here's Lyon again. Bowls. That's also short and a little wide, and Gubbins this time tries to sort of carve it backward a square. Can't get it past Keaton Jennings. So Lyon, see, going at over 3 and over, 46 he's conceded from his 12.3 overs so far, so close to 4 and over in fact. Bowls again, outside off stump. Gubbins tries to hit that one on the up and doesn't time it, and it just skews out on the offside. 153 for 3 Hampshire, with Gubbins now on 47 and Tom Prest on 21. So a good partnership being staged here after the loss of James Vince. Floated up into the air this time by Lyon, but nudged neatly into the leg side by Gubbins for a single. There's nobody at mid-wicket, so that was a good use of a gap. And now Prest on strike. Just looking to see if sometimes it's quite interesting to see if anybody's practicing on the second pitch, the nursery ground, but at the moment the roller's in action. They're rolling a middle pitch, so maybe a match going to be staged out there on the second ground at some point over the next few days, perhaps after this game's finished.
Yeah, I don't know when the second 11 fixtures kick in.
Yeah. It's funny, I mean, I'll talk about that after this ball actually. Nathan Lyon again now to the right-handed Tom Prest, who sweeps, a little paddle sweep, nice shot, confident shot, picks up a single to fine leg. So another indication of the talent that Tom Prest is showing already. End of the over, 155 for 3. I was just thinking the other day, Gemma, when we were sitting at home looking at the potential county championship first round on the 5th of April, thinking, what year did we start the county championship 20 years ago? And I looked up in an old Wisden, and it was the 28th of April.
Wow. And
even another year, the 1st of May is when we started the championship. So this is really early, and you are kind of in the lap of the gods, what weather you're going to get. Today we're blessed.
Yeah, I guess with so much more other cricket to fit in, they've had to bring it forward, and I guess back to used to finish as late as sort of almost first week of October.
Yeah. Well, no, we didn't finish it as late as that. Clubs did, but not county. I mean, county was done by the 17th or something of September.
So Balderson to continue, and there's a little inside edge there. He will get a single for that. That's Prest, as that just goes past the fielder in mid-wicket. Yes, he is sort of tacking on another 2, maybe 3 weeks to each end of the season. Like you say, then the weather, well it's England.
It's the problem with 4-day cricket is that obviously it takes longer, and therefore, the whole season lasts longer. It's not that there's more competitions, because we played county championship, Benson Hedges Cup 55 over, NatWest 50 over, 60 over or 50 over, and John Player League. So we had 4 tournaments as well.
Balderson round the wicket. That's driven onto the onside for no run. But April's a funny season because
it's unpredictable.
Sometimes it's like this. I know we've known snow in April. I mean, it's, like you say, lap of the gods.
And you can get snow. In fact, we had snow in May one year playing for Durham. Remember, actually, we were playing Hampshire, And I remember David Gower playing for Hampshire and sort of thinking, it's not even as cold as in my fridge back home.
Balderson in, bowls just outside off stump. Gubbins works that away onto the... And what we haven't seen is a lot of overseas players you get often from other climates that are invariably warmer than here on the first game of the season in bobble hats and hand warmers, really struggling with this 3 or 4 layers, really struggling with the English conditions. I've seen especially in warm-up games where they've got as much clobber on as they can when they've come over from the West Indies or wherever. Balderson in over the wicket and dot ball. So yeah, it's...
I mean, it's sometimes, I remember, particularly playing in Durham, and I've played a lot of cricket in Durham, both university cricket and county cricket, and some days you can't feel the ball in your hand when you're running in. If it's about 6 degrees, your hands are sort of numb almost, and it's hard to feel. When you're bowling, you really want to feel the ball in your hand.
Balderson pitches this one up, and it's driven nicely down the ground, and it won't be cut off. That will be a boundary. That's a great shot. It's just length on that. All timing. 4 runs to Tom Prest. That brings up the 50 partnership, 51 runs, 24 to Gubbins and 27 to Prest.
Lovely easy shot that by Tom Prest, wasn't it? He just waited for the ball, stroked it beautifully down the ground.
Yeah, you can see how well timed that was, because fielder, even though he was pretty close to it, wasn't able to cut that off. And he comes in again, this time a bit shorter, and it's worked onto the leg side for no run. And that's the end of the over. Hampshire are 161 for 3 off 48. I'm going to hand over now to Kev James.
Thank you, Gemma. So, a good purposeful stand this between Prest and Gubbins now. And Hampshire 161 for 3. Just trying to read what the partnership is actually. It's very bright here, so I can't actually see. Is that
51?
51, right. So 50 partnership was brought up with that lovely straight drive. I like Tom Prest. I think he looks a really lovely player, and I just like his purpose. And he wasn't intimidated by Lyon to sort of just prop and pop away. He had a reverse sweep. He's done a little paddle lap, and I don't know. It's a good sign, isn't it?
Yeah. Took him on early, didn't he, with a couple of reverse sweeps?
You going to do the Lion over?
Shall
Go
I?
on.
Let's do
Yeah,
it.
go
Yeah,
on.
why not? The Lion over. He's 14th from that pavilion end. He's just manoeuvring his close in field. In fact, he's going to take one away. Tom Bruce. Oh no, he's took the helmet off. Now he's going to keep it on. Although he's a little deep at point for a helmet, but I suppose maybe close enough that he has to wear
that,
it.
isn't it? What do you call that position?
A mis-slashed cut that just loops in the air. But do they ever?
I'll give you the history of that cover point position in a sec, actually.
Please do. Lion then to the left-hander Gubbins, who's on 49. As Lion bowls. Gubbins is on the back foot. This will be his 50th. Backward a point. That will be a popular half-century, just like James Vince's was earlier. And that's 112 balls with 5 fours from Nick Gubbins. And Hampshire's 2 top run scorers of last season are away this season with a couple of half-centuries. Unfortunately, Vince wasn't able to go on. Maybe Gubbins will. 62 for 3. Tell me about that position after this ball, Mr. Hughes. As Lyons over the wicket to Prest, pushes forward, goes out to mid-wicket.
Oh, then people ask, why is that position called point? Cover point. Why is it called point? Well, it used to be, in the olden days, the Victorian days, cover point was actually at the point of the bat. So if you played a cut where the bat ended, that was where point fielder was. In other words, that was silly point, really.
Okay, Lyon to Prest. Prest works that up to mid-on. There's going to be a single there because mid-on's quite deep.
Mid-on is deep, isn't he? I mean, he's surprisingly deep for a young player who's only in his 20s in terms of runs, and he's already got a long on. He hasn't shown any inclination to come down the wicket and hit him over the top. That's quite an interesting move from Lyon.
Is it because Lyon wants to bowl at this man now? Left-hander Gubbins.
Yeah, possibly.
Quietly pushes.
What, giving a single to Prest, do you think?
Well, I mean,
Maybe.
if I was a 21-year-old youngster with the biggest season of my career to date ahead of me, and an Australian test bowler who's given me a single to mid-on, I'd say yes, please. but maybe Lyon feels that maybe he can get the odd one to straighten past the outside edge of Gubbins. Not that one. So it goes out quietly on the offside. So it's an old Victorian saying.
But going back to that, just quickly, that single,
Right.
what was a good sign was was prepared to take the single as well. He saw the gap and just knocked it into the gap. So it was rather good batting, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, I'll carry on with the other
Yeah,
point
please do,
after this
yeah.
ball.
Here's Lyon round the wicket again to Gubbins. Edges caught first slip. Well, and that is Gubbins gone. So another player that reaches 50 for Hampshire and goes for a half century. You just watch the replay there.
Yeah.
Just loop to slip.
It was a lovely bit of bowling, actually, wasn't it? And I mean, you called it actually there, JMO, because he's put the man out at long on, given Prest the single, which he took, and then Gubbins, the next ball, has driven at one that was just teased and tantalisingly thrown outside the off stump. It turned a fraction, and an easy catch at slip. So Gubbins departs, and that was a lovely bit of cricket by Lyon, showing his obviously experience and his skill as well. And it just shows, even on a pitch like this with a Kookaburra ball with 50 overs old nearly, you still can't relax actually against a bowler of his class. Just a little bit of loop in that delivery. Perhaps it wasn't quite as full as Gubbins thought. Maybe just held it back a touch and a little bit of turn, just enough turn to get the edge. Lovely bit of cricket actually.
Just goes to show, isn't it, that even on a pitch where you would say it's not really his pitch, but he still finds a way.
So going back to the
Yes.
Victoria era, one of the fielding positions was third man, and third man was called third man because it was third man up, and the first fielder was one slip. There was a fielder gully, which was in the gully between slip and cover, so that was called gully, and third man was the third man in the ring. So third man was normally a close fielder, and cover point was on the point of the bat. Because basically in those days when the pitches were absolutely like minefields, most of the fielders were around the bat quite close. You didn't have too many boundary fielders, and one of those fielders was cover point, which would be now regarded as silly point, close to the bat on the offside at the point of the bat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lovely.
You learn something every day, don't you?
Well, I do. I've never heard that explained to me like that, and it makes perfect sense. Thank you very much, Simon Hughes, the analyst.
My invoice is in the post.
Not another one. Here comes. This is Balderson, who will be bowling the next over. In fact, George Balderson with his right arm at medium paces away from us, bowls to Prest, who tucks that away so neatly, and as often his shots are. Goes out behind square on the leg side for a single. The applause for the new man in, if we haven't mentioned him already, is a certain Liam Dawson, who is a very popular man around here.
I mean, he's, what a season last year.
Terrific season. All round, 840 runs, finished third in Hampshire's championship run scoring charts. And added to that, his 49 wickets. I think he was the PCA Player of the Year, wasn't he? The PCA, Professional Cricket Association Player of the Year. Many people's tip to go to India, but he'd already sort of said that he didn't fancy going away for another couple of months with England and carrying drinks. So.
Sorry, I think this is my. Is this my?
Oh, it's your end. Sorry.
No, problem. No, I'm just going to remember which one. So this is Balderson bowling to Dawson, who's immediately away with a single down to fine leg. I love watching him bat. He's got such purpose, Liam Dawson. I often thought he was. I mean, at times he batted at number 5, didn't he, for Hampshire? And I often thought he was a bit too high at 5.
Yeah. But
6, I reckon, is his spot.
Agreed. Now, certainly now Tom Prest's in the side because you need to bat him a little higher.
Right.
5's about right for him, making his way, but yeah.
So 165 for 4, Hampshire. That departure of Gubbins. It's now Prest on strike to Balderson. Bowls now short outside of the line of the leg stump, ducked underneath by Prest. Saw that pretty early. I found that interesting actually, that little spell of play where you were commentating on before, where I think Williams went short of a length, kind of bouncer tactics for a while.
Yeah.
They went. I feel that was provoked by the Kookaburra ball, which after 30 overs doesn't do much. So it looks like it's going to be a trend that teams revert to a sort of leg theory after 30 overs if they're not taking wickets with the Kookaburra. Balderson delivers that one. It's straight up and down, straight to Prest, who defends solidly back up the pitch, and it doesn't look as if it's doing much, does it? You know, I mean, it looks pretty straight up and down, the Kookaburra, doesn't it? There's a lot of bafflement around the place actually about why England have decided to do this 2 rounds of Championship cricket with the Kookaburra. I must admit I can't really understand it either, as Balderson bowls, and it's driven into that short mid-wicket position by Tom Prest. What do you think?
Well, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, Loz, the whole idea of county cricket is to produce England cricketers. Of course it is. So are we going to produce...
I don't agree with that, actually.
Do you not?
Carry on.
That's a big part of it. Maybe not the be-all and end-all, but it's a big part of it. I quite like seeing bowlers, because I think if you're a gifted bowler and you're a good bowler that takes 50 wickets a year, then you will find a way.
Balderson bowls, and that swung just a little bit, but Prest is right behind it.
So rather than being lazy and just land the ball on the seam and letting it do the work, that actually, as we've seen with Tom Bailey, just mix it up, bowl different paces. Will Williams, all right, decided to bowl short, what have you. It almost worked because Gubbins did top edge one ball. Just didn't have a fielder there at that time. But I don't disagree with seeing bowlers thinking about doing something different. Do you?
No, I don't mind that, but I don't think we need to go to the Kookaburra ball to make them do that. I think it's, do you know what, I think it's a bit like taking the Kookaburra ball away from an England seamer is a bit like taking the handkerchief away from a magician, you know, when he's doing his card tricks or his the trick with where the dice hidden the dice under the 3 pots or whatever. You know, you take the handkerchief away, all the magic's gone, and with no Duke's ball in England, the seamers are the English traditional seamers are sort of their secret weapon is taken away. I don't get it.
Here's Lyon continuing from the pavilion end over the wicket to Dawson, who's pushing forward out on the onside. Well, I think it's just a different way of thinking for everybody. Us who watched the game, who got used to... I mean, I said it earlier to Scott, last week would have been a perfect example of games that actually did play to any meaningful conclusion, or certainly get any meaningful players. Dawson pushes out on the offside this time. Counties, you would have looked at the scores and somebody would have been bowled out for 110, somebody would have been bowled out for 125, 130, and yet that wasn't the case last week.
No,
there was runs.
Right. Yeah.
There was runs, and that would never have happened with the Duke's ball. So is it a good or bad thing? I don't know. Batters would say brilliant. Dawson again is quietly pushing out on the offside. So it's just making the bowlers work harder. Do they need to work harder? I don't know. You would have said no because you bowled a lot of overs.
Well, I just remember a season in 1989.
Flight here. Dawson drives thick outside edge along the ground. Well fielded at backward a point.
Where the seamers took a lot of wickets using the Reader's ball. You'll remember this, Reader ball. And they said, oh, we don't like the seamers taking all the wickets. So the next year they took all the seam off the Reader. So it only had like 3 strands on it. And then teams were scoring 800 and 900.
That's right. You can manipulate the seam, can't you?
Yeah.
As that's pushed out on the onside, because it depends on how many stitches you put into the
right.
seam. So does it need a Kookaburra ball to achieve that effect?
I mean, just need good pitches, don't you, really?
Well, that's right. Yeah, there's a lot of that as well. Which obviously Lord's was.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it was too good.
Lyon bowls and Dawson is playing it back to the bowler. End of the over, 165 for 4.
There's that ridiculous prospect of a pitch at Lord's being reported to Lord's. But just quickly going on your discussion about what the county cricket's for.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it is just to produce England players. I think a lot of people here today at the Utilita Bowl would dispute that. I think there are 3, and actually there's an interesting book out at the moment called Batting for Time, The Future County Cricket, by a guy called Ben Bloom, a journalist. And he says 3 reasons. He's done a lot of research and talked to a lot of county people. He says 3 reasons for county cricket. Yes, providing England players. 2, winning team game tournaments for your club.
Yep.
And 3, community engagement, local entertainment, etc. Being part of something. As Balderson bowls a new over now, it's defended by Tom Prest up the wicket. So it becomes a place where people feel they belong. It's part of their life. it's a community thing as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. There needs to be a balance between producing England players, the cricket being entertaining as well. I think there is a formula there somewhere, I guess. It's pushed to extra cover by Dawson. Sorry, it's not Dawson, it's Prest.
It's Prest, yes, sorry.
Both elegant at the crease.
Yeah, they're quite similar looking, isn't it? I'm just looking up at Prest's setup here, actually, and it's nice and orthodox. Not much movement at the crease, just a small trigger movement, but a nice, solid, sort of simple defence. Not too much flowery movement or jerkiness about it, as Balderson bowls again. In fact, he stands pretty still, hits that hard as well. Backward a point for 4. Good shot. He didn't really move into position there at all. He saw it slightly wide and just a bit short and just cuffed it backward a point. Reminiscent of a famous Hampshire player, actually, Robin Smith. You played with him, didn't you?
Ooh,
my goodness, he liked that cut shot.
Oh, yeah. That was more bludgeoning when
yes,
he played
was.
it. That was more finesse.
Yeah, true.
Prest. You're right about the movement, minimum of movement with Tom Prest. It all looks very, very easy, doesn't it? All works at the right time.
Very good.
Back coming down, body in the right.
And that was a nice, simple shot, wasn't it? You know, it was a minimum of effort really, and a maximum of output. It was a good shot.
Yeah.
Good cricket. So that's 100. Here, that's a better ball. That bounces a bit actually, from just short of a length. Fends it off, just riding the lift slightly there. Perhaps he just bent his back a bit, Balderson, that time.
Maybe a little spot in the wicket, but yeah, high in the bat. Still well played though. Still in a nice position to play that.
Yeah, very good.
You still need to be side on playing those.
Who was your biggest influence, would you say, as a batter?
Gosh, that's a good question. Well, certainly was no Robin Smith.
Well, it was the wrong way round for you anyway. Bouncer from Balderson, very short, almost a toe toucher that one, and Prest easily gets underneath it. He's on 33 now. You played with some luminaries.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I ever really copied people. I don't know if you were like that with your bowling, but I'm not sure I did. I might have taken odd little bits from other people, but only at a time where I thought I wasn't playing very well. Other times I used to back myself. You probably were like that when you bowled.
Well, we didn't get much coaching, did we, really?
No, we didn't. No.
You had to sort of learn the game on your own, really. Another bouncer from Balderson. That's very short. He's got 2 men back on that shot, but Prest wisely wasn't interested, just let it go through to the keeper. That is the end of another over. 169 for 4 is the Hampshire score now. We're at 3:15, so
we are, yes.
That few minutes to tea, and that's me done.
Yes, Yoza, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
We're going to be back
See you
after
later.
tea.
I'm happy to be.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Yep.
Simon Hughes is back after tea, the analyst, with more analysis. He's still here. We're going to have a double change actually, because we're going to have Gemma Green back, former Hampshire women's player, and Scott Reed from BBC Manchester and Lancashire. So the next voice you hear will be Scott, and then it'll be Gemma.
Cheers, Kevin. And Nathan Lyon's going to continue. Over number 16. 2 for 50, 169 for 4. He's into Dawson, who gets forward and defends. Well, trickles down back to Lyon, who fields off his own bowling. No run. So there's 3 around the bat. Slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg. Lyon coming over the wicket to Dawson. It's off the back foot this time, just dabs the ball away to mid-wicket. And it's scooped up by Josh Barn, and there is no run. 169 for 4. Dawson on 1. And Prest at the non-strikers end, looking increasingly more confident and playing some lovely shots along the way. 33 not out. Dawson looking to drive Lyon this time, but on the bounce straight to extra cover where Keaton Jennings fields. And there is no run. So dot balls to start the over for Lyon. In again to Dawson, looks to sweep and does. Gets a single. And it's George Balderson at deep back with square leg fields. And Dawson moves on to 270 for 4. With 2 balls left of Lyon's 16th over. It's got Prest back on strike. Changes to the field here because going to bring his captain, Keaton Jennings, down to backward square leg, and he's pushing George Balderson in front of square on the leg side boundary. There's also a deep backward point, leg slip, short third, and a forward short leg. And Press gets forward to Lyon and defends back to the off spinner. And again, there's no runs. He's got one ball left of his 16th over. 2 for 50. And he comes in from the pavilion end to Press. He looks to reverse sweep and gets the ball nicely away. It might reach the boundary. It does. Good looking shot. He's got better as the innings has gone on. He's played some very fine shots. And Tom Press reverse sweeping Nathan Lyon for 4. He moves on to 37. It's the end of the over. 174 for 4. Good afternoon, Gemma.
Hi, Scott.
Good afternoon.
That was a lovely shot to come into commentary with. I've got to say, you're getting more and more sort of summer touristy every time I commentate with you. Sun cream first, now you've got sunglasses.
Look at it, it's
beautiful.
beautiful.
It's going to be sombrero and flip-flops by the end, isn't it?
Might save that for tomorrow. That could be a tomorrow's treat. I've got the flip-flops with me. You never know when you might need them. Nice now though, isn't it? Very nice.
It is, it's lovely. Looks like we're going to have Jack Blatherwick.
We are, yes.
Bowling from the Hilton Hotel end.
Yeah, George Balderson's spell of 4 overs for 18 runs. He's bowled 9 through the course of the day. And Blatherwick to return. It's a little expensive, wasn't he, this morning, Jack Blatherwick?
Yeah, he came in just as that partnership between Gubbins and Vince was starting to rebuild, and he's got Tom Press looking in fine form at the minute, and just recently been joined by Liam Dawson as he comes in over the wicket, pitched up, and just pushed back to him for no run. Liam Dawson on strike.
It's quite a good little challenge, this, isn't it, for Jack Blatherwick? I mean, Lyon's doing his thing from the other end. Balderson's just bowled a reasonably tight spell from this end. A sense of wanting to try and create a little bit of pressure this afternoon on a pitch that maybe is a little, well, certainly it's a good pitch, and maybe the Kookaburra ball's going a little bit soft now. So there's an interesting little challenges for Blatherwick to try and see what he can conjure up.
And he's in and bowls and pitched up and driven into the covers, but it's a dot ball as Tom Bailey does the fielding there. Yeah, with regards to the balls, I went on a guided tour around Fenway Park, so the Boston Red Sox baseball pitch, which is sort of the Lord's equivalent. It's the oldest and sort of got the most history. It was absolutely fascinating. I know nothing at all about baseball. Well, I know a little bit more now, but absolutely nothing at the start. And they were talking about the balls, and I found this really interesting given the season we had here in cricket last year, where they were wanting to change the ball every 12 overs, and I think there was some sort of batch of balls that weren't working as well as they'd like, as he comes in and that's a full pitch delivery that again is just dug out and pushed back to him. And they were talking in baseball about this era, they call it the dead ball era, and I think it's a similar concept to our sort of era of uncovered pitches. So as in the stats of that era are very different to anything else, because in the dead ball era they were basically allowed to ball tamper, do whatever they wanted to the ball. So it sort of make it almost impossible for the batter. But then on the absolute contrast of that to the modern game, as Blatherwick comes in and bowls, good length ball again, just forward defence, no run. So nowadays, obviously they've taken that out of the game, but they go through hundreds of balls in a game of baseball. So the pitcher there's no sort of umpire intervention as far as I understand. The pitcher can just look at the ball and say, no, it's got a scuff in it, I'll have a new one, please. And they have, they were saying the players, the sort of professional players these days, are absolutely spoiled, and they can just change the ball whenever they want, and they do. So they go through hundreds, and we're sort of moaning at our cricketers when they want to change one after 45 minutes, as he comes in and pitches up, and it's on the toes and works the leg side, but again for no run.
It's quite intriguing. So it's not about the quality of the ball, it's not whether the ball's deteriorated, it's just if they don't fancy using it.
Yeah, or if it's got a mark on it, or basically they just chuck it off and another one comes on. So there's no sort of like we have the umpire with the hoops and it's got to go through this and go through that, and the umpire chucks it back and says no, get on with it. They just change it, and so they go through hundreds apparently a game. At quite a cost of ball, maybe not as much as a cricket ball, but it's not a cheap endeavour. As Blatherwick comes in, and bowls, and that's a short bouncer, and Dawson takes it on and he hooked it, but it'll only be a single as it goes down to fine leg for 1. So yeah, I felt a little bit bad because I know last year everyone was grumbling at our county cricketers, well, not just county cricketers but in general, moaning about the ball being this, that or the other, and they should play baseball.
Yeah, and in baseball they play a lot more games than cricketers do, don't they? And they crisscross across a pretty big country.
They do.
The demands on a baseball player are probably a little bit more than
I think all American sports like that, the fixtures they cram in is incredible.
Yeah. True.
But,
it was a funny season. Was it last season?
Was it last season, the one before?
It could have. Okay, they all roll into one, don't they?
Yeah.
But there definitely was that season where it was a shocking run with quality of the balls. They were going out of shape, weren't they? They were going soft
30,
early
40
on.
minutes.
Yeah.
It was everywhere. Yeah.
Not so sure that this Kookaburra Bowl is massively popular with the Lancashire bowlers at the minute. There's Nathan Lyon for Lancashire in and ball into Dawson, who's shuffling forward, coming down the pitch towards Lyon. And the ball just drops right into the offside. So Hurst, the keeper, comes from behind the stumps to scoop up the ball and hands it back to Lyon, who wears squad number 67. A slip and a leg slip and a short leg. Lyon twirling around the wicket to Dawson, who's going back this time. And nudges the ball to the left of Bell, who's at forward short leg. Jogs through for a single. Dawson moves on to 4 now.
Yeah, he's adopted exactly the same plan to Dawson as he did to Vince earlier. Well, and Prest, so the right-handers, I guess.
Yeah, he's stuck with this theory, hasn't he? To bowl around the wicket. It's down the leg side. Taken by Hurst. And there's no run. He's got the leg slip in place. Tom Bruce under the helmet there. George Bell forward short leg under the helmet. Short mid wicket. Deepish mid on. There's a deep square leg and a backward square leg. Lyon to Prest, who's off the front foot and defends. And the ball bouncing back down the pitch to Nathan Lyon. No run. 176 for 4. Pressed on 37. Breezes in again, Nathan Lyon balls, but down the leg side and left by Prest. Not picked up cleanly by Matt Hurst, but he's got his shin guards behind it to stop the ball. Hands it back to Lyon, who's in to complete over number 17 of the day. It's in the air off the back foot by Prest, but safe enough. It's to the left of short leg and it bounces in front of mid wicket. And it's the end of the over. And the score is 176 for 4.
Got a question in from Chris Farnworth. It's quite a big question, actually. He says, he's a Lancashire lad from Burnley watching from Perth, the one in Australia, not Scotland. He's having rain there today, first time in 6 weeks. He's just finished watching a full season of Sheffield Shield cricket, where it seems Cricket Australia are not allowing English qualified players to play in the competition. Do you think the ECB should adopt a similar policy and prevent Australians coming here to get exposure to English conditions? What a big question that is. As Nathan Lyon's just finished bowling. In comes Blatherwick, full and worked onto the leg side for no run.
No, I don't think they should do that. No, I think it's great for the competition. I think it's great for the sport. I think it's brilliant for the development of young players in this country, both in the Lancashire team and in the opposition, that they get the chance to work alongside, play alongside, and play against some of the best in the business. It's completely short-sighted for me by Cricket Australia, if that's the case.
Yeah, totally agree. There's Blatherwick in again, this time just back of a length and steered just in front of square on the leg side, and Dawson will pick up a single.
I don't know what there is to not gain from having good quality players coming in and playing in your competitions.
So was he saying, I'm not sure from the email, that they're just not picking England players to go over there, or is it actual rule?
I see. Okay, I
don't know.
I don't know whether that is something that they've adopted or whether that's something that's a decision that the state sides are making or not. But I think it seems a bit daft to me.
does seem a bit restrictive as Blatherwick's in again. And this time to Press, he bounces Press, and Press takes that on the offside. Cuts that away for a single. These two ticking along quite nicely. The singles rotating the scoreboard. Sorry, rotating the strike, shall I say. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
I think having good quality overseas players, good international pros in your club, I don't really see a downside to it. I mean, there are examples of having overseas players that don't work, and there are examples of signing players that just don't fit in or don't have an impact. That does happen.
It's time, just line and length and push back to the bowler. And not just for the players, like you say, Lancashire will be gaining so much, especially the younger players, from having Lyon in the squad. Opposition will be gaining experience batting against someone who's taken 500 wickets, but also the fans and the crowd, you know, that kind of big name signing or whatever, something, just another thing for them to sort of hook into and get excited about.
Well, there was a lovely moment actually, Gemma, just on lunch. I'll come back to it at the end of this delivery.
Dawson on strike, and he comes a fullest ball, and Dawson just plays that little bit mistimed, but that's a dot ball to finish the over, and Hampshire 178 for 4 off 56. Is that not over? Have I gone too short?
I think he's got one more left, but it looks like Blatherwick's got an official warning there for running onto the pitch by the looks of it.
Okay.
That didn't look like mate, you're getting close to running onto the pitch. That to me looked like Blatherwick just had an official warning for running onto the pitch.
Okay, so one to come. He's in, Dawson on strike again, pitched up but wide of off stump and left alone by Dawson. That does end the over, and Hampshire are still on 178 for 4.
Yeah, at lunchtime we're all disappearing to the other side of the ground to get some lunch, and the Lancashire players were making their way back up towards their dressing room, and there's the metal staircase that comes out of the pavilion and leads down to the concourse where the players come down. All the Lancashire players had gone up, and there must have been a collection of maybe 20 or 30 supporters, mainly kids, who had gathered at the bottom of the stairs, and they wanted Nathan Lyon's autograph. And I heard one of the guys who took his son round say that he stood there and he signed them all. So he signed every bat, every shirt, every scorecard. He was probably 10 minutes late for his lunch as he starts afresh over to Prest, who goes on the reverse again and gets a single for it, moves on to 39, 179 for 4. But it's still the school holidays. You do have actually quite a lot of kids inside the ground, and I thought that was great. You know, he could have easily just said, look, I've only got a short period of time for my lunch, I've got to get off, but he stood there and signed all the autographs. And
excellent.
As you say, that it's not just on the pitch or off it, it's what it brings to the competition, what it brings to the sport. You've got someone like Lyon and his profile in one of the sides. Here comes Lyon to Dawson. Goes back this time, takes a single through mid-wicket, moves on to 6, 180 for 4 now.
I always feel like when I'm up here at the Utility Bowl, and nearly made the first blunder, Utilita Bowl, we're looking out, we've got the Shane Warne stand on our right and the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand on our left, and it always looks like the fans have had a bit of an argument in the Colin Ingleby stand. They spread out a lot more there. I don't know what happens in that stand.
Lyon in, forward goes Prest in defence, and there's no run.
It's almost like back to COVID social distancing over there. It's just like their own space.
There's a good 20 seats in between supporters, isn't there, on that one stand, and as you say, one's a bit more friendly in the Shane Warne stand. Lyon from around the wicket balls, forward again goes Prest. There's no run. There's Lyon, this bouncy approach into Prest. Is that caught by Bruce? It didn't look massively appealing in truth. There's a bit of bounce there for Lyon. Was gathered by Bruce, but just running off the thigh pad perhaps.
Yeah, just off the top of the pad maybe. Let me say, it got a little bit big on him.
Lyon to Prest. Forward in defence, and there's no run. End of the over. So he's now bowled 18 overs. Nathan. Half an appeal in that last over. Just runs off the pad, and loops up to Bruce. Watching back on the replay. It's 180 for 4.
When Press came in, we said it's going to be interesting to see how he plays Lyon, and he's looked probably the most comfortable against him. Reverse sweep, and that was a confident leave in the end. And he's looked very comfortable. Well, relatively comfortable, I should say, against Nathan Lyon.
He's looked good through the day, hasn't he, Press? Since he came out to replace his captain, he's played some lovely looking shots. He's cut well, hasn't he? He's worked the ball nicely through mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's definitely had the sort of best range of shots. There's Blatherwick into Dawson, who turns that onto the leg side for a single. It's collected on the deep square leg boundary. Josh Bohannon keeps dropping his trousers. He's done it about 3 times now. I don't know if he's sorting his undershorts out or what have you, but I just keep looking down, and he's got his trousers around his ankles. Blatherwick to Prest, and pitched up and turned onto leg again. He'll pick up another single.
He's the official vice captain for Lancashire this season, is Josh Bohannon. Enjoyed a good winter. He captained the England Lions in January.
Yep.
On the back of a pretty stellar year for him in county cricket last year, and his appointment as the club's vice captain was announced a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
Don't think it means he has to keep dropping his trousers, mind you. But
I don't know what that entails, no. Job description. Blatherwick in, and wide outside off stump, left alone by Dawson. Yeah, pretty phenomenal year last year, runs-wise.
Yeah. Got to 1,000 runs for the first time in his career last year. Which he said it wasn't a massive milestone. He said he's not really a stats person, and I'm sure he isn't. But they secretly must quite enjoy that.
Secretly going, yes.
Yeah, it's great, haven't you? Yeah, it's a great achievement. He's had an upward trajectory in his career, really, since he made his debut for Lancashire back in 2018. He's kind of got better season on season.
In past Michael Burns, and that's cut away well. That's going to. Oh no, I said it wrong. I think he must have got a hand to that backward point. Certainly some pace got taken off that, and they come back for 2 runs.
Feel like he missed out though.
Yeah, well, it came off well off the bat, but
It's George Balderson, I think.
George Balderson, yeah, he must have got something on it.
Short and wide, wasn't it, by Blatherwick? Carved it away. Good stop there by Balderson.
Balderson responsible for the first wicket of the day. Direct hit run out of Fletcher Middleton when he was on just 6. 1 stump to aim at. First bit of fielding he's done probably this season, and resulted in a wicket as Blatherwick comes in and bowls just outside off stump, and that's pushed just in front of point for another single.
Yeah, he was right in the money, wasn't he, this morning? Balderson had kind of 1 stump to aim at, and it's pretty short work. Direct hit. There wasn't really much in that morning. I mean, the ball moved around a bit with Bailey and Williams in the first half an hour, 45 minutes. It definitely did. And but up until the run out, really, it looked relatively plain sailing.
Yeah, both batters were sort of navigating that little bit of movement pretty well, and that's full outside off, and Press has a slash at that, and it for a moment went through the hands, looked like it was going to the hands of that gully fielder, but it was hit pretty well in the end. It was an edge, but it was hit well enough to find the boundary.
He did well there, didn't he? He's placed that really well. So he's got it up and over gully. I think that's Tom Bruce there for Lancashire. Wide again by Blatherwick, and it was a no ball. So it's gone for 4. No ball called by the umpire. Just struggling to get himself into a little bit of a groove here, Jack Blatherwick. His spell of the morning session was It's a touch expensive and early season rustiness.
It could be a double-edged sword, can't it, when you're bowling with someone so respected at the other end, as he comes in again, bowls, and this time it is left outside off stump, because other batters thinking they've got to score the runs off this end, but also that could bring a wicket as well. So yes, it's a bit of a tough gig. It can be supporting a well-respected, well-renowned bowler at the other end.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, that, because you say you don't want to let the side down from this end, and the two batters are thinking, well, we're going to try and keep the scoreboard ticking over. You ain't going to take any risks to Nathan Lyon, so you're likely to try and attack at the other end, and that does put a bit of pressure back on Jack Blatherwick. I mean, it's not easy for Blatherwick. He's barely had a pre-season, really. I don't think he didn't feature in Lancashire's kind of pre-season games in India, so he was recovering from a hamstring problem, I think it was, at the start of the campaign. So Dawson to flick Lyon away through mid-wicket for a single. So he kind of expected to hit the ground running. Not easy. He's just searching for it a little bit at the minute. Single for Dawson. He moves on to 11. 192 for 4. Not too far away from tea, are we? It's 37 overs remaining in the day after this one from Nathan Lyon. Won't be too late for tea. As Press goes off the back foot and works the ball away through square leg for a single. Moves on to a impressive 45 not out. 193 for 4. Brings Liam Dawson back on strike. And Luke Wells has positioned himself at slip, and he's twirling his arms around Luke Wells, so maybe Keaton Jennings might have a look at Wells' leg spin before the tea break. Twisting his hips and stretching out his arms is Luke Wells, so maybe a sign that he's not too far away. Lyon to Dawson, looks to sweep, and a dive from Bruce at leg slip. Ball went to his left hand side. And Dawson comes back. In fact, they're going to run 3. And the throw comes in from down below. I don't think Balderson picked it up cleanly, and it's a little bit soft, the outfield. I think he may have lost his footing, and that slight stumble has allowed Dawson to run 3. He moves on to 14 now. 196 for 4. And there's certainly a very active warm-up taking place by Luke Wells, so he might have an over or 2 before the tea break. Press works his next delivery in between the legs of George Bell at forward short leg, and through he goes for a single. Moves on to 46.
With the spinners on at the minute, not going to have a lot of time to read out all the other results in Div 1, but to just mention Warwickshire, who are hosting Durham. The opening pair, Alex Davies and Rob Yates, have put on 300. 302 for naught currently.
Here's Lyon to Dawson. That's flicked away through square leg, again off the back foot, just easing it away off his hip for a single. Keeps a strike. 198 for 4.
163 not out for Yates, 134 not out for Davies. So there's some meagre looking bowling figures for the Durham bowlers.
I think Durham put Warwickshire in. This is Lyon to Prest, who's defending to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. 37 left in the day. We're not too far away from tea. 198 for 4.
Yeah, that's one of those situations the captain doesn't want to be reminded he won the toss. 302 for naught at tea.
Flat pitch and a Kookaburra ball. And I mean, you look at the Durham's attack, bowling attack in that game.
We've got Scott Boland.
Boland's playing.
Yeah.
They've got Matty Potts. They've got Ben Rain, and they've got Bryden Carson.
Yeah.
Carson, Rain, Boland, and Potts are pretty decent.
Doesn't sound shabby, does it?
No. And then you've got Callum Parkinson, who's 12 in 14 overs. They've got a pretty good-looking attack there of Durham, but it's a batter's day.
You'd win the toss and bowl with that attack.
I think you would. Yeah. Oh, we are going to see a bit of Luke Wells. So we're going to see some leg spin from Luke Wells, who's replaced Jack Blatherwick. I said, just searching for it a bit. With that 3 over spell going for 14 runs, he's come out of the attack. We see quite a bit of Luke Wells in red ball cricket as well, Gemma. Now he's front and centre of their T20 side. He'll always bowl their 4 overs in T20 cricket. He's kind of a frontline bowler in the white ball game, and increasingly having a bigger influence as well in the red ball cricket.
He comes in for his first ball to Dawson, and that cut away just backward a point, but there's a backward point or wide gully there, keeps that down to a dot ball.
He's worked a lot on his bowling, Luke Wells.
He's quite a tall spinner, isn't he?
He is,
Yeah.
yep.
They talked about a lot that, didn't they, in the England Test series in India, how they were picking bowlers for their height, for the pitches over there to get the bounce. I know we don't have quite the same pitches here. As he comes in again, that's a bit shorter, and it's worked onto the leg side for a single. But yeah, England were very much looking for those tall bowlers for the subcontinent pitches.
It's probably what got Hartley's debut. And he bowls quickly, bowls into the pitch, Tom Hartley, from a tall height, and I think that certainly worked in his favour for his England debut over the winter.
Wells in again, and that's full and outside off, just pushed into the offside. Josh Bohannon does the fielding, and there's no run. Is he a big turner of the ball? Yeah.
Yeah, and he's
nice action, and that's driven out onto the offside. There's a fielder on the boundary who'll come round and keep that down to 2.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, Gemma.
So that's 200 runs up for Hampshire in the 60th over.
He also bowls a bit of off spin as well, Luke Wells. Predominantly now he would consider himself to be a leg spin bowler, but he started as an off spinner, so he's got both options there.
He comes in and bowls a leg break, and that's well driven. It was just over pitched, and it's going to go all the way. 4 runs through extra cover for Tom Prest, and that brings up his 50. 52 not out.
Yeah, it's a good knock.
Off 76 balls, really good knock. He came in, replaced his captain. We said he got that good 100 last season, but otherwise a little bit scratchy, and he started off brilliantly here today, especially the way he's played Nathan Lyon. But now hits 50 off the leg spinner.
He's a good player. I've not seen too much of him bat, but I've been really impressed with where he's batted today.
And that one is just a little bit fuller, and Press just plays that down into the ground off the back foot. That's the end of the over. Hampshire are 205 for 4. We're just about to have a change here, so Scott's going to take a break, go and find his flip-flops, and Kevin James is going to join me.
Well done, Tom Prest. I was saying earlier that innings, second to last game of the season at Essex last year, where he got 100 in a very exciting win over Essex at Chelmsford, was probably the making of him, and it looks like that he's very much carried that on. He's played very, very nicely indeed. It's Liam Dawson to face Nathan Lyon. As Dawson's on the back foot, steers that into the gap through the leg side. He's got bat on that, and that is racing away for 4 runs. Slightly short there from Nathan Lyon. Not that short, but Dawson was very, very quickly on it. And he moves on to 20. Hampshire 209 for 4, just under 4 overs till tea. So Prest becomes the 3rd Hampshire batter to pass 50 in this innings, but only James Vince, well, 56 is the top score, so Prest has every chance here of going past that. But then again, we thought Vince and Gubbins, once they passed 50, would go on and score a few more, but this man accounted for both as he goes to Dawson, pushing that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I take it you've read out 1 or 2 emails.
We read out the
Gemma?
one, the big question about should the ECB stop Australians playing in the county championship, and Scott and I said no. We answered that one quickly.
Okay, no, we like Australians playing in it, don't we?
We do.
It's never been enough for me. Lions around the wicket to Dawson, works that away past one of the short mid-wickets, but not the other. So you didn't read this one from Ian Schofield. Solent cricket, I'll do it slowly. because it seems not just up north, it's down here that they think that I read the email out too quickly. solentcricket@gmail.com. Ian Schofield, watching his beloved Lancashire on his narrowboat. I love that. Dawson's watchfully behind that one. That's currently moored just outside Garstang. Just wondered if you could say happy birthday to my son Austin, who turned 18 last Saturday. We had a night out in Preston and are still recovering. Great coverage as usual. Very much looking forward to the season ahead. Thank you. Mine was just about to bowl there, but pulled out of that one. Jamie Rowe, did you read that one? solentcricket@gmail.com. There's Lion bowls, Dawson's forward. I can understand, we were talking about the Dukes and the Kookaburras and the Readers' balls earlier with Simon Hughes, the analyst who's still here. He'll be back with us after tea. He says, I can understand the Championship moving away from Dukes after the poor batch of balls from the last 2 seasons. That's true, we didn't mention the fact that they keep going out of shape. Apart from other things. Dawson's forward again, end of the over.
Yeah, Scott and I mentioned it just the start of the last stint. So we were saying how it was after every 30 or 40 minutes last year they were having to get the rings out, and it wasn't just the bowlers moaning, because they quite often got them changed. They didn't fit through the holes that they're supposed to. So yeah, it was a bit frustrating as a.
Yeah, we haven't had that with the Kookaburras, have we? Which is welcome. Yeah, Jamie goes on to say he couldn't remember a match where the umpires didn't look at the balls, and it wasted time and produced poor cricket. Jamie's in Withington. Thank you for that.
So Luke Wells to continue with his leg spin from this hotel end. Field's a little bit spread. We've still got a slip and a leg slip, but other than that, field is fairly evenly dispersed. As he comes in and pitches the ball up, it's pushed onto the offside. There's no run there from Tom Prest. 52 off 77.
I was just about to say that if you were listening in the ground, then I think the earpieces were working again, but I just had a message from somebody in the ground to say they're not working, so been a bit on and off today, isn't it?
It has a bit, yeah. First day niggles. That's pitched up full and straight, and it's just worked into the leg side for a single. As I say, the field's fairly dispersed, so there are gaps there if the batters wish to take the runs there, which they have. That's what these two have done really well. They've kept it ticking, picked up those singles that are on offer, and Prest on 53, Dawson on 20. It's looking another really good partnership. So tall Luke Wells comes in and bowls, and this one's just floated onto leg stump. Forward defence, no run.
Spin at both ends, although there's no spin, really. Not on this pitch yet.
Wells in and bowls, and again just forward defence. There's no run there. I was looking in the sky. There's a lot of those airplane tail lines. I don't know what's happening up there.
A few airplanes gone over then.
Yeah, fair few.
It's been a nice afternoon, actually, isn't it? It's nice to be able to see that.
So it's definitely not the red arrows, because the lines are all over the place.
Yeah, well.
Wells comes in, and that is wide of off stump, and would be a wide in white ball cricket, but a little bit more lenient in this format, so it's just a dot ball as Dawson leaves that alone.
Nice to see some blue sky.
Yeah, blue sky, white clouds, green grass, perfect picture. And again, that's just defended. There's no run there. Tidy stuff from Wells, just one off the over. Hampshire are 210 for 4 after 62 overs.
Got a tweet here at Solent Sport, if that's the method that you want to get in touch with. Mike Martin, afternoon to you, Mike. First tweet from him of the season. We were talking earlier, somebody mentioned earlier that Hampshire were 6th favourites behind Durham for the title this year. Mike says, lots of talk about our ageing attack, but I think they're pretty fit. This is Messrs Barker, Abbott and Abbas, all well over the 30 mark. Very young as Lyon comes in again. This time he's around the wicket now. It's hit him on the pad. Press, it's been caught. There was a half shout, but not very convincing from the leg slip especially running back. The big season for Fletcher and Tom Prest, says Mike Martin. Well, Prest has certainly started well here. Fletcher Middleton not so much. He made just 6 when he was involved in a run out this morning. Mix up with him and Ali Orr. Lion bowls. Prest is forward. We are into the penultimate over here at the Utilita before the break.
Dominic Redpath, he's a big Hampshire fan watching from Dubai.
Oh.
And he says, what does Dawson need to do to become an England regular?
Not really say to the selectors that he doesn't want to carry the drinks anymore. Probably be first and foremost. Prest pushes it back to the bowler. I think that's really what it was, wasn't it, really? I don't think anybody disputed that he should have probably gone to India, but I think he said he's sort of had enough of running drinks on England tours and wants to play franchise cricket where he's involved. Won the South African T20 this year.
He did.
With the Sunrisers Eastern Cape. Quick single to Prest there on the offside. Takes him on to 54. Hampshire 211 for 4. Yeah, and he played a couple of games in the Big Bash, I think it was. 1 or 2 games anyway.
Yeah,
it was always going to be a short stint.
He didn't play many there.
No. And then I think he's played 1 more T20 tournament somewhere. But yeah, I think that he's more than happy doing that now. Between now and the end of his career, he's on the back foot there, steers it away square on the leg side. Not quite gone straight to a fielder, but no chance of a run.
In the same email, Dominic Redpath also says, well done to the Wombats winning the Chiang Mai Super Sixes, and well done to John Adams for winning Hampshire Volunteer of the Month.
Congratulations. Lion to Dawson. Dawson flicks it away, or it hits short leg hard. Well, it's not a chance. You can't put that down as a chance. Dawson flicked that away. I think that's George Bell in there. Just hit him, really. Fortunately for Dawson, it ran away safely. George Bell looks as though he's okay, actually. He's walking smartly back to take up his position at short leg at the far end. So he's okay. 211 for 4, last over before tea.
We've got another question coming about batting bonus points. Peter Chapman said, when do they kick in? I know it's been changed, but I'm not sure when it is. It's 250 for the first point. So despite all the runs Hampshire have scored so far, they're still yet to get a point. They're still 39 runs away from that first point. Lancashire have got a point for their bowling to pick up 3 wickets, but yeah, it's 250. It's a hard task, isn't it, especially early season, to get your first batting point, and then it's every 50 runs after that. As Wells comes in, and that's just forward defence by Tom Prest.
Yeah, so it seems a long way, doesn't it, 250 now? But that's the way it is. 5 points for batting, 3 points in total for bowling.
Wells into Prest, and it's full and floated up, and Prest just presses forward at that, but no run. Yeah, 250.
Well, this is a good wicket as well, isn't it, really? I mean, some wickets where it's darting around all over the place. 250 is a million miles away.
Absolutely. Wells in again, and there's a big shout there for LB as he's pushed forward for that. It hits the pad. They're going to run through for what will be a leg bye, as the umpire has not given it out. Look at that on the replay.
That looks a good shout to me. He's playing across that.
Yeah, he did. Pad out in front, flicked across.
Just looked as though the front foot was down, and then he was waiting for it, and then just played across it a bit. That's a marginal decision.
But he survived nonetheless, and that's a leg bye to the score. So Wells now into Dawson, who works that onto the leg side. There's a short leg there, so no run.
Like googly, that one. Attempted googly anyway. Yeah, that's a close shout for me. I think if you were watching the picture feed and saw the replay there, I know the camera's not quite in line, but it still looked close.
When you plant your leg out front like that and work around it, it's always a little bit dodgy. But he's there, and Wells, that's shorter, flicked onto the leg side, and Dawson will pick up a single. So this should be the last ball before the tea interval, as Dawson and Prest bring up their 50-run partnership off just happy. Wells pitched up, driven well out to extra cover. There's a fielder out there, there's a chase on, and he does well as they come back for 2 and 3. 3 runs to finish the session. Hampshire on 216 for 4 at tea, Prest on 57, Dawson on 21.
So 64 overs completed, 32 overs left on day 1. The 2 wickets that did fall since lunch were James Vince, caught down leg side at leg slip off the bowling of Nathan Lyon for 56, shared an 84-run partnership with Nick Gubbins. They took the score from 26 for 2 before lunch to 110 for 2. About 25 minutes after lunch was when Vince lost his wicket. And then Nick Gubbins, who was going along nicely. 56 for James Vince, by the way. 50 for Nick Gubbins, and then almost straight away, Nathan Lyon tossed one up, invited the drive from Nick Gubbins. He went for it, got an edge, caught by Luke Wells at first slip. Gubbins going off for 115 balls for his 50, 5 fours in that one. 53-run partnership with Tom Prest for the 4th wicket, 163 for 4, that is, and then 216 for 4 at tea, with Prest 57, Dawson 21, and Nathan Lyon, the chief wicket taker, with 2 for 70 from 21 overs. We'll be back with you again in 20 minutes' time.
under 80 miles an hour actually, as Prest pushes that one up to mid-on. So actually, I mean, I was looking at the Lancashire lineup over the last couple of days, and a lot of home-bred players, people from Lancashire, which obviously Hampshire don't often claim.
Yeah,
if you like, because I mean, Hampshire just don't have maybe the depth of the resources that Lancashire have. Bolton bowls again and again, short of a length and forced off the back foot, but can't find the gap. So a maiden over to start.
I think it's been something that's kind of a significant priority for Lancashire. Has been historically, of course, for the club. They've produced many fine players, and that's been a big remit of what the club's about. And support and backing into the age groups and the academy at Old Trafford to try and promote and develop young players, and they want to try and find a way to get them into their first team, and that is certainly kind of front and centre of what they're trying to do. And then you try and blend that with a little bit of experience, and obviously someone like Nathan Lyon as being a top overseas player as well.
It's such a depth of cricket, isn't it, Lancashire? I mean, I know we're sort of on the Hampshire stream today, but Lancashire's sort of history and the traditions of cricket in Lancashire are so strong. It feels like they should be a county that should win probably more titles than they have, really.
Yeah, just
one in the last 15 years or so, is it? 20 maybe?
2011 the last time they won the title, and that was the first one for 70 years.
Yes. Yeah. God, it's as long as that.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I remember they obviously never won anything in the era I played, which was more dominated by southern counties generally. It's be hard for Lancashire. I've often thought that because of the rain, because you get a lot of draws. You had a lot of draws last year, didn't you?
There's Nathan Lyon from the hotel end. It's off the back foot by Dawson. Punched away through the offside. He'll come back for two as Bohannon sends it on the bounce to Lyon. They do hustle a couple.
Was it 10 draws last year?
Yes, it was, and every championship match was drawn at Emirates Old Trafford last year. Nobody won there in the championship.
Really?
And that's an issue. It's a problem that they have to try and find a solution to. Trying to win 4-day matches in Manchester isn't easy. They tend to get results when they play at Southport or play at Blackpool or play at Liverpool, but playing at Old Trafford's a tricky one. Lyons into Dawson's off the front foot, takes a single, just drops it into the offside, jogs through for one, moves on to 24. The score now moves on to 220 for 4. So yes, it's a challenge for them to try and win games at Emirates Old Trafford. Not easy 4-day games. I mean, the good 5-day pitches. They are good pitches, but trying to get 20 wickets to win a match. Prest just defends, little tentatively, just onto that front foot. I think he's actually played Lyon really well, Prest.
I agree.
Today.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a little hint of uncertainty, wasn't it, there? The ball suddenly managed to get through, but luckily evaded the stumps.
Forward short leg crouching down, Lyon in, and that's eased away through the offside by Prest. He'll turn and hurry back for 2. That's good running. Just dropped it into the offside, but with Boberson back on the point boundary, he's picked his gap nicely there, and he adds 2 to his total. 59 to him now, 221 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, the way he's handled Lyon has been so good because he hasn't been intimidated or pressurised into doing anything. He took his time to understand him early on, was quite cautious, but then started to play some, I suppose you'd say percentage shots. Is the reverse sweep a percentage shot? I think it is for the modern player. And he paddled him a couple of times reverse, played a little paddle sweep down to fine leg. He's now looking to just score on the offside, pushing it into the gaps for a couple. That's just good controlled cricket.
59 not out. Lyon puts a man in at extra cover. Slip in place as well. And that's swept away in the air, but way over the man and over the rope and into the stands. And all the way for 6 for Prest. Wow. Hitting Nathan Lyon over mid-wicket for 6, moves on to 65 not out, 227 for 4.
What a shot. I mean, picked from outside off stump that, and just a minimum of effort really. It's not a big boundary, but There's a man out there. That was a superbly executed shot.
Lyon to press, right forward and defends into the offside. No run. Fascinating over that. Lyon bowling from the Hilton Hotel end for the first time today, and I get what it was. The first delivery was he was a bit tentative, wasn't he, Prest? Whether he was just trying to reset himself after tea, but then quickly straight back into being able to looking really confident facing Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, and I mean, Lyon went over the wicket, didn't he, that over? And he bowled a lot round the wicket to press from the other end. This end, he's gone over the wicket, and I suppose just there's a bit of realignment initially, just to sort of set up the different angle that Lyon's bowling from. But then he soon looked confident and, you know, got runs on both sides of the wicket there. So, you know, it's impressive, really impressive, really good. So it's Balderson to resume from the far end now, the pavilion end here. It's sort of hazy sunshine, but it's a nice warm day. It must be 19, 20 degrees. It's just the sort of perfect temperature for cricket, really. Pitch has played well. Balderson fast medium, moves in, and again, good cricket by Hampshire there. That was Dawson just dabbing one into the offside that time. Picking up a quick single, 228 for 4.
You mentioned Balderson's pace. It's something that he is trying to work on. I spoke to him towards the back end of last season and through the winter, and trying to gain that extra kind of yard or so of pace is something that he is working hard on.
He bowls again and turned into the leg side by Prest this time, down to fine leg for a single.
So yeah, he's something which he has is continuing to try and do. I'm not sure how easy or not that is to try and. How do you? He's quite a slight man. He's not the tallest.
Doesn't matter actually. I mean, it's a good subject to discuss actually, Scott. Just watch him bowl this ball, and he bowls, and this time Dawson defends on the leg side. I mean, it's something that a lot of bowling coaches look at, all the different ingredients of your approach, your run up, your delivery stride. Actually, it's something I've worked with my son on. He's 21, he's at Cambridge University, and I've talked to Ian Pont, who of course is a very eminent bowling coach in England, former Essex player, and also Stephen Jones, who played for Somerset and Hampshire. Did he play for Hampshire? No, he just played for Somerset and Glamorgan, I think. Here's another one from Balderson, worked away on the leg side. So a single off each ball of this over. That's another one for Dawson, 230 for 4 Hampshire. And, you know, there are now the bowling coaches are very good at sort of breaking down the action into its various constituent parts, and things like takeoff, not landing too hard with your back leg to inhibit momentum. Obviously braced front leg is very important. Coiling your arm back in delivery. Here's Balderson again and bowls, and it's steered into the backward point area, but that doesn't pick up a run. Using your shoulder more, they call it shoulder hip separation. Sounds a bit technical, but it's all about the delay of your shoulder coming over. And if you think of Mitchell Stark or any of those sort of slingy bowlers, even Mark Wood actually, their arm comes from almost behind towards the sight screen and comes right down low. Imagine Jeff Thompson, someone like that. And as Balderson bowls again, a bouncer this time, but looping over the batsman's head, so no interest really from him. And that's the end of the over, 230 before. There are so many little ingredients which you can improve. You know, you work on that shoulder reach behind you, and just to get a little bit more elasticity, if you like, and using your front arm to really pull down hard as you let go of the ball. You think of someone like Brett Lee and how he does that, really rams his left elbow into his hip and through the back. There are lots of things that young bowlers, or older bowlers even, can do to just add 2-3 miles an hour.
And it's not necessarily a physical thing then?
Well, it's technique. No, it's not.
More technique
actually, it's a lot of it's technique. Yeah,
being physically stronger.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, physical strength can help, but it's more about technique.
Here's Lyon to Dawson, slipping a backward short leg in place. That's a foolish ball by Lyon, and Dawson digs it out.
You think about bowling as a sort of catapult almost, and the further you can stretch that back arm back and stretch your front arm out and then let go of that missile, the faster it's going to come out.
Lyon to Dawson, back and across, and defends. And there's no run.
Ian Pont's got a favourite phrase actually. He says, you can't launch a cannon from a canoe. So what he means is you need that stability with your feet, and you can't fire a powerful cannon out of a canoe which is moving.
Lyon to Dawson, sweeps. And Jack Blatherwick on the deep mid-wicket boundary fields. Dawson takes one, moves on to 27. It's 231 for 4. Brings Press back on strike. He's 66 not out. So it'll be 28 overs left in the day. Once this one's done by Lyon, we're going to comfortably get them all in today. It's a very pleasant opening day here. Attempted sweep by Press. The ball beats the keeper down towards the boundary. Luke Wells catches up with this, and a little bottom edge on that, so
yeah.
runs called.
I don't know. I know he's hit a 6 with that shot, but I don't think he needs to do that actually. And it's very right across the line. That he only needs to mistime it slightly, and he could either get an edge or get LBW.
Lyon to Press, rocks onto the front foot and doesn't offer a shot. Hoists the bat high above the shoulder through to Hurst, who's Lancashire's wicket keeper, and again there's no run.
It's wider of the crease that time. Lyon he's just playing with the line a little bit here, trying to tempt him into something outside off stump. Very wide of the crease here.
Into Press, forward, it comes off the outer half of the bat, off the front foot, just squirts away into the offside. Through he goes for a single. Press moves on to 69, 234 for 4 at the end of the over. Lyon's bowled 23 overs today. He's picked up 2 for 85.
Yeah, he's gone for a few, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's baseball, isn't it?
Is he adopting baseball?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just ingrained in all the players now. If you talk to any young players, that's just sort of part of their makeup, isn't it? Unless you're Dom Sibley or somebody like that. I mean, the majority of younger players just want to be more positive. And good luck to them, really. You know, provided it's sort of sensible, not reckless, I don't see any issues. I mean, you know, the game's about runs and wickets, not about staying in, isn't it?
I'll ask Nathan Lyon then. Have you adopted baseball now you're playing cricket in England?
This is Balderson again from the far end, bowls, and that time Tom Prest defends. We'd quite like to just have a little look at the bowler's run up in this over maybe, and have a look at his approach to delivery, see if there's anything we can pick up perhaps he could improve on. Just looking at the Hampshire stream pictures, we've got fixed cameras and also a one ball follow camera as well. Delivery from Balderson is foolish and defended by Prest. Balderson, the dirty knees, indicating a bit of diving around in the field. Just see, I'm going to watch this ball and see if there's anything that he could perhaps do. It's not easy from full speed. It's so much better if you can slow these things down. Let's watch him, this ball. He burst into bowl. Yeah, I think as he bowls that one, which is worked into the leg side by Prest, I think possibly his knee isn't braced as he lets go, which means that he loses a bit of momentum. Let's have a look, and we've got the replay coming up here actually. And I don't know, I mean, maybe that knee is okay. In fact, you need it to be fairly rigid as the ball is released, so that you get that stability to bring the whiplash arm over afterwards. That's the Ian Pont cannon bit, and the canoe being something that's moving. So you need some a stable footing when you're trying to bowl quick, certainly. Where's your cricket background? Are you a bowler?
I was, yeah, through school, yeah. I played all the way through school, and then just never carried on.
Right.
But I started commentating on it straight after
No
school.
time after. You're commentating all the time. Another one from Balderson there. It's steered into the offside by Dawson. Just a little dab shot, gliding it, but the fielder exactly in that spot. Short third man. Anybody back on the? No, there's nobody back on the boundary at third man. So maybe Dawson there, just trying to steer that one between the keeper and third man. No slips now. Quite a very defensive field, in fact. 235 for 4 is the Hampshire score. So it's been pretty fluent all day, really, apart from about the first 5 overs. Here comes Balderson again. Bowls pulled or miscued actually by Dawson down to fine leg. Tried to swivel on it, but maybe the ball didn't arrive and got a kind of bit of a top edge, but the ball didn't go far. So an easy single. Yeah, it didn't sort of didn't arrive, that ball, did it?
I mean, this field might reflect one, the condition of the ball, and two, the fact that it's a good pitch. As you say, there's no slips. You've got men in front of the bat. You've got catchers in front of the bat.
Yeah. We've had that a fair bit, haven't we? Balderson bowls again, and up on his toes goes Prest and forces it onto the back foot. He's on 70 now from 107 balls, and Dawson on 28, and the score Hampshire 236 for 4. I mean, I wonder if we haven't seen Bailey or Williams recently, so are they sort of thinking about the new ball now?
Possibly, yeah. 11 overs away, isn't it? Yep, could be a good shout. Not seen. I mean, Jack Blatherwick has just struggled to get a bit of to find a bit of rhythm, hasn't he, today? He's been searching for it a little bit, so they've been a little bit reluctant to go back to Jack Blatherwick. He's had 2 spells, one this morning, which I think was 6 overs for 25, and he's bowled 7 overs in the day for 34, so they've not got that. I mean, Blatherwick is the quickest bowler that Lancashire have got in this game.
It doesn't feel like a pitch for quick bowlers somehow, does it?
He's lying to Dawson, and that's off the front foot and defends, and there's no run. 237 for 4. Dawson on Prest on 70. Dawson on 29, again forward, defends again, and there is no run.
3 men out on the boundary now for Lyon on the leg side. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. And only 1 man saving a single on that leg side. Lots of gaps.
In comes Lyon, bowls back and across, and careful, watchful this time. Just defended by Dawson off his back foot from deep in the crease.
It's very vociferous, Hurst, keeper, isn't he? Almost every ball, even if it hits the middle of the bat, it's like that. Must get on your nerves as a batter, I reckon.
Lyon to Dawson, a little flatter this time. He gets forward again and defends.
He didn't say anything that time. Mind you, that was the biggest solid block you've ever seen.
Yeah, that kept him quiet. Be a challenge for Hurst as well. He obviously had a net with Lyon, but big task for him today. That beats him. He goes back and across and just slides away past the edge of the bat through to Hurst.
Nice cricket, yeah, lovely. And he was done for length there. He went back to that and it was full. And he was defeated by the slightly quicker ball from Lyon, Fuller, past the outside edge.
236 for 4. Lyon for Lancashire in and bowls. Whipped to the leg side by Dawson. Straight to the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings. End of the over. It's a maiden for Nathan Lyon. And Hampshire 236 for 4. I was saying earlier on to Gemma, it must be absolutely brilliant when especially when Lyon was bowling to Vince this morning, and they'd set this kind of leg side trap, hadn't they, or this plan to bowl to Vince.
Yeah.
I think it must have been brilliant to have just got a little insight to what Lyon was saying to Keaton Jennings, what Keaton Jennings was saying to his teammates, what conversations were having from Lyon, and the influence that Lyon would have had on Lancashire's fielding this morning. I thought would have been fascinating to hear.
Actually, he had a leg slip for the seamers as well to Vince, didn't he? As soon as Vince came in, Tom Bailey had a leg slip as well, so they obviously think there's an opportunity there, and they were proved right. Here's Balderson, and Dawson drives, Tom Prest drives, but There is no run, straight to backward point. Nobody back on the boundary on the offside to Balderson here. He's got the third man now. He's given up having that man on the one at backward point, or sort of short third man. Now got him back on the boundary at sort of wideish third man. 2 men catching on the leg side, mid wicket. Balderson bowls again down the leg side, flicked away for a single by Prest. Simple sort of shot. The few people have seemed to have gone now. It was a good crowd actually in the afternoon, wasn't it? But I guess people maybe a little bit cold now, a bit more breeze up. But it was lovely and warm over the far side. I met an old Hampshire player actually earlier, Mike Taylor, M-A-N-S Taylor. JMO's nodding his head. Yeah, he's actually a member of a little email group I'll tell you about after this ball actually. Hampshire 237 for 4 as Balderson from Lancashire bowls to Dawson, who digs out a Yorker. There's a little email group run by Pat Percy Pocock, and it's all these it's a load of old cricketers that are on it. You know, people like David Hughes, my namesake, Yozza, the first Yozza from Lancashire, and some really old players. David Brown from Warwickshire, and Mark Nicholas, of course, is on it. Chris Cowdery. There's some lovely people. John Barclay. And they're just all sort of reminiscing. Dennis Amis is always on there, reminiscing about old players and old times. Here's Balderson again, bowls and pushed up to mid-on by Dawson. And one of the people on it is Mike Taylor, who I just bumped into. He said, "Oh, we're fellow raisers," because the name of the email group is after you raise a glass when it's someone's birthday. So Pat Pocock was obviously very good. He's got a calendar and he knows when everyone's birthday is. So he says today's birthday is Kevin James, whoever. And he puts the number of first class matches they've played next to their name, and then it's their birthday today, and we all raise a glass. It's rather nice. Here comes Balderson bowls, and Dawson just tucks that into the leg side into one of those 2 fielders at mid wicket. No run, 2-3-7 for 4 Hampshire.
So how would something like that start off? Whose idea was that to begin with?
Pocock.
And then just invited people to join it?
Yeah,
okay.
And he just said, "Do you fancy joining?" And there's over 100 now. All, Mike Brill is on it actually. And it's great because you just get Jack Simmons, your old parish.
Solid group, isn't it?
It's a good group, and the storytelling is fantastic actually. Here comes Balderson again. And forced into the offside by Dawson, but doesn't really time it. So this is a good nagging over so far by Balderson, who's in his 13th over. He's gone for 54 runs, so he's conceding over 4 and over. Nothing in the pitch for him at all, actually. These are the sort of dog-eared overs. These are tough overs to bowl, because you're only there to wait for the second new ball. Got to try and get a wicket somehow. Try and conjure up something. Balderson bowls again, and slower ball that time. Dawson defends. End of the over. 2-3-9 before. Does Jack Simmons, Flat Jack, is he ever visible these days?
Yes, he is.
Trafford?
Yeah, occasionally he'll pop up into the commentary box. Yeah, come and say hello.
What a character. What a man. I love him. I've got this abiding memory of him. I went on tour to India, and we were in a covered market one day buying, your trinkets and stuff. And I just remember he was getting a bit frustrated because he kept getting approached by people. And I just heard him say at one point in the middle of this market, "No, I don't want another effing handbag." It was a leather market, as you might have guessed.
Lion in for Lancashire ball. That's off the back foot, punched through mid-on by Prest for a single. Moves on to 72. 240 for 4.
He'll remember it, Simo, he'll remember it.
It's a very good impression too, is that?
No, it wasn't. No, it's probably more Yorkshire.
I thought it was almost like he was in the room.
I think that's probably embarrassing.
Lion
now.
bowls to Dawson, who sweeps a little bottom edge down towards fine leg, and he hustles back for a couple. Throw comes in front of the Shane Warnes down by Tom Bailey. 2 more to Dawson. He moves on to 30 now. 242 for 4.
Nicely played, wasn't it? That little paddle sweep, got down low, didn't try and hit it too hard, just almost glided the ball off the face of the bat into that space down to fine leg.
Lyon bowls, Dawson forward, right forward, good stride, and bat pushing the ball away into the offside. And again, there is no run. There's a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket. 2 catches around the bat. Keeper crouches down as well. Dawson waits as Lyon bowls, and that's turned into the onside. No run. Picked up by Josh Bahanam. To his 25th over. Nathan Lyon, available for 7 games for Lancashire. Was the full season, but down to 7 now. Punched away by Dawson. Tom Bruce at extra cover field. No run. 1 ball left for Nathan Lyon. Yes, he's now got 7 of 8 games available for. It was 7 of the first 9. Now 7 in 8 because last week's game didn't count as one of his 7. It's played back towards him by Dawson. And there's no run. End of the over. 2-4, 2 for 4. Press 72. Dawson on 30. Kevin's waving his arms around, so presuming that means that Simon and myself are off. So Gemma's going to come in and Kevin will be alongside him.
Thank you very much. Just for continuity, I was also on that Razors group up until about 2 weeks ago. Did he say that? I was on it, and Pat Pocock, who Yozza says organised it, he recruited me about 18 months ago when I was at a luncheon at the Oval. And Yozza's right, there's about 100 on it because apparently Pat Pocock's email system only takes about 100. It can only go out to 100 people, so he can't have any more than that, and there are people wanting to go on it. And I got an email from Pat about 2 weeks ago saying, "We haven't heard anything from you, Kev, no posts for a while, would you like to come off the group?" And if I'm honest, I've been looking to come off it for a little while. So I said, personally, no, that's a real shame, but go on then. If there's others more deserving, I'll come off. Right, here's Balderson. And on the back foot is Press, steers that out to point, and there is no run. Yozza does post from time to time, so I see his name there, but I think I've only ever posted twice in about 18 months, so apparently that's not enough. So there you go.
Got the elbow.
Yeah, there was actually when it was my birthday, which was about a month ago now. Pat quite rightly sent out this email that said on this particular day it's Kevin, and there was a few others actually. Keith Brown, that used to play at Middlesex, wicketkeeper. It was his birthday. Sean Newdell of this parish. It's on the same day as well. That's turned away on the leg side by Press. That'll be a single. 73. He moves on to 243 for 4, and I actually just put a post on. I said, yes, but I'm at work and it's cost me a fortune in cakes, which it did for everybody who worked in our office. And Pat then emailed back saying, I'm not sure that's quite the right way to be celebrating as a Razor, because obviously it's about having a few drinks on your birthday. So apparently that was wrong. So that might have been the start of my demise on that group. So there you go, Gemma. Anyway.
If you'd taken beers into the office, that would have been wrong from work's point of view.
Correct.
So damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So I was in a no-win situation. 243 for 4. Yeah, Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, who's been with us all day, is back with us as Balderson comes in from that pavilion end and bowls. It's on the line of leg stump, and Dawson tucks that away to one of 2 men in the deep on the leg side. Runs the first one quickly with no chance of a 2. And Dawson moves on to 31. It's 244 for 4. These two came together when the score was 163 for 4. That was Nick Gubbins, who was out on for exactly 50. One of 2 wickets for Nathan Lyon this afternoon. James Vince a little early for 56. And Lyon switched ends now to this commentary end. This has been a useful partnership with which Gemma will try and work out mathematically in a minute. Nice drive, nice looking drive there from Preston. That's it's gone through mid-off. Tom Bailey, I thought, had got there, diving, trying to smother the ball, and somehow the ball just eluded him underneath his body as he fell to the ground, and it's gone for a very pretty 4 from Tom Preston, who's on to 77. 248 for 4. The partnership now, Gemma, is
85.
Thank you. Right on the
Thanks
ball.
for giving me a bit more time this time.
I did.
Yeah,
I know. I put you on the spot last time, didn't I? My maths is so poor that anybody else's is better. But anyway. Apologies for the few problems there's been on the ground commentary today. I know there's been 1 or 2 technical problems, but I think it's back now. Those of you that have got earpieces. Short delivery, which Prest drops his hands on. I'm not sure if he was going to work that down to third or whether he was surprised by that one, but he definitely dropped his hands as the ball went past him just about chest height.
Yeah, Hampshire got to be pretty happy with today's play. The openers, new opening pair for Hampshire, seeing off the new ball as it was nipping around a little bit. They didn't last much longer than that, but then this middle order, 350s, Tom Prest still out there.
Short, Prest ducks underneath, end of the over.
It's almost what you want from first innings, isn't it? A bit of a contribution from everyone, a full team score.
I think Lancashire bowled well, actually, haven't they? They've been at Hampshire all day, and I think Hampshire will look at it in 2 ways, really, and that's probably me sitting on the fence. I think overall, if you'd said, you know, would you take, the score's just gone off the screen, but it's on the picture feed, of course, 244 for 4, 248 for 4. Would you take that? They probably would, but then when you look, when you scratch the surface and you see 2 of your best players just getting into 50 and getting out.
But like you say, Lancashire have bowled well. They've had to work for every run. They've taken what's on offer, but there's not been a lot on offer. So yeah, this big good combination of taking the runs on offer and rotating the strike with these pair in particular. As Lyon comes in, bowls to Dawson, and I just turned away at the moment he played that.
He
Kev.
kicked it away.
Kicked it away. Thank you.
Well, he sort of just knelt down and let it hit his pad and ricocheted the first slip.
Got the sun in my eye. I just turned my head at the worst time. So I'll keep my eyes on it this time. The Lyon comes in, and that's outside off stump and just covered really by Dawson for no run. Wicketkeeper Hurst trots round and picks the ball up. So Lyon, like we say, switched ends, bowled a lot of overs from the pavilion end earlier today. And today there's a big, well, not a shout, there's a little shout there for an LB, but its impact's way outside off stump, so there's nothing in that as Dawson looks to play backwards.
Just looks like he's aiming for a little bit of rough here now, Lyon, isn't he? Just bowling well outside the off stump, and there's a little bit of puff of dust, ever so slightly.
Comes in again and a little bit short. Dawson looks to whip it away, but the leading edge goes straight back to the bowler. Yeah, a little bit of rough that he created earlier with that round the wicket plan that was the ending of James Vince.
Yep.
From that end. And again, bowls pitched up and just pushed back to the bowler for no run. 5 dots in this over so far. Dawson seeing them off, 31. Final ball of the over. Nathan Lyon over the wicket, in and bowls, and again that's pitched up, and Dawson had a little prod forward, a bit of an outside edge, but survives the over. Maiden over for Nathan Lyon. He's bowled he's got 26 overs, 2 for 88.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I've enjoyed watching him bowl actually today. Any young spinner, any spinner, sort of watching how to bowl on a wicket that's giving you nothing. And 2 very good players, which he got out this afternoon in Vincent Gubbins, and how he worked it out and wasn't frightened with Gubbins to sort of give it a bit of air and induce the drive. He's been very interesting to watch. Now he's just doing things slightly differently now, isn't he? Switched to this end, a hotel end, a commentary end, and just as Jim says, just trying to aim for a bit of rough that he created when he was bowling around the wicket from that pavilion end. So it's kind of switched his line of attack, switched his tactics.
Going to have spin at both ends again as Luke Wells is coming on now at the pavilion end. He bowled a couple of overs just before the tea interval, and he's also switched ends, so bowling this time from the pavilion. Leg spinner, tall leg spinner of Luke Wells.
Is it my end or your end? I can't remember.
It's yours.
It's mine, is it? I've got Luke Wells, have I? The leg spinner. 3 overs, none for 12. He switched ends, as you say. Comes down the wicket, pressed, and he hits it in the air. Has he got enough on it? This could be caught at deep mid-on. This could be a very good catch. Oh, it's gone down. It's gone over the rope as well, but Prest got right underneath that. The ball making its way up towards the pavilion, and I have to say the ball was in the air a long time, and the fielder probably got a lot closer to it, Tom Bruce, than I think either he or we thought. It would have been a superb catch had he taken it, but he just about got there.
He did. I think it's right over the far side from us, but it was a full-length diving effort. I think he got both hands to it, but just couldn't cling on. He was sort of running backwards and sidewards of where he was, so it wasn't the easiest direction to be taking the catch. But yeah, a bit of a let off that for Prest.
Well, Bruce is 2/3 back at mid-on, quite wide, and in the end, probably took it from probably just behind the bowler, or tried to take it. But that was a little heart-stopping moment there. It looked like he got away with it, Prest, and then the longer the ball was in the air, the closer the fielder got to it. So, slightly worrying moment for the crowd here, and those of you, I guess, watching on the picture feed, and of course listening to us on BBC Sport Online, as Prest is on the back foot. That's a much more comfortable shot. Played that nicely into the covers. That's well fielded right on the rope, and in fact, it's gone for 4. It was fielded right on the rope there on the far right-hand side as we look. And the ball not able to go into the hand cleanly. And that will be 4 more to the Hampshire total. 256 for 4, and Prest moves on to 85.
I'm just looking, Kevin, if they haven't changed the field, which I don't think they have. Look at this ball.
Pressed forward, pushes that to mid-wicket.
The fielder at mid-off looks like he would have been closer to that catch. Well, certainly less ground to cover, but like you say, Bruce came tearing round from that mid-on position.
Pressed back on strike, sweeps, gets wrapped on the pad. They're claiming a catch, and he's gone. He's got a top edge, and that is taken at leg slip, and Prest goes. George Bell with a looping catch there, quite an easy catch for him, and Prest goes for 85. Well, he already had a heart-stopping moment in that over, and you just get the feeling that, I don't know, maybe he just thought, Luke Wells, I'll just play a little bit more positively, and it's been his downfall. Prest goes, having faced 119 balls with 11 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, it's like we were saying earlier, it's might be a case that he feels he needed to score off that end with Lyon bowling at the other end and creating that pressure. But he did bat with a little bit of intent in this over, came down the wicket with that looping drive that was nearly caught, and then tried to play an attacking sweep shot then, which just got a top edge and seized the back of him. But it was a great innings. I think he played a great range of shots, and he should be pretty pleased with that. I mean, you're never going to be pleased to miss out on the 3 figures, but in terms of how he played and the shots he played and how he played Nathan Lyon, if nothing else, I thought he played Lyon better than anyone else today.
You're right, he did play him well. Took him on, didn't he, early on, with a couple of reverse sweeps which both went for 4. But I can't help feeling that he's missed out on 100 there, which at the end of the day, that's what this game's all about. He's 15 runs away. He nearly gave it away early in the over, and he's perished. And Ben Brown is the new batter for Hampshire. Hampshire wicket-keeper, 35 years of age. Has a pretty good record, averages just under 40, which was, I think he averaged 40 first class when he arrived at Hampshire. Didn't have such a good season last year, well down on his figures, and he admitted it as well. Just over 500 runs at 23 apiece, which is a big drop.
Yeah, it's something that Hampshire have struggled with in the last few years, haven't they, having a keeper that scores runs. It's something that's been missing. We've tried a few keepers over the time, and so like you say, Ben Brown has a great average and comes with that pedigree, but last year didn't quite pay off. But hopefully at number 6 role he can consolidate this year. He's got a nice platform to come in and get some runs now. Like we say, it's a decent pitch, it's a lovely day, and there's 256 runs behind him from his team.
On the back foot there, Ben Brown's off the mark straight away, nudging that into the vacant square leg area. Hampshire move on to 257 for 5 now, and for Luke Wells, that is his 93rd first-class wicket. Inching towards 3 figures. Dawson 31 not out. We have just over 21 overs left in the day. Here's Wells with his leg spin short. And Dawson tucks it away into the same area that Ben Brown did the ball before, and gets the same result with a single. Moves on to 32. Keep those emails coming in. solentcricket@gmail.com. You've got probably just over an hour left before the end of play. At Solent Sport as well. Thank you for all those that have been in touch during the day.
The runs coming off that over and bringing up Hampshire's 250 means batting point. So in terms of bonus points for this game, it's currently 1-1. It's got to sound like a football score.
A lot of people would be listening to this saying that's an awful lot of cricket played for just 1 point on each side. Peter Chapman just confirming that bonus point. He's obviously right on the money. Our friend in Penzance.
Right, Nathan Lyon to continue from the hotel end. Comes over the wicket, and that's flicked away down to long on, and they'll come through for a single. Dawson moves on to 33. He's playing his usual role of just getting the job done.
He is. He is. He's a good man to have coming in when you want to, well, you just want something, don't you? Just nothing flashy.
Yeah.
Don't go too silly, don't go too mad. Just keep playing, and then all of a sudden an hour later you look up at the scoreboard and you're in a better position than you were that hour before, and he certainly does that sort of thing, doesn't he? That's the sort of role he plays.
Right, Ben Brown to face his first ball from Nathan Lyon, and it's just a solid forward defence. Back to the bowler, dot ball.
Yes, Dawson won't be giving it away, that's for sure. Ben Brown, as I say, I hope for a much better season from him. I know how disappointed he was talking to him. You know, everybody that goes with an average of 40 in first-class cricket, no matter where you bat in the order, it's handy.
In, and once again, there's nothing on offer there from Nathan Lyon, so Ben Brown just pushes that back to him. And in he comes, bowls, and it's worked way onto the leg side. No run there. Nathan Lyon keeping things pretty tight with the new batter at the crease. Fielders have enclosed. There's that slip, leg slip and short leg that we've seen all day from him, but he's bowling over the wicket to the right-hander this time. Into that rough, and again it's just pushed back for a dot ball. 1 ball left of this line over.
I'll tell you what, it's not often at sort of 5:05, whatever you say, there's 20 overs left. It's great when the spinners are on.
Absolutely. And again, Ben Brown just makes sure that ball is well defended, and that's the end of the over. Hampshire are 259 for 5 after 75.
I think that's another reason to be thankful for the Kookaburra ball, because you can't just have seamers just running in, bowling seam up all day. It just doesn't. There's nothing going on, is there really? You know, I mean, I think the Lancashire seamers have done a good job, but you take Will Williams, 10 overs, none for 15. I mean, keep it tight if you're not taking a wicket, which he's done. Balderson, 14 overs, none for 60. Blatherwick, 7 overs, none for 34. You know, I'm sure second week of the season, normally, with a Duke's ball in hand, they were expected to pick up 1 or 2 wickets, so you do so and you keep bowling. But now, you can't just do that. And it'll be the same for Hampshire as well. Any seamers that are not looking that they're taking wickets will be whisked off. Here's Luke Wells from the pavilion end. Bowls. Dawson leaves that one alone outside of off stump. So I quite like this ball. The games might not be going through quite as quick, because the wickets obviously don't happen because the ball's not nipping around as much. But
the day's play does when you get home for your tea.
So what do you do? There's a trade-off, isn't there? There's a trade-off. Dawson's on the back foot, steers that into the covers. Do you have slightly shorter days? And I don't think we'll be seeing 7:30 finishes and 7:15 finishes often as we used to. It was a regular occurrence, wasn't
Yeah, it became part of
Yeah,
the day.
it was a long day. But it just means that we perhaps will be around for 4 days rather than 3, which is kind of the norm here. That's turned away behind square on the leg side by Dawson. He moves on to 34. Hampshire 260 for 5.
Do you say they were playing it for the first 4 rounds, using the Kookaburra ball for the first 4
I think
rounds?
it's first 2,
First
and
2.
then I think there's 2 more later in the season, because last year there was 2 rounds,
Yeah.
and that was it. Now there's 4, but I think it's 2 and 2. Yeah. Here's Wells again. Brown drive slightly uppishly. Falls extra cover. Got 1 or 2 excited in the Lancashire side.
And how is the ball selection? Is that just an ECB thing, or do the counties vote on it? Or
Oh, I imagine it's the ECB saying this is what we're doing.
Right.
Yeah, I should imagine. Yeah. I'm not sure because I guess it depends on what sort of bowling attack you've got, where the counties would vote. So I think you'd have to take that out of it. That's outside off stump again, and Brown leaves alone. So yeah, I'd be very surprised if it was a county decision. Wells just taking his time here with the last ball of his 5th over, comes in and bowls, and Brown's on the back foot, plays that into the ground, and that is 5 overs completed. 1 for 23 for Luke Wells. Nathan Lyon has got through 27 overs today. I think Lancashire are getting their money's worth out of him for 7 championship rounds. Didn't bowl too much last week, of course. Only played 80 odd overs at Old Trafford in the game between Lancashire and Surrey. I think he bowled 2 overs. I think Scott Reed told me. I haven't looked it up, but I think Scott was saying he bowled 2 overs last week. So he's making up for it this week. And he has looked good, there's no doubt about it. It's a pitch that's given him absolutely nothing. But he's probed away. Lots of guile, changes of pace, changes of line, and trying to put a little bit more revs on the ball from time to time, and he's always kept the pressure on where he can.
Yeah, and he's going to continue for his 28th over as he bowls. And there's a big shout there for LB. Dawson went back and across, and it was a big appeal to start with, but it did fade pretty quickly. As I think we'll just look on the replay there. Dawson. Yeah, it went back and across. It kept fairly low, but I think it was just outside off stump. This time Dawson sweeps Lyon backward of square on the leg side, come through for an easy single. To bring Ben Brown back on strike.
Bing Bren Brown.
I regretted that, the second word of that sentence.
You closed your eyes as you were saying that to make sure it came out properly.
Yeah.
Bing.
To bring
What was it?
Ben Brown back on strike again. Right, Nathan Lyon into Ben Brown, and again just solid defence.
You're going to avoid that phrase.
I am.
From now on, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. I say I regretted it as soon as I started, but
But you said it came out okay.
I couldn't back out because it was Ben Brown. I couldn't make it up. Nathan Lyon in, and again just blocked. Ben Brown playing Nathan Lyon very watchfully in the couple of overs he's faced. Past the start, bowls. It's dropped a little bit short, turned onto the leg side, and now come through for a single. So that brings Liam Dawson on strike, which is much easier to say.
Oh,
Yeah.
well said. It's just starting to get a bit blustery, and it's just starting. The sun is sort of going, and yeah, it's starting to feel a little bit more like April. Whereas this afternoon, it's been lovely.
Glorious. As Lyon's in again, worked onto the leg side by Dawson. They go through for a quick single. Thought about a second, did Ben Brown, but not there. That's the end of the over. Hampshire are 263 for 5.
18 overs left in the day. Email here from Jamal Makhlouf. Afternoon to you, Jamal. solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, great to have cricket back after last week's false start. Watching whilst working. whilst wishing I was at the bowl on a lovely day. Gutted for Tom Prest, but hopefully this is the start of his breakout year. That's right, we were saying that earlier. Hope to see more of Toby Albert, also Turner. That's John Turner, of course, although he's injured at the moment. He's also doing some exams at Exeter University coming up soon, I think. And Fletcher Middleton too. Yeah, Fletcher Middleton made just 6 this morning before he got involved in a mix-up in the middle of the wicket with Ollie Orr. And Fletcher Middleton will run out by a direct hit. That's cut away by Dawson, not timed. Goes to backward of point, fielded by Blatherwick. Start of a new over from Luke Wells. So Fletcher Middleton never really had a chance to get going. We were saying at the time, Gemma, weren't we, that a new pairing, Ali Orr, debut game today, having moved from Sussex in the winter, calls through for a quick single. That's good running between these two. These two do run well between the wickets. They have a very good understanding. Talking about, maybe Ali Orr and Fletcher Middleton having to develop an understanding, a new pairing. I think these two in the middle order and of batters along a lot between them have a very good understanding. Having said that, they'll probably run one of them out, but it's very noticeable that they're very good. Like that, 264 for 5. Brown's on the back foot, tries to steer it in the gap through point, but just found himself getting in a little bit of a muddle, and the ball just squeezing out for no run.
It certainly won't feel much of a consequence today to Fletcher Middleton, but he'll get his own back, because I just remember last year how good he was fielding backward point region in both white and red ball.
Yes,
that was one of the standout things I remember of the season.
Brown's on the back foot, plays it out square on the offside, no run. Yeah, this is a big season for Fletcher Middleton as well. It was his first year last year, and generally it was felt he looked the part, and there's no doubt that he did. He's only 22, but in the end, having played all the games, averaged 25, which is okay. That's pushed out into the covers and there's no run for somebody who's been in the fire, was in the firing line every single game.
Yeah.
But now he needs to back that up this year with some scores. There's Luke Wells, bowls, and Brown watchfully plays that into the ground and fielded at short leg by George Bell, who took a simple catch for the 1 wicket that's fallen since tea. Tom Prest sweeping at Wells, getting a top edge. Ball just loop into Bell at leg slip. He was out for 85. Partnership of 93 with Liam Dawson. We've had 3 partnerships of 50 plus. 53 for the 4th between Gubbins and Prest, and 84 for the 3rd between Vince and Gubbins. No 100 partnerships yet.
Okay, we've got Nathan Lyon to continue. He's bowled pretty much most of the day, bar the sort of opening session, and a little break just at the start of this session. But other than that, he's been a main feature in the Lancashire bowling attack. And he's in past umpire Mike Burns and bowls, and just blocked forward defence by Dawson. So a slightly different tact now. We saw him in his first spell bowling very much leg stump down, leg side, trying to get the batters out into a leg side trap there, but in the last few overs he's been bowling very straight, very full, and the batters have just been making sure they survive those balls. This time Dawson flicks it off his legs onto the leg side for a single. Got a fairly sort of spread field. There are gaps there which Dawson, above anyone, is probably good at milking. Very good at rotating the strike, finding those gaps, picking up the singles, and making sure he keeps things moving. As Lyon's into Ben Brown, and again, Lyon is absolutely unsung, and Ben Brown just pushes that back to him.
Where's the sun gone? Been enjoying that for a few hours.
Lyon in, and there's nothing there, so it's just a dot ball. Push back to him once again. We are on the 80th over of the day. Hampshire 265 for 5. Ben Brown on strike on 2. And this one defends this one off the back foot. And Dawson at the other end on 38.
Lyon, 29th over, eh? No wonder. You can see why Australia recalled him early. Keeps bowling this amount of overs every single innings.
And he comes dropped a little bit shorter this time and worked onto the leg side for a single.
I think they've probably seen something that nobody else saw before it's happened. Nathan Lyon bowling 30 odd overs every innings. He might not recover for the start of the Australian season. Apparently I'm being blamed for the in-ground radio breaking again, so thank you Ben Robertson at Solent Sport. I think it's fixed again. It's gone on and off through the day. Apologies for that, although it's not particularly my fault. But fortunately, the BBC Sport online feed has worked all day, so if you've been listening on that or switched to that from time to time, that's been the one constant. Scotty's just checked the in-ground radio earpieces. That's working. Thank you to those that have stuck with it. It's been a bit of a frustrating day, but hopefully any technicals have been ironed out. I know the picture feed has worked pretty well today.
Bit of delay here before the next over as Lancashire are switching to seam, so a few helmets being run off the pitch. And I think we have Tom Bailey taking over from Luke Wells at the pavilion end.
Ah, it's a new ball, of course, yes. 80 overs, and the new ball has been taken straight away with Hampshire on 265 for 5. Tom Bailey's bowled well, 14 overs, 1 for 31. His wicket was Ali Orr, caught behind for 10, second of the wickets to fall today, and that's turned away by Ben Brown down to fine leg for a single. 267 for 5. Paul Williams has tweeted at Solent Sport. I couldn't mention this earlier because a certain person did message me and say, could you give us a shout out on the ground, because they had a big flag, I don't know if you noticed it, Gemma, to the right, Langley Manor Cricket Club, which is just outside Southampton. Nice club. I went down there once last summer when they were playing, and they had one Sean Irvine playing for them on that day, former Hampshire all-rounder, Zimbabwean all-rounder, international all-rounder. And they popped down there, nice little club, tucked away. As forward is Dawson. It's pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. Well, Woodsy, who we call him Plumber to the Stars, he's a very good plumber, just to beef him up even more. And he wanted me to mention the fact that they were all sitting over there, Langley Manor Cricket Club. He was there with the banner. But then he texted me saying, no, you can't now because the in-ground commentary's gone. So, but then he's now gone with the flag. But Paul Williams has tweeted to say, I see the Plumber to the Stars is now sat with Joe on the other side of the ground. But I'm looking over there and I can't see them. I think I might be able to see them actually in the distance. So he is here, but he's moved as Bailey comes in and bowls outside the off stump. And that looked like that just shaped away there as Ben Brown withdrew the bat. So wondered if you can give the shout to them all of our friends, both at the game and also listening to you around the world. Would love life, but do miss watching Hampshire, because Paul and his better half, Lita, reside in Portugal. They get over here from time to time. I think they used to come over more than they do, but anyway. But they keep in touch with the club through us. Here's Bailey from the pavilion end bowls. Brown's on the back foot. So it's Dawson. Turns it away on the onside. And there is no run. So yeah, the Plumber to the Stars, Woodsy. I know Chris Wood, who maybe some Lancashire fans aren't so au fait with, but a left-arm seamer down here that's won quite a few white ball trophies with Hampshire, is having a testimonial year this year. He's got a dinner coming up next month here in the hotel ballroom. Dawson gets a full delivery, pushes that up to mid-off, thinks about a single, but there isn't one. And he texted me and said, would you help me sort of, run it and what have you? And they're running it here. I don't know if it's this side of the ground or the other side, I don't know yet, but it's in October. Are you a quizzer, Gemma?
I like a quiz. Is that the same thing?
Well, it probably helps. You're part of the way there. And yeah, he's organising one for Chris Wood. So hopefully I'm sure that'll be well supported. We'll mention that more nearer the time. That's pushed away square on the offside by Dawson. And another accurate over from the ever dependable Tom Bailey. He's bowled 15 overs, 1 for 32. First over with the second new ball, 267 for 5 Hampshire, 15 to do.
So you've been asked to help set the questions, have you, rather than be on a team?
I didn't get the impression it set the questions. I got the impression it was just helping present the overall evening. Oh no, Woodsy did say he was going to write all the questions.
Okay.
Woodsy and his flag have gone home, I'm told. But say hi back to Paul and Lita, says Joe on the ground. There we go.
What's your favourite classic round in a pub quiz?
I don't really do lots of them.
Do you not?
Because I'm not that knowledgeable. I find that when I've done quizzes in the past that 99.5% of the questions go over my head.
That's a high percentage.
Yeah, and one is the light bulb moment.
And that's the winner.
Well,
your team carry you, and then you come in with the winner.
Well, I'd like to think so, but anyway, I find them hard work because my depth of knowledge is not that great.
And you don't get many pub quizzes with a Hampshire cricket round, do you?
Well, sometimes I prefer there isn't a sport question because that puts even more pressure on you, doesn't it? Your cricket club must do some quiz nights, don't they? Hursley Park ladies?
Yeah, we've had some quiz nights. We've got a change of bowling this end as well, the Will Williams with the new ball. And first ball, there's a huge shout as that's nipped back in to Brown. Umpire is stood still. But first ball, yeah, just
watching the
pitched and
replay.
nipped in, I think. We'll confirm that in a moment. Yeah.
Just got outside the line.
Just outside the line,
yeah.
I think. But it's a good start for Will Williams in this spell.
He does tend to nip the ball back to the right-handers, doesn't he? And we saw this morning to Ali Orr, the left-hander, getting it to just nip away.
So Ben Brown will strike again, and he's had a waft outside off stump there, and that's gone through to the keeper. So 2 balls of this Williams over, and Ben Brown's been beaten on both.
It's a pretty good track record in first-class cricket. Over 190 wickets at 21 apiece. That's very, very good. Taking that amount of wickets at just over 20, that puts you right up there.
So he's in again, bowling from the hotel end where he started this morning with the first new ball, and once again he's on the floor. That was an effort ball as it's gone past the outside edge through to keeper Hurst again. So really good from Will Williamson, who ended up flat on his stomach in the middle of the crease, middle of the wicket. Sorry.
Scuffed up
Yeah.
wicket as well a bit, which the umpire's having a look at. That ball just seemed to go on with the arm a little bit as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
The camera on the picture feed is just slightly to the left of the wicket because I don't think it can go any further. That's why if you're bemoaning the angle of the camera, it can't actually go any further to the right.
He's in again, this time fuller and straighter, and Ben Brown blocks that with a little bit more confidence. Yeah, we are. The strip is way over to one side of this gantry. It's a large gantry we've got up here, but it's not quite wide enough for where the wicket is today. So Will Williams, this is his 11th over. He's only gone for 15 runs in the day. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but been miserly with the runs he's conceded. And he's in again. Ben Brown on strike, and again pitched up and just forward defence by the Hampshire wicketkeeper. Dot ball. Umpire's having another look at that area. Don't think there's anything like any warnings or anything, but he's just keeping his eye on it, just letting the bowler and the Jennings, the fielding captain, know that he's got his eye on it. As Williams walks back to the top of his mark for the final ball of his first over with this second new ball. And full and straight, and this time Ben Brown just pushes forward and they come through for a scampered single. And the score is 268 for 5 of 82.
Well, Dawson's looks fairly solid out there. Now, of course, it's about getting through the second new ball. Tom Bailey will be hard work, that's for sure. Will Williams has just proved in that last over there's a little bit there for him, even we're late in the day on day one. And Lancashire have been out in the field, so there's a bit of work to do yet between now and the close. Hampshire will be very much hoping that these two are there come tomorrow morning. There is still Ian Holland to come, James Fuller. Ian Holland more of the orthodox batter than Fuller. It's a full delivery which Brown plays back to the bowler. Fuller will be a lot more carefree.
Yeah, you've got Fuller and Abbott that can come in and get you some quick runs at the end, and then Abbas who can't.
Doesn't tend to stick around too long, really, does he? Or if he walks to the crease, it's the batter at the other end that doesn't tend to stick around too long because they start to open their shoulders. So there is a wicket or two here that Hampshire will want to keep until tomorrow in the hope of building this first innings total. It's a push shot from Ben Brown up to mid-on, and if Lancashire of course can get amongst the wickets tonight, a couple of wickets tonight, have Hampshire 7 down, then I think they'll be fairly happy with their day. I would say Lancashire 7 down, yeah, reasonably happy. There's not been a lot there for them really. Again, it is the Kookaburra ball. There's a bit there when it's hard, and after that it gets hard work for the bowlers. Line has worked especially hard today. He's wrapped on the pad there, Ben Brown, with one that just nips back a little. Bailey's just finding a little movement here, as he did this morning. Bowled 1 or 2 jaffers this morning, but not as many as you would expect had we been using the traditional Duke's ball. Three slips for Bailey here into his 16th over. On into Ben Brown, and Brown's forward. Nice and straight delivery there because Brown is having to play that back straight to mid-on there. Yes, I think we're already in for full 4 days, really. Seeing what we've seen today, Gemma, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks that way, doesn't it? Like you say, there's it looks a good wicket, and as you keep telling me about this ball, I don't know as much as you guys about all the different balls that are used in county championship, but certainly looks like it doesn't do as much as.
Oh, my word, that is a close leave. My word, that is close to the off stump. No wonder there was a few oohs in the slips. That's a good, I suppose you could say it's a good leave. There's the replay. If you're watching on the picture feed, we just nip back a fraction as well, which
Ben Brown will say that's a good leave.
Well, yeah. Well, ultimately, yeah. I've used the Kookaburra abroad, and they are much harder work to get them to do anything. There's no, after a few overs, no doubt about it. Brown's forward, and that is up to mid-off. Good over there from Tom Bailey. That's a maiden. 16 overs, his first maiden, surprisingly enough. After 16 overs, 1 for 32. Hampshire 268 for 5. With Dawson 38 off 98 and Brown 5 off 29. The one wicket that's fallen since tea. Tom Prest, who we thought was on his way to a second 100 in just his 9th match. But in an over facing Luke Wells, he was very nearly well caught at deep mid-on. It would have been a super catch, but the fielder, Tom Bruce, probably just about got fingertips to it, running a long way. And in the same over, he went to sweep Luke Wells, got a top edge, gentle top edge really, a simple catch for George Bell at leg slip. Press going for 85. Penultimate game of last year. Press got 100 in the win at Essex. So if you tag on at the end of the year, he's had a good little run, but I can't help feeling that he probably feels he's missed out on the 100 there.
So we've got Williams to bowl again from the hotel end. Dawson on strike this time. He gave Ben Brown the once over in his last previous over, where we got the ball nipping around a bit, but Dawson's on strike now as Williams is in and bowls, and Dawson just pushes that out onto the offside. No troubles, dot ball.
This is good accurate stuff from Lancashire towards the end of day one. It's always difficult when you've been in the field for a while, 80 odd overs, to come back with the same intensity at the end of the day as you had at the start. But I think Lancashire are pretty much up to it here.
They have had a nice rest with 30 odd overs of spin, I guess, in the day, which you don't always see at this stage. That's worked onto the leg side by Dawson. Come through for a single, think about a second, but Ben Brown says no, which is the right call.
Yeah, I suppose Williams has had a relatively quiet day, only into his 12th over now. But so that's the beauty about having a spinner of Nathan Lyon's class, really, that you can just give the bowlers plenty of rest. But he's looked good today, Nathan Lyon, no doubt about that. We knew he would do. Weren't really expecting anything else. 2 big wickets this afternoon of Vincent Gubbins for 56 and 50 respectively, which has done as much as anything really, is to just keep his first innings a little bit in the balance.
Yeah, Williams in again, bowls, and that's just kept out by Ben Brown. I mentioned this earlier, Kev, you can't see it as well now, all the scribblings on the floor of the bowlers' markers. I've not seen one bowler start at any of them. So they have a run up to their run up, and then they run up, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So there's all these marks on the floor, but they just start about 6 yards back from that. As Williams is in, bowls. That's gone. It was outside off stump, and Ben Brown had a slash at that and got the outside edge. I think it was caught a third slip. Confirm the catcher in a minute. It was George Bell who took that. Good catch. It was going pretty quick, and that is third slip. That's the end of Ben Brown, who didn't look overly convincing, to be honest. He a little bit scratchy, had a few edges, had a decent LBW shout against him, but he's gone for 5 off 33.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there, was it? Wasn't quite there to drive.
He's been blocking so many straight balls, and I think there was a little bit of width there, but I don't think the length was what he was after. It wasn't quite full enough to drive, and he's on his way back.
So Will Williams opens his season account. He didn't get a wicket last week, did he, Will Williams? No. So it's his season account.
So Ben Brown caught Bell, bowled Williams, gone for 5. Hampshire at 269 for 6.
Good catch from George Bell. Travelling a little bit. It was nice catchable height though,
it went
wasn't
straight
it?
into his midriff, didn't it? But still it was travelling.
A little disappointing. Just sort of hang it out there really, didn't he, Williams? Just inviting that drive. A bit like Nathan Lyon when he invited the drive from Nick Gubbins. Any movement off the pitch, then you're committed into the shot, and that's that really. Ben Brown will be looking back at that one, I'm sure, and just saying, I wasn't quite there. I wasn't quite there to drive it.
But I think that's, again, it's credit to the Lancashire bowlers. They've been so tight. Well, they've been tight all day, but so tight to Ben Brown. He's not sort of had any freedom at all, and that was an enticing sort of line and length. That it wasn't there, but it wasn't as straight and as sort of full as he's been getting. So enticed him into the shot. So good bowling plan, good execution. And Ian Holland strides out to the middle now to join Liam Dawson, who's on 39.
Yeah, very much an all-rounder, Ian Holland, although he has been known to open the batting for a couple of seasons for Hampshire. In fact, just played the 9 matches last year in the championship. Wasn't a regular, but did open the batting against Notts at Trent Bridge and got 100. Here he is coming in at number 8, which is probably more usual for him now.
Just playing a few shadow shots to the side of the wicket before he takes guard, and Williams is in. First ball for Ian Holland of the season, and it's on leg stump, and it's worked away to the leg side for no run. got the 3 slips, backward point, 2 in close on the offside, mid on and a mid wicket, and then just the 1 man on the rope down at fine leg, quite a wide fine leg. As Williams is at topmost mark for the final ball of this over. Comes in, dropped it a little bit short down the leg side, and keeper takes that. It's a dot ball. Hampshire 269 for 6 off 84.
Playing his 69th first class match, Ian Holland. Today averages 26 with the bat. There's a total of 400s, and I think off the top of my head 3 of those have been here. I know there was that one at Notts last season. I've got a feeling the others have all been here. I certainly remember interviewing him on this ground at least twice when he'd got 100, so I'll stick my neck out and say 3 of those have been here. Of that 4. The light is starting to go a little, but it's not too worrying at the moment, but considering the sort of day we've had, comfortably the worst part of the day. Liam Dawson on strike, 39 off exactly 100 deliveries for Liam Dawson. I think there's a change in the commentary box here, there is. And I think Gemma's going to be joined by Scott Reed up to the top of the hour. There's Dawson pulling away on the leg side. There are 2 men out there, it's all along the ground. Dawson turns, 2 runs, takes the total to 269 for 6. Gemma will stay on, and then it'll be Scott Reed alongside her.
So Dawson back on strike, scores 271 for 6. It's just ticked over. And we've got, for Dawson, there's 2 slips and 2 fielders deep on the leg side as Bailey comes in and bowls, and that's a fullish ball. Dawson played a forward defence, didn't know a lot about it, but it just dribbled behind him, and Hurst runs in, gathers it, and it's a dot ball.
I think Lancashire have plugged away really well all day. I mean, what we've mentioned through the course of the day, the challenges of bowling with the Kookaburra is different when the Kookaburra is new like it is now for Bailey and Williams, but I think under those circumstances and what looks like a pretty good pitch, I think Lancashire will be pretty pleased with how they've gone about today.
Absolutely, it's all round really. I know we said he's coming in, and that's left alone outside off stump. I know we said Blatherwick looked probably a little bit loose, struggled a little bit, but apart from that, as a whole bowling attack, they've been right on song.
I think so. I think they've probably done just about all they could do. It's unfortunately it's just not quite worked for Jack today. When he bowled the 7 overs, the other seamers have burdened most of it. Bailey into his 17th, Williams 12 overs, Bolton 14 overs, and we've had 29 overs of Nathan Lyon, who's done the lion's share of the work.
We've been waiting to say that. He comes in, left alone outside off stump.
But yeah, I think I'd be probably obviously speak to one of the bowlers later on tonight and get their view on it. But I think as a bowling unit, they've been pretty decent all day. They've kept going on what has not been massively friendly conditions for them to bowl. There's been some very good starts for Hampshire. The 50s for Gubbins and for Vince.
Tom Bailey into Dawson, who leaves that alone outside or something. Yeah, it's almost. I mean, it's almost even Stevens, isn't it?
I think so.
If there's no more wickets today, I mean, we've still got 12 overs to go, so there's a long way to go. But yeah, at the minute, as it stands, I think both sides would be happy.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I'd be interested to hear what Tom Press said. I thought he batted beautifully, but I wonder if there's an element to he felt that maybe just gave it away a little bit. It was a bit of a soft dismissal, wasn't it? He looked in such good touch. He might be a touch frustrated he's left some runs out there, maybe.
Definitely, as Bailey's in, and that's just pushed back to him for a dot ball. That ends the over. Hampshire has 271 for 6.
But you're going to be super critical with that, and I thought he was outstanding, and I thought the way he faced and batted against Nathan Lyon was brilliant to watch. You know? It must have been a fantastic challenge and experience for him, and I thought he was excellent.
I thought he looked really comfortable, against one of the best spinners in the world. So, yeah, that was a real positive to take from Preston's innings. It's just a shame. It was a bit like we said earlier when it was Blatherwick on saying, is it that concept that he needed to score off the other end and sort of took Wells on?
Yeah.
That was the undoing of him. But he played Nathan Lyon really, really well today.
I guess should be hoping to try and squeeze another one out tonight. Kevin was saying Lancashire can get Hampshire 7 down. That'll be a reasonably good day with the ball. Dawson's nicely set. He'll want to be there for tomorrow morning. Williams to Holland, and gets well in behind it and defends, and there is no run. 271 for 6.
And we should have mentioned with that 6th wicket, Lancashire picked up another bonus point, so they're currently on 2 and Hampshire on 1.
Yes, that's something that hasn't changed for this year, is it? The bonus points, batting and bowling. Carried on with, well, obviously the bowling points are the same, but there was a suggestion maybe that they might revert back to the old batting structure. Forward was Holland to defend again, there's no run. For a first batting bonus point.
And how crucial these bonus points become in September. You're just gathering them now as you can, but come September it can make all the difference, as we've seen a few times in the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, absolutely can. Williams sets off from the hotel end, in balls again, left by Holland, is on that front foot leaning forward and then pulls the bat away and then watches it sail through into the gloves of Matty Hurst. And there is no run. Lancashire have 3 slips in place, with Williams with this new ball and Bailey from the other end. They've got Keaton Jennings at first slip, and then Tom Bruce at second slip and George Bell at third slip. Backward point is George Balderson. Josh Bannon's at extra cover. Lyons at mid-off. Bailey's at mid-on. Williams bowls again. It's left outside the off stump by Holland. And then Jack Blatherwick's at mid-wicket. And Luke Wells at fine leg. In fact, Blatherwick now has been pushed back towards the deep square leg boundary. So 2 on the rope out on the leg side at fine leg and deep square leg. 271 for 6. Williams probing away as he has done so consistently for Lancashire now for a couple of seasons. In and balls, straight to ball and off stump and punch down the ground. Good stop off his own bowling by Will Williams, leaping away to his right, and there's no run. Good work off his own bowling, that. Hit firmly by Holland and off he went.
Yeah, he hit the floor trying to field that. Great effort, and both batters raced to the middle, and they've just done a bit of gardening where he landed.
As he went down with a thud, Will Williams. To Holland again. It's pushed wide and outside the off stump and left, and through to Hurst to complete the over. Maiden for Williams. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 17. Classically miserly figures from Will Williams. 271 for 6. We've got 10 overs left tonight. The attendance today is just over 2,000. The highest day 1 attendance for more than 10 years.
Wow.
Goodness. Good effort.
Excellent.
Well, it felt like a very good crowd, didn't it, when we all...
Yeah. That's
thinned out today, but certainly up to lunch and an hour or so into the afternoon session, it felt like a good crowd, and it is a good crowd.
That's excellent. So sticking with the 3 slips, Dawson on strike, and Tom Bailey is starting his run up past Russell Warren, and it's full, and Dawson just guides that behind square on the offside for a single. Fielded by Jack Blatherwick.
It's got a bit chilly now, though, hasn't it? That warm sunshine that I think the 2,000 supporters were enjoying this afternoon seems to have disappeared now, and the wind's picked up a little bit.
As have about 800 supporters. I think
they've disappeared.
The fair weather ones.
Yeah, for retreated to somewhere a little bit warmer. Now, fourth slip in here.
Yeah, Williams joining the slip cordon as Bailey comes in and bowls, and it's good line length. Holland pushes that up to mid-on for no run.
It's a good combination of opening bowlers at Lancashire. Bailey will naturally take the ball away and Williams will bring the ball back in. They complement each other nicely. Both doing what they can to try and make the most of this this second new ball.
Bailey in again, bowls and just pushed forward by Holland. So there's going to be a bit more pressure for the new ball, that shorter period where really got to make it count.
Yeah, you don't get long. Simon Hughes earlier today was saying maybe you get kind of like 30 overs with it. If you speak to some of the bowlers, they'll probably say nearer 20 before it goes a little soft and doesn't start doing much. You've got to try and find other ways of finding wickets. Seen that variation, haven't we, from the bowlers today? We saw it quite a lot from Nathan Lyon, the way he bowled.
Bailey in, and that's driven onto the onside. Holland will come through for a single. Moves the score on to 273.
I thought Lyons, I mean, obviously he's an absolute master at this, isn't he? But his variations, the way he subtly changed his pace, his line, those little kind of cute little skills that he's developed over the years that make him such a top bowler. All that guile and finesse and trying to outthink the batter. Oh, it was a brilliant session of cricket this afternoon when he bowled kind of 30 odd overs or whatever it was, almost 30 overs. It was brilliant to watch.
Bailey in, that's shorter and pulled away by Dawson, and that will be 4 runs in front of square on the leg side. 4 runs to Dawson. He moves on to 46.
It's a good shot. Just dropped a bit short, hasn't he, Tom Bailey? But I mean, the ball's only 6 overs old, his second new ball. He's dropped a little short and he's been walloped away in front of square on the leg side for 4.
That's what I think Hampshire have done well today. They have been on to anything short or even slightly short. They've been able to pick that length up pretty quickly. There's not been a lot from Lancashire, like we keep saying. They've bowled with great accuracy, but yeah, fair play to Hampshire when they've picked up on something slightly shorter. And the bowler was hoping, as Bailey comes in again, and that is Fuller. It's turned onto the leg side. There's a gap there, there's a single there, and Dawson moves on to 47.
Yeah, not a lot of wrong from the Lancashire bowlers today. Certainly Bailey and Williams, and then backed up by the rest as well. They have kept going. Tom Bailey in conversation with his captain, Keaton Jennings, as to what the plans should be.
That completes the over. Hampshire 278 for 6 off 87. Dawson on 47. Holland recently joined him on 1.
Yeah, I suppose there's an element of tomorrow about this as well, isn't there, for these two batters there? Dawson, a man on screen for viewers watching the live stream, man on strike for the start of this next over from Will Williams. The keeper's going to stand up. 3 slip fielders behind Matty Hurst. Dawson on 47. It's dropped into the onside by Liam Dawson. Slowly trickles its way to Tom Bailey. And there's no run.
Seeing a few seagulls circle. I don't think they got the message that it was a first class game. There's no chip vans. They usually come around about now with all the debris that spectators have left, but they're going to be disappointed.
Williams to Dawson, forward and defends, and there's no run. Yeah, there's not a burger van inside, is there?
No. Got the carvery over in the atrium, but you don't tend to see that sort of left around by the the seats outside for the seagulls. So they're just having a look round, but they'll move on shortly, I'm sure.
Williams sets off again. Balls to Dawson, forward again. Solid front foot defensive work by Dawson. And there's no run. Defending with a sense of authority. Got the keeper standing up, so not a great deal of room for him to work with. And then the 3 slips behind that. Williams just probing away outside off stump. He knows that one could just jag back in. His judgment to leave is going to be spot on. Off the back foot this time. Takes a single. And as the ball's nudged away to mid-wicket for 1, Dawson moves on to 48. And Hampshire 279 for 6.
Keeper standing up has now gone back.
Yeah, standing up to
Dawson. Back for Holland.
Williams over the wicket to Holland. Looks to drive, doesn't quite middle it. The ball is punched back down the pitch towards Williams off his own bowling. And there is no run. 279 for 6. So 8 overs remaining in the day after this one from Will Williams. Cloudy conditions now. Sun has perhaps disappeared for the day. Williams sets off again. Throws it outside the off stump, and Holland takes it on and gets a little under edge, and the ball disappears down towards the boundary at fine leg. And he comes back for 2. It's the end of the over. 281 for 6. Holland has 3, and Dawson on 48.
That's a similar situation to the Brown wicket, really. He's been given no width at all, and as soon as he was offered some, he's gone at it full-blooded, and see, Ben Brown found the outside edge into third slip's hands, but this one got the inside edge down to fine leg. But yeah, it's that kind of anything on offer there that they're going for, because there's so little from the Lancashire bowling attack, especially these 2 seamers. So Liam Dawson on strike. We've got 3 slips. Ended the last over of Bailey with 4 slips. Got 3 to Dawson. As Bailey's in, bowls and full and straight, and just pushed it out to the offside for a dot ball.
A little swing around the other grounds, shall we? With plenty of runs at Edgbaston today, plenty of runs at Chelmsford as well. Essex 396 for 5 in their first innings against Kent. The very early pace setters in Division 1. Matt Critchley's 94 not out, century for Dean Elgar earlier today.
Bailey to Dawson. Dawson pushes that out, backward of point for a single, moves him on to 49.
Absolute stack of runs in the game at Edgbaston. Alex Davis is still going. He's 197 not out.
Yates was 191, wasn't he?
Out for 191. 437 for 1.
After being asked to bat.
Carl Davis. Did alright for Alex, did Alex.
Bailey to Holland on strike now, and Holland just pushes that back up the ground for a dot ball.
Tying up a double century, Alex Davis. So 439 for 1, Warwickshire. Elsewhere in Division 1, Nottinghamshire are 284 for 6. They're taking on Worcestershire at Trent Bridge. Today a century for Joe Clark, he made 105. And Surrey are batting against Somerset. There's a bit of a collapse there for Somerset. They were going quite nicely. They were 196 for 1, all out for 285.
Bailey to Holland, 4 slips back in play as he comes in and just plays that off the back foot for no run.
Tom Lammonby made a century and a 50 for Lewis Gregory. So Somerset 2, 85 all out, but they were 200 for one at one stage. And Surrey have started their first innings. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley are batting. Surrey are 15 without loss in reply.
So 4 slips again. Holland on strike. Bailey coming in, pulls the ball, and that's turned onto the leg side for a quick single, and they're going to come back for 2. Good running from the pair, the Hampshire pair in the middle. One ball left of this Bailey over. Hampshire on 284 for 6, Holland 5, Liam Dawson at the other end on 49. Bailey, final ball is over, and that's floated up and pitched full on leg stump and turned away by Holland for a single. 285 for 6 after 89 overs.
So 7 overs to do in the day. I've got an email here from Peter Andrew Chadwick, solentcricket@gmail.com, who says Lancashire have been given nothing by the umpires today, at least 3 LBW shouts that should have been given. Poor umpiring, says Peter. I have to say, I do agree that 1 or 2 have been close. I think we've seen 1 or 2 given in that situation in the past. There was a close one, was it Dawson or Brown recently? One of the 2, was it Dawson? Brown. Although of course he didn't really benefit from that, only made 5 in the end, but I think there's been a couple of close ones today, I have to say.
They should have asked me, Kev. I did my 3rd umpiring in the lunch break in the concourse cricket.
You did, yes, and you, as Williams, it's turned away down to fine leg by Ian Hollandish. We'll get 2. It's gone very fine to the far end of the ground.
And if I'm honest, I bottled it and
did you? Oh, well.
said stay with the on-field. Yeah.
Oh well, see, the umpire may have done the same here. Rather than give a decision, just easy to keep your finger in your pocket. But yeah, I would say, maybe I can think of 2. Certainly that I don't think we'd have been too surprised if at least 1 of those had been given. But that happens. I think we've all watched our teams enough to think sometimes our teams are a little hard done by. 287 for 6, Williams bowls again. Holland has found an angle away on the leg side, a little squarer this time. Does play that little shot where he just sort of hangs the bat there and just turns the face of the bat towards the leg. Doesn't try to hit through it, just turns the ball around, which he's done there. That was a little straighter, that delivery. Holland moves into double figures. Hampshire into 289 for 6 they are. Yeah, I think that's sort of Ian Holland really. Quite infuriating to bowl to, because you think you bowled fairly straight to him, and yet somehow he's found an angle on the leg side simply by turning the face of the bat at the last minute. Yeah, he does it very late, you're right, he does. Here's Williams, bowls again, that's straight. This time Holland decides to play straight. Pushes that quietly up to Tom Bailey at mid-on. Williams is into his 15th over here. Temperature has dropped a couple of degrees, as you'd expect really at this time of the evening. The good news is that, having seen the clock just past 6 o'clock, we only have 6.5 overs to bowl. My word, how many times have we looked at the scoreboard and there's been 16, 20, whatever to bowl. Holland's forward again plays that up to Hartley. That's the beauty of having spin very much involved in the day's play, and we've seen 2 spinners today, mainly of course Nathan Lyon, 29 overs, 2 for 94. We've enjoyed watching him bowl today on a wicket that's given him absolutely no help at all. We've seen him vary his pace, vary his line, vary the amount of revs that he tries to put on the ball, even though the ball wasn't really responding. And he picked up those 2 big wickets this afternoon. I think Hampshire will look at that session this afternoon, and with Vince on 56 and Gubbins on 50, both succumbing to Nathan Lyon, will feel that that afternoon session could have been a whole lot better than it was. They were reasonable partnerships between Vince and Gubbins of 84 for the 3rd, and between Gubbins and Prest of 53 for the 4th, but you just felt that it could have been so much more from a Hampshire point of view. Nathan Lyon just keeping the lid on the innings between lunch and tea. Another good length delivery from Williams. Sees Holland play it back to the bowler. Tom Press weighing in with 85, first wicket to go after tea. Just felt as though the youngster should have reached 3 figures. Could have been out in the same over that he was out. Luke Wells, he tried to hit Luke Wells down the ground, he did, but he got underneath it. And the Kiwi, Tom Bruce, very nearly pulled off a superb catch at deep mid-on. But Press going in the same over, sweeping. Caught round the corner as Holland pushes that out behind square on the offside. Williams completes 15 overs now, 1 for 24. A very miserly day from him. Thank you very much, Gemma.
Thanks, Kev.
Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player. She'll be back with us, well, unless she's flying out to Mumbai at some point for the IPL. We might hear her again, certainly for Southern Vipers commentaries in the next few weeks. Otherwise, we won't. Thank you, Gemma. Great effort from you today. Great stint. And Scott Reed will be back for the final couple of overs in a moment. So Dawson seems to have been stuck on 49 for quite a while. Don't know if that's me. Feels it. I'm sure I've looked up the board 2 or 3 times in the last however long and seen him on 49. And we've got Jack Blatherwick back into the attack for Lancashire. 14 overs, none for 60. Sorry, that's George Balderson's figures. 7 overs, none for 34 for Blatherwick, who's one of the 2 changes made by Lancashire for this game. Blatherwick, who picked up a hamstring injury on their pre-season workout, didn't play the last game, but into the 13 and into the final 11. The 25-year-old, so he's going to be bowling his right arm seamers from the pavilion end. And he's going to be bowling to Dawson. Can he be this over that he reaches a half century? 2 slips and a gully. Dawson leaves that one alone. Nice shape away from the bat there. Good start for Blatherwick. Sun just trying to peer through the hazy cloud at the top. Probably the final time this evening. Just casts 1 or 2 shadows across the playing area. Crowd, some of the crowd beginning to make their way home. Just to repeat, if you've just joined us or you perhaps missed what Scott Reed said, we've had some official figures today for day 1 of the season for Hampshire, effectively. And there's Dawson's half century, tucked away on the leg side where there's a big gap. And he's worked hard for that, as he always does. 117 balls with a couple of boundaries only. That's Liam Dawson, who had that wonderful all-round season last year. 3rd in the run charts for Hampshire with 840. And like Vince and Gubbins before him, who finished 1st and 2nd in the run charts in the championship, they've all reached 50. And for Liam Dawson, that is the 50th time he's also scored a half century in first-class cricket. 50s all round, as that's turned away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 50 for Liam Dawson, 50th time he's passed 50 in first-class cricket. 290 for 6 Hampshire. Will they get another bonus point tonight? We've got 5.5 overs, 10 more runs. They might do. Who knows, Scott?
Adding a bit of drama to the end of the day's play.
I was just trying to think of some drama. Can that be the only bit that might be on the cards? Length ball to Holland. It's gone out on the offside. Yeah, just to repeat that figure that you mentioned earlier, Scott, we've had it confirmed. Just over 2,000 people here today. Highest day 1 attendance for more than 10 years here. Apparently they don't have any records before that, so day 1 of the season.
Oh, the first day of the season. Okay.
Yeah, which effectively is here, isn't it?
Yes.
Second week, but yeah.
Nice.
So that's settled for that. What's been the thing is, if you were thinking of coming to the cricket down the leg side, taken by Hurst, you would look at the weather and you say, "Oh, I think we're going to get a good day here." So it's worth coming to the cricket. It's just when you're not sure, isn't it, that it starts to get a little, or you think it's going to. People will come anyway, even if it's -5, which of course it has been many times early season. But I think if the day today has been pretty much as was forecast.
Yes.
You'd come on a day like this.
Yeah, I think he would, yeah. It's been pretty solid, the forecast, hasn't it? It looked like it's been pretty solid, dry, bit of sunshine for most of the week.
Yeah, and it's been good, especially this afternoon. It's been good, isn't it? Oh, he almost plays on there. Ian Holland trying to drive, front foot a little bit away. He was trying to drive square on the offside. The ball just came off an inside edge onto his boot, but fortunately for Holland, the ball went away harmlessly. And that's the end of Blatherwick's over. 8 overs, none for 35.
And if you're a Hampshire fan, which the majority inside the ground obviously are, then I think, had quite a decent day as well. You've watched Nick Gubbins put together a nice 50. James Vince batted nicely for his 56. Thought Tom Press was excellent.
Yes.
For his 85. Now seen Liam Dawson reach a half centuries, and a bit of Nathan Lyon bowl as well. So I think a bit for everybody there.
It's been worth 6 months wait. On the whole, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's not been a day that's disappointed too much. I think Lancashire might look at a couple of things and say, well, they might still have Hampshire 8 down or whatever, 7 down. I think Hampshire might look at the day today and just say, well, it could have been a little better. It could have been a little better. 4 people in the 50s.
Yeah. You kind of want one of those to be there overnight, don't you? With a ton under the belt and chance of a really big first innings score. Nathan Lyon returns. And he bowls to Dawson, and Dawson plays it away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 2 for 94 for Lyon today, into his 30th over of the day. Get every single penny out of Nathan Lyon at Lancashire.
Might only be a 5-game stint.
Into Dawson, looks to sweep, and it's stopped by George Bell. Got to get your money's worth.
Well, yeah. The Aussie selectors might be meeting overnight. They might say, hang on a minute, 30 odd overs in innings. Let's cut his stint again.
Slip in place as well for Lyon, who's in to Dawson. And that's tickled away behind square on the leg side for 1. Moves on to 51. 291 for 6.
You might have to have a word with Dale Benkenstein tonight and just say, you're not over bowling him, Dale, are you?
Holland comes back on strike. Extra man around the bat. There's a slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg. There's a backward point, extra cover, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. Here's Lyon from the hotel end bowls. Dabbed away by Holland, and there's no run.
The thing is, I mean, all the seamers I think have bowled well, actually, today, but with this ball, it's just not particularly threatening, is it? Outside of the first 10 overs with the first ball and with the second. I mean, Lyon's not been overly threatening, to be fair, but he's just always looked there or thereabouts, hasn't he, in terms of the context of the conditions.
Comes around the wicket to Holland. Defended, no run. I think he's shown all his undoubted skill because he's got nothing from the pitch, but yet he's been a threat all the way through. He's looked like he's potentially going to create a chance for you.
Agreed.
Little subtle variations, and it's padded away by Holland to end the over. 291 for 6. He's varied his pace, his line. He's got just that extra little bit of kind of nous, isn't it? Really, that's that skill that he's got. That battle to try and outsmart the bowler, the batter. I think he's been really interesting to watch on a pitch that's offered nothing for him.
Agreed. Yeah, he's asking for an LBW decision there. He's coming round the wicket. I mean, that ball's got to straighten an awful lot, which it hasn't, and probably won't do for a while. Maybe next week on this pitch, I don't know. But it's worth a shout. Dawson's not playing a shot. He might just have had a little gentle word with Dawson as he walked past him. Actually, it would have been a friendly word as well. You can tell with body language whether it's anything other. I don't think there was anything malicious there. I think they might just have had a little wry smile to each other there. Blatherwick starts a new over then. We've got 4 overs to do then. 24 balls, assuming there are no balls or wides in the day's play. Cut away. Oh, was that dropped at cover? Short cover. I think it might have been.
It's Will Williams, that.
Dawson leaning back, cutting in front of square. Will Williams at shortish cover. Watch the replay. It might be off camera, actually. Yeah, it didn't quite pick it up, unfortunately.
He hammered
But
that away,
it was at him.
But it did. I think it went straight to him. But he absolutely walloped it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Really got a hold of it. But that's gone. I think that's gone straight to Williams.
Here's Blatherwick again, short. Dawson just waits for it and pulls it into the ground, out towards deep square leg. Moves on to 52. Well, it was a chance. There's no doubt about it.
Yep. The type of thing, if you're Jack Blatherwick, when you're just searching for a bit of early season rhythm and form, that you could do with that sticking, couldn't you? Really, just get you going for the season.
Yeah. So a life for Liam Dawson. Otherwise, he would have been another Hampshire player to pass 50 and not really go on. Blatherwick again. Bowls right on medium paces. Holland drives on the up. I don't think that carried, although the crowd making out it did. Or did it? The fielder's on the floor. I don't think that was in the
No, I
air.
don't think it was.
No, I think that's just a good stop.
I think it was a great stop from Tom Bailey. Yeah.
Didn't get the feeling that was in the air too long anyway.
Alex Davis has reached his double century. 212 not out. Durham won the toss, invited Warwickshire to bat first, and they're 466 for 1.
Wow. Yes. Blatherwick short down the leg side. Good carry through to keeper Hurst. He wasn't keeping for you guys, Alex Davis, though, was he?
No, he wasn't. At the end, he wasn't. No, which I think may have been one of the factors as to why he wanted to have a bit of a fresh challenge.
Because I'm just thinking, who was? Oh, it's Phil Salt kept wicket in the game at Southport last year, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah. They've got about 3-4 wicket keepers, haven't they?
Yeah, because I've not come across Matthew Hurst before. Some runs.
He did.
Blatherwick again. Length ball turned away down to fine leg by Holland. Moves on to 11. He's been stuck on 10 for a while. 293 for 6.
He got a couple of 50s at the back end of last season. I think he got a 50, 70 odd in his first 2 championship matches. So yeah, he made a really encouraging start to his career. Yeah, he obviously had a good win. He's obviously impressed.
Yeah.
He had a decent pre-season, and he's been given the nod because George Bell, can keep wicket. As you mentioned, they've got Phil Salt to come back as well. So they've got plenty of options.
Yeah. Blatherwick with the last ball of his 9th from the pavilion end. Length ball straight to Dawson, who just tucks that away again on the leg side where there's a huge gap and will keep the strike. Moves on to 53, Dawson, at the end of that one. And 294 for 6. Yeah, he's only 20 years old as well, Hurst, isn't he? I mean, he claims that spot. He's got a long career ahead of him.
It's a bit, it's a massive show of faith, isn't it, by Lancashire in him to have. An option would have been quite easily to have said to George Bell, well, you're our wicketkeeper batter, you're the more experienced of the two. You've done it last season. George Bell at the start of last season, he was keeping wicket. But it's a show of faith in Hurst. They actually picked him above Bell last week. They've readdressed the balance of their side, not going for that second spinner this week. But yeah, it's a show of faith in Matty Hurst. He's been given the chance to keep wicket at the start of the season.
So George Bell now plays as a batter.
Yep.
Right. So I think he played against us at Southport.
Yes, he did. Yes, yeah. Again, he's had quite an encouraging start to his career. Here's Lyon from around the wicket. It's Dawson pulling the ball down towards fine leg for a single. Whipping it away off his hip, going deep back into his crease on his back leg. Finds a single down to fine legs. He moves on to 54, 295 for 6. Brings Holland back on strike. Can they conjure up one more Lancashire before the close of play? Holland and Dawson will be hoping to be there tomorrow morning.
Yeah, what have we had? 13 and a bit overs with this second new ball, so it'll start to be getting a little soft. They do go soft quick, these ones.
There's Lyon. Forward goes Holland, no run. Of course, there's quite a bit of power to come, isn't there, in this Hampshire batting line, because they can all swing the bat a little bit, can't they? The next three, if they get that bit of a licence to do so.
Yeah, certainly James Fuller.
Lyon to Holland, back and defends, no run.
I think Hampshire would look at it. They want to keep these two tonight, maybe obviously for a while. I mean, you would do anyway. But then, if Fuller comes in and just plays the way he'll always play the way he can. But a quick 30 or 40, momentum suddenly changes, doesn't it? Really.
Lyon to Holland, right forward and defends, no run.
But I still think, this is a minimum 300 pitch, isn't it? From what we've seen today, it's a minimum 300 pitch. So, I still think, Hampshire are still at the very minimum at the moment. They're not any further than that. It's an okay day. It's an okay day.
Lyon to Holland, who's back and defending. There's no run. Something that Lyon's done really well today is adjusting his length. He's got batters unsure whether to play forward or back, which is actually has been a really interesting part of it, the way he's bowled to watch today. Again, there was a little bit of uncertainty there by Holland. Play forward, play back. No uncertainty there. He gets forward and defends. Nudges the ball away to mid-wicket. End of the over, 295 for 6.
Yeah, it's the control, isn't it? Well, you'd expect that from somebody who's taken over 500 Test wickets, but just with, because what little bit. I think the ball's sort of held in the turf for him a little bit from time to time. It's not really spun, is it? So, but just the control in terms of the dip at times. Not frightened to throw it up there a bit more, but just the slight variations of length and coupled with the dip, that's a little different at times. It's not always been straightforward to play him. There'd be a lot of spinners out there today that it would look very straightforward, very, very just keep it tight. That's about all you'd hope for. But with Lyon, you're getting something more, and it's not easy to extract something more out of this, is it? It's not at all for the spinners. Not easy at all. Blatherwick. To continue from the pavilion end, we've got 2 overs left of day 1. Full day, eh? Here comes Blatherwick. Pulled away by Dawson, in the air but safe, and that's gone just behind square on the leg side, well to the fielder who's quite square at fine leg. There is a fielder deep as well in front of the square, but that's gone between them. I think Dawson knew exactly what he was doing in terms of placement. And he moves on to 58. Ball sat up a little bit there from Blatherwick, and it wasn't really much height either on that delivery. 299 for 6. Hampshire on the verge of a second bonus point. Lancashire have already got there. In fact, another wicket, and Lancashire will get another bonus point. Still the 2 men out deep as the sun comes out a little stronger, although I'm not sure the temperature's gone up much. But it is brighter as Blatherwick comes in again and bowls to Dawson. Another short one, and Dawson keeps that one down as he works it down to fine leg. The applause you can hear is for the Hampshire 300. It's come up in the 95th over. Steady stuff. But all the Lancashire bowlers have been pretty much on it, haven't they?
I think so, yeah. I think they've just, under the situation, mentioned the Kookaburra ball quite a bit, and obviously it looks like a good pitch. I think they have plugged away really well. I think they've stuck at it, done I bet just about as much as they could do.
Blatherwick in the sunshine as Holland plays a nice shot on his toes off the back foot, steers that into the gap in the covers. It isn't going to quite reach the rope. Oh, they come back for 3. Wow, they have to hurry here. Dawson, oh dear. It's a shortish boundary away to the west side of the ground to our right, and they've done well to get 3 out of that. 303 for 6. Got an email here from Ralph Brooker. Evening to you, Ralph. solentcricket@gmail.com. For the first time this season, hi Kevin Scott. I'm no longer that much worried about who wins the county championship. Partly, I think, Hampshire's chances have gone for about 2 seasons. Secondly, the world is so depressing that just listening to some read... just... Oh gosh, what's going on? I should have read this before I do. Secondly, the world is so depressing that just listen to some Red Ball takes my mind off it. Oh, Red Ball, he's put read, but it actually should be red. He's added an A into that. Quick point, Liam Dawson, one of the Championship's top all-rounders for as long as I can remember. He's certainly been a top all-rounder recently. Cheers for the commentary, says Ralph, who's in France. Right. Anyway, he likes listening to Red Ball cricket, takes his mind off things.
Nice.
303 for 6. There's been 8 runs off this over so far, 3 balls bowled. And the field is scattered. Now it's going to deep square leg. We have 2 fielders deep on the leg side behind square now. So I think we're going to get some short balls, are we? Oh, we've got a man standing behind the keeper now, as well, like the old long stop. Don't see that very often. Here's Blatherwick. It's a leg side ball, but a length ball. So Dawson's easily tucking that away to Keaton Jennings. So the man right behind the keeper,
Tom Bruce.
Yeah. A long stop.
Interesting looking field that, wasn't it? But I mean, and then he just bowled a ball of good length. Expecting something short, didn't come.
Nope. Tried the double bluff there. Didn't quite work. Now the field is not far off the same for Ian Holland. Still a deep fine leg, although Keaton Jennings has come up as a leg gully. There's still a deepish square leg, although deep mid wicket is coming in. Still predominantly leg side field, isn't it? There were 2 fielders on the offside, one a deep backward point, and Bruce is still, no, he's not quite long stop, he's like a deep first slip. Weird position. Here comes Blatherwick short, a bit quicker. It goes through to the keeper.
You're a bowler, Kevin. I can't understand Bruce. What's his position?
Well,
for?
I think it's for the you just go to dab a cut to a short ball, just to
kind of uppercut type thing.
So you cup it and you get a top edge, and it sort of flies up.
Right.
I would say that's what it's for. So you're cutting off a stronger cut by having the deep backward point, and then the one that really bounces a bit more than Ian Holland thinks, then the top edge. It's probably still too deep for the pace that bowler's bowling, but anyway, he's almost on the rope. But now we've got a deep gully, deepish gully. He's coming round the wicket as well, so the ball will be coming from leg to off more down the leg side. Holland just withdraws the bat and it goes through to the keeper. Well, it's a plan.
Yeah, I said they've certainly tried lots of different things here.
Yes, they have.
And I think that's what you have to do. And we've mentioned this a few times today. After 10, 15, 20 overs with this Kookaburra ball, you've got to start thinking out of the box a little bit, haven't you, and trying to find ways of finding wickets.
Very much so. And you can't blame the bowler for trying. Sometimes it looks a bit naff, doesn't it, if the ball's not quite in an area where you want it to be. But they're trying it.
Yep.
Because you can't just bowl straight up and down anymore with these balls. You can try, but it's not really going to get you the wickets that you'd like. But on the whole, I think collectively, I think the Lancashire seam attack and the spinners, I think have put in a good shift today.
And this is the final over of the day, a full day's play. I mean, it's extraordinary. He's lying in and bowling to Dawson, who's jabbing forward. The ball comes off the inner half of the bat and just deflects away behind square on the leg side for a single. Dawson moves on to 61, 305 for 6. Happy days, full day's play. No interruptions, nice conditions. It's a bit chilly now, but still it's dry, a bit of sunshine around. Perfect. Feels like the season's up and running at last. After 4 long days last week. Going back to Lyon. So that gets Lyon interested. Ian Holland off the back foot. See it back on the replay here with the 3 around the bat. Bowling around the wicket, goes back.
It's a little low, isn't it?
304 for 6. And balls again forward, solid front foot defensive shot again by Ian Holland. 3 balls left of the day. And Hampshire have got themselves that 300 mark, so have got themselves another batting bonus point. Level at 2 each. again. Just dropped into the onside, picked up at forward short leg, which is George Bell with the pads and the helmet on, crouching down, one of 3 fielders around the bat. 2 balls left, 2 wickets for Lyon today. Can he find a third? 305 for 6. Right arm swinging back and forth as he comes in and bowls, and then that's off the front foot by Holland. As far as Josh Bohannon at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, final ball of the first day of this Vitality County Championship fixture. And Hampshire 6 down. And 305 runs on the board as Holland plays off the front foot, turning it to square leg. And he'll be back tomorrow, unbeaten on 14, as will Liam Dawson, who's on 61. It's the end of the over, it's the end of the day's play. It's 305 for 6.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Scott. I would say both sides would say it's almost a Neely day, isn't it? You know, another wicket or 2 for Lancashire, and they would say, "Yep, we're happy with that." And I think for Hampshire, you know, maybe if they hadn't lost, 3 people that had got past 50, and before they'd got 100, they might say, "Well, we'd be further on as well." So, I suppose at the end of the day, you could say both sides have sort of cancelled each other out a little bit.
Yeah. Pretty even, that, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right.
They've got a batter nicely set in Liam Dawson. They've got Fuller to come, who can give it a bit of a punch as well, and they've got 300 runs on the board. But I think, as you mentioned, it's probably 300 runs is a minimum really from this pitch.
Yeah.
And I think Lancashire have plugged away pretty well.
So top scorers then. Tom Prest with his second highest score in just his 9th first-class game with 85, 56 James Vince, 50 Nick Gubbins, and Liam Dawson 61 not out. Nathan Lyon 32 overs, 2 for 97. But an awful lot of overs today, and a wicket apiece for Tom Bailey, Will Williams, and Luke Wells. Thank you to Scott Reed. Thank you also Gemma Green and Simon Hughes as well. And we'll be back with you just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.